The story opens on a secret world, a high-tech realm built among shimmering, crystalline mountains. Within this world lies Balin City, a metropolis of immense wealth where every inch of land is priceless. Yet nestled in this prime real estate is a secluded private estate, a modern citadel surrounded by nature. A massive, mystical fish leaps from the water, a casual display of the magic woven into this land. Inside the estate, a silver-haired man stands before a mirror, fresh from a shower. He studies his reflection with a knowing smirk, contemplating the face he's worn for over a decade. He can't help but admire his current form, the handsome young lord of Balin City, Bai Shawan. But this body isn't originally his. He's a traveler who has crossed over from another time. A flashback reveals his former life as a soldier, his journey ending abruptly on a battlefield. He then plunged into this new reality, a world teeming with powerful spirit beasts and their masters. He wasn't just a traveler, he was fully reincarnated, starting from scratch as a baby but with his past life's mind. A shimmering portal ripples open behind him, a mystical fish emerging to greet him through his reflection. This impressive creature, a gold-class red-eyed silverfish, hovers over him with an otherworldly glow. The spirit beast nudges him about breakfast, and Zhaoan responds with a confident smile, promising he's on his way. With a casual wave, he watches the fish dive back into a swirling vortex of water on the floor and disappear. He reflects on the creature, realizing it's his father's powerful gold-level spirit pet, a testament to the man's strength. Descending the stairs, he looks down upon his new family already gathered for their morning meal. His mother greets him with a warm smile, while his adorable little sister eagerly calls for her big brother. He then greets his father, a stern-faced man in uniform who immediately criticizes his tardiness with military-like discipline. But the most powerful man at the table is his grandfather, Bai Jing-chung, the very lord of Balin City, present for a special ceremony. The lord of Balin City confirms that today is Xiaowan's awakening ceremony, an event they will attend side by side. Xiaowan accepts the challenge with a sharp, confident grin, completely unfazed by the pressure. The scene transitions to the massive citywide ceremony where every young person's potential is tested. Success means a golden ticket to the Imperial College, the ultimate training ground for aspiring beast masters. Failure, however, means a life of mediocrity, a fate that crushes the dreams of many. He compares this high-stakes event to the college entrance exams from his past life, a single day that defines one's future. As he eats, his sister notices his intense expression, while he internally scoffs at the idea that failing is acceptable. A sly smirk reveals his true thoughts. He knows those comforting words are just lies for the weak. He understands the brutal truth of this world. Without the talent for beast control, status and wealth mean absolutely nothing. He even worried that without a special cheat from his reincarnation, he'd just be a handsome, rich villain for a true hero to crush. Fortunately, he already has his cheat, a self-awakened A-level talent he unlocked a month prior. A wild, triumphant grin spreads across his face, absolutely thrilled with his hidden power. He recalls his family's praise for his intuition talent, which grants him premonitions and a link to spirit beasts. His grandfather and father discuss how this ability will be a massive advantage in battle and for taming new creatures. Taking a calm sip of tea, he knows the upcoming ceremony is just a formality. His power is already stable. The Lord of Balin City sees this rare talent as a sign that his grandson might achieve things he never could. But a shadow of doubt crosses the old man's face, worrying that Xiaowan's youth makes him vulnerable to the world's true dangers. He decides his grandson's raw power must be forged and tempered before it becomes uncontrollable. The Lord of Balin City suddenly calls out his grandson's name, breaking the tense silence. Snapped back to reality, Xiaowan looks up from his cup, caught off guard by the direct address. The Lord of Balin City warns him not to underestimate the ritual, explaining the awakening stone is a one-of-a-kind treasure. He reveals the stone has a mysterious and powerful origin, linked to an ancient, shadowy entity. A flashback shows a brutal past where monstrous beasts nearly drove humanity to extinction. In their darkest hour, the ancestors discovered the awakening Godstone, which granted the first Beastmaster their talent. This discovery turned the tide, allowing humans to fight alongside beasts and ushering in a new era. The grandfather emphasizes that this single stone is the very foundation of their entire civilization. He then lays out the 3 essential steps to becoming a Beastmaster: awakening, building a space, and contracting a pet. The old man acknowledges that some prodigies from powerful families awaken their talents ahead of schedule. Yet even these early bloomers are required to participate in the public awakening ceremony. This is because the official ritual offers a unique blessing that private awakenings cannot provide. The Lord of Balin City reveals the ceremony's true purpose for prodigies, to construct their personal beast space ahead of time. His father questions if the Kyushu Federation allows such a loophole, leaving the old man to ponder the politics of it all. The Lord of Balin City lets out a booming laugh, admitting the Federation is fully aware but simply turns a blind eye. He explains that as long as every awakened talent is officially registered, the central government is content. This system allows the Federation to maintain control over its beastmasters, making the stone's power a worthwhile investment. Placing a reassuring hand on his grandson's shoulder, he emphasizes how much the stone's blessing will benefit him. Xiaoan meets his grandfather's gaze with newfound resolve, promising to give the ritual his full attention. He stretches, confessing that despite his extensive studies, the true nature of the awakening stone was a complete mystery to him. Xiaoan is stunned to learn that this one artifact can connect with millions of minds at once, a truly magical feat. His father then slams the table, passionately declaring that a true man's duty is to succeed in the ceremony and forge his beast space. Xiaoan, looking slightly overwhelmed, quickly agrees with his father's passionate speech. His mother, however, is not impressed and scolds her husband for his overly aggressive tone. The Lord of Balin City breaks the tension with a warm laugh, playfully ruffling the hair of his son and grandson. With breakfast over, their sleek vehicle speeds through the futuristic highways of the city. The car smoothly pulls up to their destination, the bustling Awakening Square. As Yaoan exits, his grandfather instructs him to go ahead while he prepares to give the opening speech. Xiaoan takes a moment to survey his surroundings, shielding his eyes as he gazes at the massive venue. He looks up at the colossal Awakening Hall, where banners hang and crowds of hopefuls are already gathering. A student representative uses a megaphone to rally her fellow students from the Balin City College. Her call is cut short as she looks up in surprise at the imposing figure of Xiaoan arriving before her. His arrival immediately causes a stir among the students, who recognize him on sight. An enthusiastic girl playfully jumps on his back while another formally greets the young master by. He's instantly surrounded by admirers, all questioning his month-long absence and fawning over him. The scene highlights that this is Balin City's most elite college, filled with the children of powerful figures. Xiaoan smirks, fully aware that as the city lord's grandson, he's the top dog in this prestigious school. His moment is interrupted as a large figure rudely shoves through the crowd, drawing his annoyed gaze. The commotion is caused by a boisterous young man in a yellow hoodie who barrels towards him with a huge grin. Xiaoan recoils in annoyance as his friend grabs him, shouting out an unflattering nickname for the newcomer. The friend tearfully complains about being missed, but Xiaoan just tells him to stop being so dramatic. Utterly heartbroken by the cold shoulder, the young man looks as if his entire world has just collapsed. Xiaoan looks down, completely unimpressed by his friend's dramatic display, thinking his powerful name is wasted on him. He recalls how his friend's once promising heroic potential faded as his physique grew rounder over the years. A confident, red-haired girl interrupts, taunting Xiaoan for his absence and accusing him of being afraid of the ceremony. She confidently strides through the crowd, parting the students as she makes her way directly toward him. This is Feng Qianyu, daughter of the vice principal, who offers him a chance to back down before they even begin. She proposes a bet. The one with the superior talent wins, and the loser must obey one command from the victor. Xiaoan accepts with a cocky grin, eagerly anticipating her defeat, and playfully calling her Little Phoenix. He coolly tells her not to cry when she loses, privately confident in his 90% chance of victory with his A-level talent. As he turns his back, she fumes, angrily telling him to stop using the nickname and insisting he's the one who will be sorry. Feng Qianyu clenches her fist, swearing that one day she will force the arrogant young lord to bow to her. His friend pulls him aside, warning him that Feng Qianyu's family has a special treasure to boost her awakening. Xiaoan coolly dismisses the concern, noting it's only natural for a powerful family to have a few tricks. He's completely unbothered, as his intuition talent hasn't sensed any real threat from her. The ceremony officially kicks off as a speaker on a grand stage addresses the massive crowd of students. The speaker is revealed to be his grandfather, the Lord of Balin City, offering words of encouragement to the hopefuls. He concludes his speech with a powerful wish for everyone's success, looking out over the sea of faces. Staff members immediately begin directing the students into the awakening hall in orderly batches. Inside, they're instructed to find a spot and meditate before a massive glowing crystal that channels the stone's power. Xiaoan settles in, recalling how the Federation uses space projection to link every hall to the one true awakening God stone. He reflects on the sheer scale of this feat, recognizing it as an incredible miracle of their civilization. He gazes up at the colossal crystal, feeling the immense power radiating from the projected Godstone. Closing his eyes, he begins to meditate, channeling the awakening energy into a swirling blue flame in his hands. His consciousness drifts into a spiritual plane, his body becoming a vessel for the cosmic energy flowing through him. The concentrated power suddenly erupts from his hands in a violent upward surge. This pillar of raw energy towers over him, forming mystical symbols in the air as it connects with the stone's power. But something goes terribly wrong. His eyes fly open in agony as the awakening energy spirals completely out of his control. A massive explosion of power blasts him backward, throwing him through the air like a rag doll. He writhes in pain as the chaotic energy rushes directly into his body, surging straight for his mind. Clutching his head, he fights to stay conscious, realizing this uncontrolled power could destroy his brain and his future. Yet, a new thought emerges from the chaos, suggesting this disaster might actually be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He decides to embrace the chaos, realizing the path forward is simple. With grim determination, he puts his faith in this risky gamble. The raw power intensifies, blasting him with overwhelming force. In the control room, the staff watches in disbelief as his energy signature spikes off the charts. The energy pillar transforms, with ominous, shadowy figures swirling within the blue light. A massive mystical eye materializes in the sky, gazing down upon the ceremony. The staff finally identify the student, panicking when they realize it's the city lord's grandson. A supervisor frantically orders someone to alert the Lord of Balin City, fearing the worst. The Lord of Balin City arrives on the scene, demanding an immediate explanation for the commotion. A nervous staff member reports that an unprecedented vision has manifested directly above his grandson. The frantic staff can only report that the situation is completely unprecedented and beyond their understanding. Both the city lord and his son stare up as the swirling blue energy coalesces into a single massive eye. The old man's eyes widen in disbelief as he identifies the rare phenomenon as a talent vision. He knows this vision only occurs for talents ranked S level or above, a tier far beyond what they expected. A shocking theory forms in his mind. Xiaoan's talent must have mutated, breaking through to the legendary S rank. Just as spirit beasts can evolve into more powerful forms, so too can the talents of their masters. This rare transformation unleashes a raw, untamed power, fundamentally changing the user's potential. Throughout history, only a handful of beastmasters have ever undergone such a powerful mutation. Every single one of them went on to become a legendary figure, their names etched into the annals of time. But this incredible potential comes with a terrible risk, and the old man realizes his grandson is now in mortal danger. The Lord of Balin City tries to force his way into the hall, but a staff member blocks his path. He's reminded that the hall is under Federation jurisdiction, and even the city lord has no authority to enter. The official tries to calm them, explaining that Federation protocols are in place to protect students during such events. Despite the praise for his grandson's unparalleled talent, the old man's expression remains grim and unconvinced. Meanwhile, Xiaoan floats in a void, his body engulfed in a swirling vortex of raw, untamed energy. His consciousness expands, revealing ancient characters that speak of a fundamental truth of the universe. The vision reveals 3 pillars of knowledge, that of heaven, that of earth, and a final, crucial element. The last pillar, human knowledge, crashes into his mind, causing him to cry out in overwhelming agony. The immense power violently reshapes his spiritual plane, a chaotic storm of creation and destruction. Back in the hall, a colossal pillar of light erupts from his body, connecting him directly to the awakening Godstone. His eyes now glow with golden light, reflecting the cosmic knowledge that just flooded his mind. The overwhelming energy settles around him as he regains his composure in the now quiet hall. A system notification reveals his talent has mutated into the Apocalypse Eye, a mythical level ability. He considers the established talent hierarchy, where the SSS rank is considered the absolute pinnacle of power. He realizes his new talent might be something unheard of, a level that transcends the known SSS rank. He understands this isn't just a simple upgrade. He's unlocked an entirely new system of power. Testing his new vision, he instantly sees the awakened talents of the students around him. His gaze sweeps across the room, his eye acting like a scanner that analyzes everyone's potential. He's stunned by the sheer power of his new ability, realizing its effects are beyond anything he could have imagined. He grasps the core function of his talent. Within his sight, no secret, weakness, or potential can remain hidden. He realizes that knowing an enemy's every strength and weakness from the start makes him virtually unbeatable. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he contemplates the absolute power now at his fingertips. He casually scans the room, seeing the awakened talents of his peers floating above them as glowing blue labels. His gaze even picks out a few rare A-level talents, acknowledging the other geniuses in the hall. A sudden brilliant idea sparks in his mind, prompting him to test his new ability on a grander scale. He turns his gaze toward the colossal awakening stone, deciding to analyze the very source of their power. His eyes widen in absolute shock as his vision reveals a truth beyond all comprehension. An information panel floods his mind, identifying the stone as the ancient tree of life, a being of primary god quality. He stares up at the glowing green artifact, realizing the foundation of their civilization is a living spiritual beast. The analysis confirms its identity, an ancient, god-level entity with the power to transition life itself. He's left breathless, realizing the awakening stone is a legendary divine beast. Back in the hall, he watches students register their talents, his mind reeling from the truth. He questions if the Federation leaders are aware of this monumental secret. This world unknowingly uses a god seed as a simple tool, completely unaware of its true potential. He understands that revealing the dormant state of this divine tree would shatter the foundations of their society. As he waits in line, he watches another student's mediocre D-level talent get registered. Gazing at the crystal, he accepts that this world is far more mysterious than he ever thought. The moment of truth arrives as a staff member calls him forward to the testing device. Deciding to focus on the present, he places his hand on the scanner, confident that power will unlock all secrets. The official pulls up his profile, ready to log the talent of the City Lord's grandson into the Federation's system. The official initiates the test, ready to log the most anticipated result of the day. Xiaoan internally accepts that his quiet days are over. It's time to walk the path of a genius and astound the world. A devious smirk crosses his face as he mentally prepares for everyone to witness his mythical-level power. But the initial reading shocks him, displaying only an A-level talent far below what he expected. The machine suddenly glitches, flashing an error as it fails to identify a power beyond its A-level parameters. The staff panics, frantically trying to fix the scanner as other officials gather around in confusion. A senior official arrives, explaining their equipment is outdated and simply can't process a talent of S-level or higher. Based on the earlier vision, the man confidently instructs his subordinate to register the talent as the legendary S-level. He glances at Xiaoan, acknowledging that with such a rare ability, the young man's future is limitless. The final result is announced to the hall. Bai Xiaoan possesses an S-class talent, leaving the crowd below in stunned disbelief. He's immediately swarmed by classmates, all praising his legendary S-level talent and his powerful family. Xiaoan just smiles, privately amused that they think S-level is the limit when his real talent is mythical. His peers are already trying to curry favor, reminding him of their friendship now that his future is secured. A staff member has to break up the crowd, telling everyone to clear the area for the next batch of students. Walking away, Xiaoan lets out a weary sigh, finding their sudden fawning a bit much to handle. He reflects on the irony that the Federation's top-tier equipment couldn't even begin to measure his true power. His grandfather suddenly appears, cutting through his thoughts to ask about the talent mutation and his condition. Looking into his grandfather's worried eyes, Xiaoan reassures him that he's fine, but offers a sincere apology. He admits that in the chaos of the mutation, he failed to build his beast space, missing the ceremony's biggest perk. The Lord of Balin City places a comforting hand on his shoulder, the two of them sharing a quiet, serious moment. He looks down, genuinely sorry for failing to secure the ceremony's main benefit. But his grandfather just laughs, brushing it off and saying the S-level talent is a far greater prize. He assures Xiaoan that with the family's resources, building a beast space is a minor issue, but Xiaoan tries to confess his true power. He stops himself, realizing a talent beyond S rank is a secret too dangerous to reveal. Instead, he decides to test the functions of his new Apocalypse Eye, starting with its early warning capabilities. As his grandfather leads him to a private lounge, Xiaoan resolves to keep his mythical talent hidden and experiment in secret. Activating his new vision, the world transforms into a grid of data as he begins to analyze his surroundings. He focuses on a nearby spirit beast, his eye processing the creature's information with a faint blue glow. An info panel instantly appears, identifying the red fire dog and confirming his ability to see through any enemy's secrets. With one function confirmed, he smirks, already aware that his eye has another powerful ability: treasure discovery. He realizes that within a 10-meter radius, no hidden treasure can escape his sight. He immediately tests this by scanning the crowd, his gaze locking onto two unsuspecting girls. His apocalypse eye instantly identifies the rare magical artifacts they're wearing as casual accessories. A greedy grin spreads across his face as he imagines how this power will grow with his own strength. He smugly considers the possibility that one day his vision could span the entire world. In his mind, he sees himself as an omniscient god, with his all-seeing eye watching over the city. His power-hungry daydream is shattered by a sudden, violent explosion that shakes the entire hall. A nearby guard stares in horror as a massive inferno erupts just outside the building. The red fire dog barks as the flames coalesce into the majestic shape of a fiery, mythical bird. Xiaoan looks on in stunned recognition, wondering if he's actually seeing a legendary phoenix. The Lord of Balin City looks up, identifying the fiery vision as a rare phoenix phenomenon. He recognizes it as the mark of another S-level talent, crediting the impressive display to the Feng family. Xiaoan glances at a fuming Feng Qianyu, annoyed that his plan to show her up was foiled by her matching talent. Deciding the show is over, he tells his grandfather he's heading home, ready to leave the ceremony. But the old man stops him, calling out two names with a sudden, serious command. Two imposing women appear, assigned as bodyguards to protect him from the enemies his new status will attract. They introduce themselves as Angelica and Peony, both confirmed to be powerful golden-level beastmasters. Flanked by his new protectors, Xiaoan realizes his grandfather has already planned his entire future. The Lord of Balin City then presents him with a glowing, high-tech key. He explains it unlocks the family's treasure trove, giving Xiaoan the resources to build a royal-grade beast space. Xiaoan accepts the key with a look of sincere gratitude, ready to seize his new advantage. The treasure trove holds priceless crystal veins, a resource that can supercharge the growth of a beast space. He and his new bodyguards arrive at the vault, a massive, futuristic gate guarding the family's wealth. With a confident command, he orders his protectors to stand guard and ensure he remains undisturbed. He raises the key, his expression hardening with focus as he prepares to unlock his family's legacy. The key crackles with energy, sending a surge of power through the air to activate the vault's entrance. A series of biometric scans confirm his key, iris, and bloodline, granting him access to the inner sanctum. The colossal doors begin to part, a brilliant light spilling out from the chamber within. He strides confidently into the vault, leaving his guards to stand watch at the entrance. Inside, he finds a room filled with priceless artifacts, the accumulated power of the Bai family over hundreds of years. He scoffs at a rare artifact that once sold for 150 million, a mere trinket in his family's collection. Ignoring the other treasures, he heads straight for the shelves holding the spiritual crystals he needs. Opening a single case reveals a fortune in shimmering crystals, easily worth 300 million. His jaw drops as he realizes there are more than a dozen identical cases, an unimaginable amount of wealth. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of his family's riches, his eyes practically turn into currency symbols. Shaking off his greed, he remembers that the number of crystals needed is directly tied to a talent's power. He sits among the treasure, estimating his mythical talent will require a few hundred crystals to build his space. With a look of intense focus, he activates his apocalypse eye, preparing to forge his personal domain. A celestial menu appears in his mind, offering 3 tiers of mythical beast space with escalating costs. He's taken aback, realizing the price for a perfect space is far higher than he ever imagined. He trusts his apocalypse eye will guide him, certain it holds even more secrets to uncover. Despite the staggering cost of 999 crystals, he commits to forging the perfect mythical level space. Countless cases of priceless crystals are consumed, vanishing into a brilliant vortex of energy. Meanwhile, news of his S-level talent has already spread, bringing a proud smile to his grandfather's face. The Lord of Balin City notes that powerful figures from all over are now clamoring to connect with the family's new prodigy. His little sister, however, remains blissfully unaware, captivated by a butterfly in the garden. His mother adds with a knowing smile that even the Feng family has inquired about a potential engagement. She reflects on how quickly her son has grown, now a man of great importance. But her pride is tinged with worry, as she points out he's been secluded in the vault for an entire week. The old man remains unconcerned, explaining that a rare talent like his grandson's requires far more time to build its foundation. The Lord of Balin City suddenly senses an immense surge of power from the vault. He stands abruptly, realizing with a start that Xiaowan has finally completed his beast space. Inside the vault, Xiaowan is enveloped in a storm of pure spiritual energy. The last of the priceless crystals are consumed, fueling the final stage of creation. Raw power solidifies into a digital framework, the very skeleton of his new domain. This framework blossoms into a vibrant world of mountains, rivers, and lush greenery. He floats serenely in the center of his personal dimension, a world born from his will. Opening his eyes, he surveys his handiwork with a look of quiet satisfaction. But his calm shatters as he realizes the true, unbelievable scale of his royal space. He is but a speck before a colossal, glowing tree, utterly awestruck by the world he has forged. He recalls that a standard royal space is a mere 10 units, while his is 1,000 times larger, a complete world. His apocalypse eye reveals the space's 3 incredible effects: accelerated growth, instant healing, and unlocking hidden potential. He's completely stunned, realizing his personal dimension comes with game-breaking special abilities. He smirks, knowing that while most spaces are just empty rooms, his is a powerhouse with 3 heaven-defying perks. He considers the first effect, remembering how most masters wait decades for their spirit beasts to mature. But with his space's accelerated growth, he can raise a legendary beast from a baby to its final form in record time. The second effect is even more broken, allowing him to instantly heal any pet just by recalling them to his space. His third ability is the most insane, letting him awaken and evolve a beast's hidden talents without limit. Satisfied with his creation, he concludes that the massive cost was a small price to pay for such perfection. As the vault doors open, he steps out, ready to use the billion-yuan dimension he just forged. He smirks, knowing that fortunately, his family has more than enough money to fund his ambition. His family greets him with worried expressions, his little sister rushing forward for a hug. They all fuss over him, concerned that he's grown thin after a week without food or drink. Back at the dinner table, he devours his food like a man starved, making up for lost time. His family watches with fond amusement as he practically inhales the entire feast. After finishing his meal, he lets out a satisfied burp, finally feeling replenished. His mother gently offers him his favorite dish, encouraging him to eat his fill. With his hunger sated, he turns to his grandfather with a serious announcement. The Lord of Balin City looks on, puzzled by his grandson's sudden change in tone. Xiaowan calmly reveals he built the Imperial Space and used a staggering 999 crystals to do it. The Lord of Balin City explodes in disbelief, struggling to process the staggering number of crystals used. He collapses back in his chair, dramatically clutching his chest and lamenting his grandson's reckless spending. After composing himself, he admits he never realized an S-level talent would be so costly, thankful their family can even afford it. With his meal finished, his grandfather offers him the chance to contract a beast from the red-eyed goldfish's recent clutch of eggs. Xiaowan's eyes light up with excitement at the prospect of owning a descendant of a legendary diamond-level spirit beast, but his excitement quickly turns to nausea as the massive meal he just ate begins to catch up with him. He covers his mouth, fighting the urge to be sick while his family watches with a mix of concern and amusement. The scene transitions to the family's high-tech spirit beast egg repository, a sterile lab filled with incubation pods. Xiaowan follows his grandfather through the facility, marveling at the countless spirit beast eggs being carefully nurtured. His apocalypse eye activates, analyzing a goldfish egg and revealing the Bai family's long-standing tradition of mastering aquatic spirit beasts. He scans the other eggs, realizing this is how his family fast-tracks its members into the elite ranks. But even the best silverfish eggs, with their gold-level potential, aren't good enough for him. He demands the absolute best. His grandfather summons a colossal red-eyed beast from the icy depths, a creature of immense power. The magnificent creature is revealed to be a diamond-class red-eyed goldfish, the pinnacle of their family's lineage. Xiaowan stares in awe as the beast greets his grandfather, its presence overwhelming. His apocalypse eye reveals a critical flaw. The beast's very origin is damaged, limiting its true potential. The Lord of Balin City formally introduces his grandson, asking the ancient beast to present its offspring. Seeing the creature's hidden injury, Xiaoan vows to one day use his power to heal the family's guardian. The diamond-level beast obliges, producing two shimmering, mystical eggs from its own body. One of the eggs, containing a primary diamond-level descendant, floats directly toward him, choosing him as its master. His grandfather presents the two eggs, telling him to choose the one that suits him best. But Xiaoan's Apocalypse Eye reveals the weaker egg has two incredible talents, though it's in a life-threatening state. He's internally stunned to find such a rare, dual-talented specimen among the goldfish's offspring. Without hesitation, he points to the sickly egg and declares it as his choice. The Lord of Balin City is completely bewildered by his grandson's seemingly foolish decision. He tries to reason with him, explaining that the egg is congenitally defective and may never even hatch. The old man even apologizes to the mother beast, torn between his grandson's choice and his future. Xiaoan stands firm, trusting his gut, and insisting this is the most perfect partner he could ever find. Seeing his grandson's unwavering resolve, the Lord of Balin City finally agrees to the choice. But he adds one final condition. Xiaoan must get the mother beast's permission first. The colossal mother beast dips its head, acknowledging the young man's surprising choice. It then offers a single glowing golden scale, infusing the sickly egg with its own powerful essence. Xiaoan watches in awe as the mother beast presents the enhanced egg directly to him as a gift. His grandfather explains that this legendary scale can boost the power of any water-type spirit beast. The old man reveals this is the mother's way of thanking him for choosing her weakest child, giving it a fighting chance. Holding the precious egg, Xiaoan's expression hardens with a newfound sense of responsibility. He makes a solemn vow to the mother beast, promising to nurture her offspring into a powerful creature. Following his grandfather's instructions, he places the egg and the scale together in a specialized incubation tank. He then prepares a complex nutrient solution, using his Apocalypse Eye to select the perfect combination of rare ingredients. The potent mixture creates a vibrant reaction in the water, enveloping the egg in a life-giving energy. The nutrient solution bubbles violently, its potent essence pouring directly into the fragile egg. The once sickly egg now radiates a brilliant, healthy light, its miraculous transformation complete. His Apocalypse Eye confirms the success, revealing the egg's new S-rank talent and incredible potential. With the egg now in its prime, he confidently begins the ritual to form their spiritual contract. He enters a spiritual plane, preparing to bind his soul to his chosen spirit beast. A complex magical circle materializes around him, channeling immense power for the contract ceremony. Standing at the center of the ritual, he channels his energy into the egg, his power surging. A golden contract scroll manifests from the raw energy, the final step in forging their bond. His eyes glow with power as the scroll wraps around the egg, sealing their fate together. The ritual concludes as the contract is officially established, binding master and beast for life. Just as the contract is sealed, the egg in his hand suddenly begins to crack open. A small, mystical white fish with bright blue fins emerges from the shattered shell, its eyes wide with curiosity. A month later, the newly hatched spirit beast is already locked in a high-stakes training battle. It unleashes a powerful blast of water energy, completely overwhelming its much larger opponent. The little fish nimbly dodges a counterattack, showing off its surprising speed and agility. With a powerful tail slam, it smashes the shark-like beast into the ground, ending the fight decisively. Xiaoan reflects on how his mythical beast space unlocked a new talent in the fish, resulting in a one-blow victory. His pet now possesses S-level yin power and a corrosive water skill, its potential soaring to the mid-level king rank. The opponent and his master are left in complete shock, stunned by how quickly the battle was over. A crowd of onlookers praises Xiaoan's pet, amazed that it could defeat a fifth-order beast so soon after hatching. He realizes his special fish needs a real challenge to grow, as fighting weak water types won't be enough. He contemplates the long path of evolution, from a neutral-level baby to a godlike being. With a surge of determination, he decides the only way forward is to leave the city and train in the wild. His little spirit beast seems to sense his resolve, eagerly awaiting their first real adventure. He turns to his bodyguards, his pet fish swirling around his hand as he prepares to give his orders. Xiaoan announces their destination is Candlelight City, and his protectors immediately agree to the journey. The story pans out to a map of their world, revealing 7 major cities interconnected across the globe. His target is a small town under Balin City's control, a volcanic region known for its fire-type spirit beasts. This fiery landscape is home to candle spiders, the perfect opponents to help his water beast level up. With his plan set, he and his entourage arrive at the station, ready to begin their training expedition. Just as he's about to pass through the station gate, Feng Qianyu appears, calling his name. She's absolutely furious, demanding to know why he's been avoiding her since the ceremony. Xiaoan coolly dismisses her, stating their bet is void since they both awakened S-level talents. She argues that he still disrespected her by leaving the hall without a single word. He offers a weak smile as she explains she's been trying to find him for a month, but he's been dodging her. He remains unimpressed as she dramatically calls him a promise breaker, privately noting her poor choice of words. When he tries to walk away again, she grabs his arm, refusing to let him leave. But before she can stop him, his bodyguard Angelica swiftly intercepts her hand. Angelica firmly grips her wrist, calmly telling the vice principal's daughter to back off. The bodyguard gives her a chilling glare, making it clear she won't tolerate any disrespect toward her young master. Feng Qianyu is stunned, realizing the bodyguard is a powerful golden-level beastmaster. Xiaoan steps in, telling his little phoenix to back down as she glares at him, completely flustered. Not one to be dismissed, she challenges him to a new bet. A spirit-beast battle when school resumes. He casually agrees without a second thought, turning his back on her to continue on his way. He internally fumes over her terrible personality, wishing he could teach the fiery girl a lesson. An announcement for the 1,000-blade centipede train breaks the tension as he waits on the platform. He listens to the boarding call for Candlelight City, his expression set with grim purpose. The train itself is a marvel, designed to traverse the dangerous, beast-filled wilds between cities. As the massive transport arrives, he recalls it's a tamed spirit beast, a 1,000-blade centipede. Its body is like steel, with each 100-meter joint transformed into a secure passenger carriage. A professional attendant explains the train's tiered safety system, where higher ticket prices guarantee more protection. Xiaoan internally debates booking the entire first-class carriage before deciding to slum it for the experience. He confidently presents his ticket, expecting to be ushered into the most luxurious cabin available. But the scanner unceremoniously announces his booking, a humble second-class ticket. The attendant promptly blocks his path, directing the stunned young lord away from the first-class entrance. Forced into the economy car, he realizes his grandfather arranged this to teach him a lesson, even separating him from his bodyguards. His foul mood is only worsened by the overly enthusiastic tourist chattering excitedly behind him. He glances around at the other passengers, a motley crew of aspiring beastmasters and superstitious students. With a single look, he identifies a fellow student from a lesser academy affiliated with Balin City. Activating his Apocalypse Eye, he scoffs internally at their pathetically weak spirit beasts and their low-tier qualifications. He smirks, internally mocking the commoners around him, confident in his own superior cheat ability. The train suddenly jolts, snapping him out of his arrogant thoughts with a sharp lurch. His attention is drawn to a quiet, silver-haired girl sitting a few rows ahead of him. His Apocalypse Eye reveals she has an S-ranked talent called Astringent Luck, the ability to steal good fortune. As the train lurches again, another passenger stumbles and nearly crushes the girl's small spirit beast. The clumsy passenger erupts in anger, bizarrely blaming the silver-haired girl for being bad luck. The girl apologizes timidly, clutching her pet as it glares defiantly at the accuser. The angry passenger continues her tirade, forcing the quiet girl to shrink back into her seat. Xiaowen's interest is piqued, wondering why a rare S-level talent is stuck in a low-tier academy. As the train speeds toward its destination, he concludes that her mysterious situation warrants a closer look. The massive centipede train finally pulls into the volcanic region of Candlelight City. This fiery landscape is crawling with dangerous beasts, like the menacing, multi-eyed candle spiders. An announcement confirms their arrival, signaling the start of Xiaowan's training expedition. As he disembarks, his bodyguard Angelica finally catches up to him, her gaze following his. She formally addresses her young master, ready to receive her orders after their forced separation. He watches the mysterious silver-haired girl disappear into the crowd, her strange talent still on his mind. With a calculating look, he orders Angelica to dig up every piece of information she can find on the girl. His bodyguard playfully teases him about falling in love, causing him to blush and deny it immediately. He clarifies his true motive. Her S-level talent would be an invaluable asset to the Bai family's future. With his orders given, The scene shifts to the treacherous wilds outside the city, where his real training is about to begin. In the wilds of Candlelight City, Xiaowen's training begins with a flurry of powerful water attacks erupting from the forest. His Apocalypse Eye instantly analyzes the target, a fifth-order candle flame spider and its brood. Unfazed by the massive beast, he charges headfirst into the fray, ready for a fight. With a confident grin, he summons his white-scaled fish to join the battle. His pet unleashes a powerful torrent of water, slamming directly into the fiery arachnid. The spider is completely engulfed by the high-pressure blast, its fire element no match for the attack. The massive creature is sent reeling backward, knocked off its feet by the sheer force of the blow. As the smaller spiders close in, a protective vortex of water swirls around him, keeping him safe. His eye confirms his pet's incredible growth, its stats and skills already far beyond its age. But the victory is short-lived as a massive, enraged swarm of spiders emerges from the shadows. His little fish pet glares defiantly at the spiders, enraged that they dared to challenge it. It unleashes a series of high-pressure water jets, piercing through the spider's tough exoskeletons. The attack culminates in a massive watery explosion that completely decimates the entire arachnid swarm. Yaoan smirks, impressed by his pet's rapid power-up, having wiped out 4 tough enemies in mere seconds. He reflects on the sheer destructive force, noting a normal attack would have been useless against such creatures. Realizing his pet is already too strong for these grunts, he decides it's time to hunt for a real boss. He considers the skill proficiency system, knowing his pet's 5 skills need to be honed through intense combat. To illustrate his point, he pictures a swordsman standing alone in a bamboo forest, ready to train. A novice swordsman can only slice through a single bamboo stalk, showing the limits of an untrained skill. But a true master, forged by years of practice, achieves a level of power far beyond any beginner. A master's single stroke can cleave a mountain in 2, a testament to ultimate skill. He understands this is the vast difference between a novice and a master's proficiency. This system allows the same skill to manifest with different power levels depending on the beast. A sudden realization hits him. He needs to train his pet's skills to their absolute limit. With a clear goal in mind, he and his fish dive headfirst into the spider-infested wilderness. 2 weeks later, the forest floor trembles as a massive spider leg crashes down. His little fish unleashes a concentrated blast of water, showing off its improved combat skills. The once fearsome spider lies defeated, its fiery nature extinguished by the powerful attack. Back at a training ground, the fish hones its precision by piercing a wooden dummy. The top of the training post explodes in a shower of water and splinters, showcasing the fish's devastating power. The fish hones its skills, firing a precise water spear at a new training target. It wraps itself around a wooden post, its body glowing with concentrated spiritual energy. The fish then unleashes a powerful wave, blasting its opponent with overwhelming force. Xiaoan reviews his pet's stats, confirming its rapid growth and newly mastered abilities. He calculates that at this pace, his white-scaled fish will reach the 9th rank in just 1 more week. His training is interrupted by Angelica, who reports she has the information he requested on the mysterious schoolgirl. The report reveals a tragic past. The girl, Xiao Gubei, was orphaned and abandoned by relatives who feared her as a curse. She was left with a mountain of debt, nearly sold to creditors before her talent awakened and saved her. At her academy, she was ostracized by everyone, as misfortune seemed to follow her wherever she went. Xiaoan realizes her astringent luck talent is a cruel joke, bringing her nothing but a pile of bad luck. He smirks, noting her clean background and strong will make her a perfect candidate for his plans. Angelica reveals that on the day of her awakening, the testing machine conveniently broke down right after her turn. He finds it fascinating that her luck-draining talent is so potent it can even affect machinery, leading to her being mislabeled as F-level. With a plan in mind, he orders Angelica to settle the girl's debts and transfer her to Balin City's elite academy. His bodyguard is taken aback by the sudden order, her cheeks flushing as she misinterprets his intentions. She quickly recovers with a playful wink and a salute, eagerly accepting her young master's command. Angelica internally gushes over his domineering boss move, completely misreading his strategic recruitment as a romantic gesture. Their conversation is cut short by a massive explosion that erupts from the nearby forest. The commotion is caused by a monstrous spider beast cornering a terrified Xiao Gubei and her small pet. Xiaowen's eyes widen in recognition as he sees the very girl they were just discussing is in mortal danger. Just in time, Xiaowen and his bodyguard arrive as his white-scaled fish leaps into action. The little beast unleashes a concentrated, high-pressure jet of water toward the monstrous spider. The powerful blast strikes the spider dead center, shattering its tough exterior. The colossal beast is sent flying backward, crashing through the forest in a decisive one-hit takedown. Xiao Gubei looks up in stunned silence, completely bewildered by her sudden and dramatic rescue. His pet fish strikes a smug pose, acting as if defeating the monster was a trivial matter. Xiaowen is utterly mortified by the timing, while Angelica grins, seeing this as a fated encounter. He immediately tries to flee the scene, making up a lame excuse to avoid the awkward situation. But his fish has other plans, floating down to the dazed girl to check on her. Defeated, Xiaowan returns and offers a hand to Xiao Gubei, formally introducing himself as her savior. Xiao Gubei looks up at her rescuer, completely flustered by the sudden, close encounter. Now on her feet, she finally recognizes him as the mysterious young man from the train. He introduces himself and his pet, while she thanks him, privately stunned by his overwhelming power. He asks why she's alone in such a dangerous place, and she admits her classmates abandoned her. She explains they encountered a powerful mutant candlefire spider, forcing them to scatter. A flashback shows her terrified classmates fleeing from the colossal, menacing arachnid. The mention of a rare mutant beast immediately captures Xiaowen's full attention. His mood shifts instantly as he grabs her hands, eagerly demanding she lead him to the fight. She's completely bewildered by his bizarrely cheerful reaction to a life-threatening monster. She tries to refuse, warning him that it's too dangerous and her presence will only bring him bad luck. He firmly grabs her wrist, completely ignoring her warnings about bad luck and danger. Xiaowen confidently tells her to trust in his pet's power, promising to show her what it can do. He internally celebrates the perfect opportunity to train his fish and impress his potential new subordinate. His plan is to put on a spectacular display of power, defeating the beast in a way that will leave her in awe. He's certain that after witnessing his strength, she will have no choice but to pledge her loyalty to him. As he leads the girl deeper into the forest, his bodyguard Angelica watches them from a hidden perch. Angelica feels a sudden chill, momentarily unnerved by the calculating look she saw on her young master's face. They soon arrive at a volcanic cave, where a colossal mutant spider reigns over its brood near a river of lava. His apocalypse eye instantly analyzes the beast, revealing the shocking fact that it possesses two separate talents. He realizes such a rare mutation in a low-level beast means a greater secret must be hidden within the cave. Ignoring the girl's frantic warnings, Xiaowen confidently summons his white-scaled fish for battle. He gives her a cocky grin, telling her to just step back and enjoy the show he's about to put on. He begins his strategy, ordering his pet to first thin out the horde of smaller spiders with a water gun attack. He then instructs it to wait for the leader to move before unleashing a powerful water flow to break their ranks. The little fish shoots forward like a torpedo, a blur of white and blue energy heading straight for the enemy. A powerful jet of water slams into the arachnid swarm, throwing the creatures into a state of panic. The colossal mutant spider leader roars in absolute fury, its multiple red eyes glowing with menace. It commands its brood to swarm the intruder, ordering them to tear the little fish apart. The horde of smaller spiders surges forward in a terrifying wave, ready to overwhelm their target. With a fierce expression, Xiaowen shouts his next command, telling his pet to strike the very center of the swarm. The white-scaled fish acknowledges its master's order with a look of fierce determination. It unleashes a devastating torrent of water, tearing through the swarm of arachnids. The attack culminates in a massive explosion, wiping out a huge chunk of the spider horde. The mutant spider leader stares in disbelief, shocked by the tiny fish's immense power. Its shock turns to pure rage as it prepares to personally deal with the insolent intruder. The colossal beast retaliates, launching a volley of explosive fireballs from its maw. The little fish looks momentarily overwhelmed as the fiery barrage closes in. But Xiaowan shouts a new command, his eye flaring with blue light as he orders a new skill. The fish's water attack transforms, slicing through the fireballs with incredible speed and precision. This perfected royal flow slams directly into the mutant spider, its power amplified to a whole new level. Xiaowen smirks, finding the spider's attacks laughably easy for his pet to dodge. The mutant beast is pummeled by a relentless barrage of high-pressure water attacks. His white-scaled fish weaves through the chaos, its movements fluid and precise. The fish outmaneuvers the spider, landing a powerful blow directly on its back. A tense standoff ensues as the calm fish faces the enraged, multi-eyed arachnid. Xiaowen orders his pet to ignore the spider's taunts, refusing to fall for its obvious trap. With a look of fierce determination, he commands his fish to clear the field before the real fight begins. A single, sweeping attack obliterates the last of the spider's minions in a watery explosion. The mutant leader erupts in pure fury, its body glowing with fire as it mourns its fallen brood. Xiaowen watches with a knowing grin, realizing he's successfully baited the boss into unleashing its ultimate attack. The enraged spider unleashes its ultimate weapon, a superheated strand of melted silk. His fish nimbly dodges the attack, but the spider's real trap has already been sprung. The silk's incredible heat melts solid rock, a clear demonstration of its deadly power. Seeing an opening, Xiaowen orders his pet to target the beast's legs with a concentrated water burst. The fish unleashes a volley of high-pressure water projectiles, aiming for the spider's weak points. The watery barrage closes in on the colossal arachnid, ready to cripple its mobility. Each blast strikes true, shattering the spider's tough exoskeleton and weakening its stance. Xiaowen senses something is wrong, feeling that this victory is far too easy to be real. His suspicion is confirmed as the spider reveals its trap, ensnaring the fish in a hidden web. He's stunned by the beast's cunning, realizing he completely underestimated his opponent's intelligence. He acknowledges the spider's clever plan to slowly fill the cave with silk, restricting his pet's movement. With a look of fierce determination, Xiaowen orders his pet to unleash its corrosive water ability. The fish acknowledges its master's command, ready to end the fight once and for all. It gathers its energy, unleashing a powerful new skill that swirls with destructive potential. The spider glares up from below, annoyed as the fish prepares to counter its web from the center. The attack manifests as a dozen powerful streams of water, raining down from above. The colossal spider roars in defiance, bracing itself for the incoming aquatic assault. The water jets slam into the ground around the beast, creating a massive, chaotic impact zone. The streams then twist into a watery prison, converging on the trapped arachnid from all sides. The corrosive water drills relentlessly pierce the spider's tough hide, overwhelming its defenses completely. The corrosive water melts through the spider's defenses, leaving the colossal beast utterly defeated. Xiaowen pumps his fist in the air, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he celebrates their victory. As the spider's husk crumbles, his little fish floats down, seemingly exhausted from the intense battle. But as the beast finally collapses, a strange energy begins to emanate from its remains. His celebration is cut short by a sudden cry of alarm as he sees his pet is in trouble. The white-scaled fish is suddenly caught in a mysterious beam of light, pulling it away from him. He looks up in shock as his pet is enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, ascending toward the cave ceiling. A system notification confirms the unexpected event. His fish has successfully been promoted to the 9th grade. His panic instantly vanishes, replaced by a smug grin as he realizes this was the true purpose of the battle. He calmly holds out his hand, his newly evolved pet swirling in a protective bubble of water above his palm. He gently cradles his pet, telling it to rest after a job well done. Qiao Gubei watches with concern, but he assures her the fish is just exhausted from the fight. With the battle won, Xiaowen eagerly leads her toward the defeated spider to claim their prize. They stand before the colossal beast's remains, wondering what kind of treasure a mutant could hold. He pulls out a knife, ready to carve into the creature and find out for himself. But Qiao Gubei suddenly grabs his wrist, stopping him with a surprising show of force. Xiaowen is left momentarily speechless, impressed by her unexpectedly skillful maneuver. She takes the knife and begins expertly dissecting the creature, leaving him to watch in stunned silence. A wild grin spreads across her face as she works, revealing a shocking and deep knowledge of anatomy. She triumphantly holds up a glowing artifact, urging him to use his special vision to analyze the source of the spider's mutation. Xiaowen turns his attention to her, his expression serious as she presents her discovery. His apocalypse eye confirms her find, a rare awakening stone capable of granting new talents. He realizes her luck-based talent is a natural treasure detector, even faster than his own special vision. He's stunned, knowing this is one of only 2 ways in the world to awaken a new talent, the other being his own mythical space. Understanding its immense value, he decides to keep the stone's true worth a secret from her for now. He feigns ignorance about the artifact, suggesting they consult his family elders to maintain his cover. As she eagerly returns to carving up the spider, he sees the perfect moment to make his move. With a calm smile, he extends a formal invitation for her to join the Bai family. She looks up, completely flustered by the sudden offer, asking if he's seriously trying to recruit her. He gives her a disarmingly charming grin, confirming that his offer is absolutely genuine. She looks down, admitting that while he's powerful, she's just a cursed girl. A painful memory surfaces of being called a monster, blamed for her parents' death and ostracized by everyone. He gently takes the knife from her, firmly telling her that she's not what they say she is. With a reassuring smile, he promises to show her the true world of Beastmasters, convincing her she's special, not cursed. When she asks if he's related to the legendary Diamond Master, he confirms it and extends his formal invitation once more. A flicker of hope crosses her face as she considers that maybe, just this once, things could be different. She tentatively reaches out, agreeing to give his offer a try. They shake hands, officially sealing their new alliance within the spider's carcass. With a grateful smile, she promises to work hard to repay the kindness he's shown her. He then stops her, revealing he has a gift for her, the very awakening stone she just discovered. His apocalypse eye scans the spider's nest, revealing the eggs have all inherited their parents' powerful mutation. He holds a glowing egg, realizing this is the birth of an entirely new and powerful species of spirit beast. A vision of a spider army flashes in his mind, a future asset that could bolster his family's power. He presents the gold-level potential eggs to a stunned Xiao Gubei, telling her to choose her new partner. With a cunning grin, he frames it as a condition for joining his family, noting her current pet is far too weak for her talent. She immediately understands the implication, asking if he wants her to break her current contract and start anew. The narrative explains that masters often replace their weaker, early-game pets as they grow stronger. It then reveals the two grim methods for breaking a contract, releasing the pet or eliminating it entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Gubei accepts the strongest egg, her expression set with grim determination. Xiaowen smirks, satisfied she chose the best one, and tells her it's time to cancel her old contract. He explains that releasing a pet causes a painful backlash, while the alternative is far more brutal. From the shadows, Angelica watches with concern, unsure which path the girl will choose. With a look of grim resolve, Xiao Gubei begins a ritual, her hands forming a complex seal. She channels her spiritual energy, preparing to sever the bond with her loyal companion. A brilliant light erupts as she chooses the kinder path, willingly taking the contract's backlash upon herself. The spiritual recoil hits her hard, the immense pain forcing a spray of blood from her lips. Xiaowan rushes to her side, but she insists she's fine, clutching her now unbound pet. She gently sets the creature down, thanking it for its loyalty and setting it free. As the small beast flies away, she waves a final goodbye, her choice made clear. Xiaowan watches with a satisfied smirk, certain he's found the perfect person for his team. With his new subordinate in tow, Xiaowan heads to the candlelight black market to gear up. A shady merchant scoffs at their offer of 9,000 for a cluster of red crystals. He dramatically claims the item is a priceless family heirloom, refusing to sell it for so little. The merchant gets aggressive, insisting he paid 90 million and won't be lowballed. Xiaowan smirks, easily seeing through the vendor's attempt to con a seemingly naive young customer. He calmly points out the crystal's core is broken, but the merchant argues it might still hold a valuable skill. His apocalypse eye confirms the merchant's bluff, revealing a damaged but still useful king-level core with a rare skill imprint. He grins, realizing Xiao Gubei's luck-draining talent has ironically led them straight to a hidden treasure. Now holding all the cards, Xiaowan counters with a confident offer of 900,000. After some theatrical haggling, the merchant caves and drops the price to a mere 100,000. Xiaowan confidently presents his payment, ready to close the deal on the hidden treasure. But just as the transaction is about to complete, an arrogant voice interrupts them from behind. A smug, purple-haired man appears with his fire dog beast, declaring he also wants the crystal core. He immediately doubles the price to 200,000, infuriating Xiaowan with his sudden interference. The newcomer physically blocks Xiaowan's hand, accusing him of trying to steal his deal. He mocks Xiaowan's apparent lack of funds, claiming he has every right to bid on the unsold item. The man then introduces himself as the mayor's nephew, offering Xiaowan a menial job with a condescending smirk. But his arrogant tirade is cut short, as his eyes land on something that leaves him completely stunned. He finally notices Xiao Gubei hiding behind Xiaowan, instantly captivated by her delicate appearance. Forgetting the crystal core entirely, the mayor's nephew is completely smitten, seeing her as a rare beauty. Stepping in front of Xiao Gubei, Xiaowan challenges the man to settle their dispute with a life-or-death contest. His apocalypse eye activates as he smirks, seeing the perfect opportunity to use this arrogant fool as a training dummy. The mayor's nephew fumes, accusing Xiaowan of posturing as his unimpressive fire dog beast growls. With a furious command, he unleashes his flaming pet, ordering it to attack without mercy. The fiery beast lunges forward, its fangs bared as it closes in on its target. Xiaoan effortlessly dodges the attack, pulling Xiao Gubei to safety with a look of complete indifference. He calmly notes that for a sheltered young master like himself, a real deathmatch is a rare and welcome opportunity. The enraged fire dog turns and prepares to pounce again, its eyes glowing with menace. The mayor's nephew watches with a condescending smirk, completely confident in his beast's power. Xiaoan easily sidesteps the lunge and lands a powerful kick, unimpressed by the black iron-level beast. Xiaoan casually holds the snarling beast at bay, completely unimpressed by its aggression. The mayor's nephew furiously taunts him, demanding he stop dodging and face him like a man. Onlookers recognize the nephew as a notorious bully, whispering about his reputation for dirty tricks. The fire dog lunges again, leaping high into the air for a powerful downward strike. Xiao Gubei watches in horror, certain that Xiaoan is about to be seriously injured. Deciding to humor his opponent, Xiaoan summons a swirl of water, ready to engage the beast directly. With a simple gesture, he effortlessly deflects the fiery attack, sending the beast spinning away. The fire dog creates multiple illusions of itself, but Xiaoan prepares a single decisive counter. With a fierce shout, he unleashes a powerful wave of spiritual energy from his palm. Beams of concentrated water shoot out, instantly shattering the beast's illusions with pinpoint accuracy. The fire dog lies whimpering on the ground, its illusions shattered and its pride wounded. Its master explodes in fury, enraged that his pet was so easily humiliated. He commands his beast to get up, its body now wreathed in a much more intense flame. The dog unleashes a massive vortex of fire, intending to incinerate Xiaoan on the spot. Xiaoan easily sidesteps the inferno, the blast erupting harmlessly behind him. With a look of grim focus, he decides it's time to stop holding back and summon his own pet. He confidently calls forth his white-scaled fish, which materializes in a swirl of digital energy. The two stand ready, his powerful spirit beast now facing down the enraged fire dog. But the battle is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a colossal, fanged serpent. The massive snake lunges, forcing Xiaoan to leap aside as his fish prepares to counter the surprise attack. The mayor's nephew reveals his own powerful beast, a massive fire snake, and mocks Xiaoan for barely dodging. Xiaoan realizes this has turned into a 2-on-1 fight, his expression hardening with annoyance. Deciding to end things fast, he orders his white-scaled fish to launch a preemptive strike. The nephew smirks, seeing an opening and commanding his fire dog to coordinate an attack. The fire dog unleashes a volley of fireballs, raining them down on the charging fish. Xiaoan's pet is caught off guard, finding itself surrounded by the fiery projectiles. The fish braces for impact as the first fireball makes contact in a bright flash. A massive, fiery explosion completely engulfs the tiny spirit beast in a cloud of smoke and fire. The nephew laughs cruelly, mocking Xiaoan for being a weak master who just got his only pet destroyed. He smirks with absolute confidence, declaring that the little fish was foolish to follow such a weak master. Xiaoan smirks, calmly telling his opponent that it's far too early to celebrate. From the smoke, his white-scaled fish emerges completely unscathed, its body a whip of pure water. It slams its tail into the fire dog's face with blinding speed, delivering a decisive blow. The fiery beast is sent flying, crashing through a nearby building with incredible force. Lying in a pile of rubble, the fire dog is left completely dazed and out of the fight. The fish now turns its attention to the colossal fire snake, calmly facing its next opponent. It zips around the snake's head, forming a sharp blade of water for its next attack. With glowing eyes and a look of pure focus, the fish gathers its immense spiritual power. It unleashes a massive drilling vortex of water that slams directly into the serpent's skull. The mayor's nephew can only watch in disbelief as his second beast is defeated, leaving the little fish victorious. The mayor's nephew stares in utter disbelief, unable to process how his powerful beasts were so easily defeated. Xiaoan calmly lectures his opponent, noting his beast had potential but was unfortunately stuck with a terrible master. He leans in with a menacing grin, grabbing the man's shoulder to deliver the final, crushing insult. Humiliated and enraged, the nephew grits his teeth, trembling with fury on the ground. In a last-ditch effort, the desperate man pulls out a combat knife, deciding to settle things himself. He lunges forward with the blade, screaming insults as Xiaoan watches with a look of complete boredom. But Angelica drops in from above, effortlessly kicking the attacker aside before casually greeting her young master. With the situation handled, she presents a glowing message, informing him of a secret letter from his grandfather. As the nephew loses consciousness, his final thought is a desperate plea to the merchant for the crystal core. The scene shifts to a luxurious hotel in the heart of the city, signaling the end of their black market adventure. Back in his hotel room, Xiaoan examines a glowing cube containing the materials he requested. The cube expands, revealing dozens of rare ingredients needed for his pet's evolution. He reads a letter from his grandfather, who supports his risky plan to forge a new evolutionary path. With everything in place, he prepares to evolve his white-scaled fish beyond the black iron level. He rejects his family's traditional method, aiming for a legendary mythological beast evolution revealed by his apocalypse eye. His vision shows a potential future form, a colossal, whale-like creature of immense power. The beast's potential is revealed, capable of ruling the sea as a whale and the sky as a bird. This unique path promises multiple transformations, from a simple fish to a mythical sky ruler. The ultimate goal is a being with 3 distinct forms and 9 powerful evolutions. With a confident smirk, he embraces his ambition to become the undisputed master of both sea and sky. With all the ingredients ready, he summons his white-scaled fish to begin the ritual. But the overeager pet slams into him with the force of a cannonball, sending him reeling. He collapses dramatically to the floor as a worried Chao Gubei rushes to his side. Annoyed, he grabs his pet's head, which gives him a ridiculously goofy grin in return. He dangles the mischievous fish by its tail, his patience clearly wearing thin. Getting serious, he stares his pet down and declares it's finally time to evolve. He and his fish stand at the center of a glowing ritual circle, ready to begin the transformation. With a look of intense focus, he prepares to inject the rare concoction into the evolution core. The potent mixture creates a vibrant vortex of energy, enveloping his pet in its power. The fish's body begins to glow and transform, its fins becoming longer and more ethereal. The evolution ritual culminates in a brilliant explosion of multicolored energy. His apocalypse eye reveals the successful transformation into a giant-scaled fish, now boasting senior king potential. A massive burst of spiritual energy erupts from the room, signaling the evolution's immense scale. The newly evolved beast is now so colossal it barely fits in the hotel room, shocking its own master. Xiaoan struggles as his oversized pet affectionately squishes him against the wall. After sending it back to his spiritual space, he collapses, having nearly been suffocated by his own creation. A sudden knock at the door interrupts his recovery, his expression turning serious. A worried Chao Gubei peeks in, asking if he's all right after hearing the loud crash. He quickly dismisses her concerns, casually blaming the mess on a training mishap. Once alone, he realizes his pet's massive new size is a serious problem he needs to solve. He receives another secret letter, delivered through a high-tech data cube. The message from his grandfather contains a crucial lead. A target named Qingyuan Lu is in Red Wing City. With a cunning grin, he decides this is the perfect excuse to hunt for new treasures. He and Chao Gubei immediately set off for the remote mountain-ringed Red Wing City. They arrive to find the city's streets bustling with adventurers and merchants hawking their wares. His apocalypse eye scans the local market, but he's unimpressed by the low-quality beast materials. Just as he's about to give up, he overhears talk of a high-stakes auction happening nearby. Whispers in the crowd reveal that rare diamond-grade materials are up for grabs, attracting powerful bidders. He realizes his target must be at this auction, but a rival city lord's presence complicates things. His thoughts are interrupted by a loud merchant scolding a potential customer, drawing his attention back to the street. Chao Gubei innocently asks a street vendor about the price of a sparkling crystal she found. The hooded merchant rudely dismisses her, claiming it's a priceless treasure she could never afford. Xiaoan realizes her luck has struck again, as the random rock is actually a rare diamond-grade material. He steps in, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder to handle the situation. With a confident smirk, Xiaoan puts his arm around her and tells the merchant to name his price. The vendor sees a rich fool and quotes an absurdly high price of 30 million. Even Xiaoan is taken aback by the blatant price gouging, as Chao Gubei tries to talk him out of it. The merchant smirks, convinced the young man is just posturing to impress his girlfriend. Annoyed but determined, Xiaoan shoves his card forward, internally celebrating his lucky find despite the cost. The merchant's greedy expression softens into a grateful smile as he eagerly accepts the payment. A massive ethereal crane soars over the city, its sheer presence leaving Xiaoan in awe. The beast's master, an old man, stands with his diamond-level phoenix-winged crane, acknowledging his arrival has been noticed. The colossal spirit beast gracefully navigates the towering skyscrapers, a blur of pink and blue energy. The old man watches as another powerful figure on a fiery phoenix approaches to greet him. The boisterous city lord of Red Wing City gives a grand welcome to the legendary Lord Bai. Lord Bai cuts through the pleasantries, making it clear he's here on serious business, not for a friendly visit. Xiaowen understands the stakes are high, realizing his grandfather came personally to secure their target. The two powerful masters and their beasts head toward a towering skyscraper, their destination clear. The next day, the scene opens on the breathtakingly grand interior of the auction house. Walking with his grandfather, Xiaowan reaffirms his confidence, promising he will secure what they came for. A rival city lord, Lan Dongli, makes it clear that their target will go to the highest bidder. Her granddaughter, Lan Jiki, stands beside her, her expression distant and melancholic. Xiaowan is immediately struck by the girl, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Lord Bai calmly notes her granddaughter's presence, mentioning rumors of an illness that requires rare materials. Enraged by the veiled comment, Lan Dongli's eyes glow with fury as she accuses him of a threat. She unleashes a powerful aura, declaring she's not afraid to challenge him since they're both diamond-level masters. Xiaowan struggles to breathe, feeling the crushing pressure of a diamond-class beast for the first time. Lord Bai diffuses the tension, pointing out that a bidding war between them would only benefit the auction house. He calmly proposes a private deal, suggesting a more mutually beneficial arrangement. As his grandfather speaks, Xiaowen marvels at the protective barrier shielding him, a power exclusive to high-level masters. Lan Dongli eyes him with suspicion, demanding to know the details of his proposed deal. Lord Bai offers a rare diamond-grade core, willing to sell it if she backs out of the bidding for their target. But just as the deal is offered, Xiaowan suddenly steps in, telling his grandfather to hold on. He feigns pity, suggesting the sick girl needs the precious core more than they do. His grandfather is absolutely floored, reminding him this completely goes against their original plan. Lan Dongli is taken aback by the unexpected generosity, questioning his motives for giving up such a valuable item. Xiaowan puts on a charming smile, explaining he simply heard her granddaughter needed it for her treatment. The girl blushes as he claims he just likes her, framing the valuable core as a simple gift. Lord Bai internally scoffs at the idea, certain his grandson has a hidden agenda beyond a simple crush. He plays along, apologizing for his grandson's directness while suspecting Xiaowan has discovered a crucial secret. Lan Dongli reluctantly accepts the gift, her expression a mix of suspicion and surprise. True to her word, she withdraws from the auction and leads her granddaughter away. The shy girl looks back, her cheeks flushed as she timidly asks for his name. He flashes a winning smile, introducing himself and inviting her to visit once she's recovered. She watches him leave, captivated by the mysterious young man who just helped her. Once they're gone, Xiaowan's charming act drops, revealing a much more calculating expression. With a cunning grin, he activates his apocalypse eye, confirming he's no selfless hero. His special vision reveals the girl's true potential, an SS-level talent that can double a beast's power. He internally celebrates his brilliant move, seeing the expensive gift as a long-term investment in a future ally. With his main competitor out of the way, the scene shifts to the grand auction hall, now filled with eager bidders. A glamorous auctioneer in a striking red dress officially welcomes the eager bidders. With a sharp rap of her gavel, she declares the high-stakes auction has officially begun. The first item is unveiled, a rare gold-level purple thunder eagle egg with a starting bid of 1 million. The crowd murmurs in disapproval, knowing the beast is notoriously difficult to train and a poor investment. Meanwhile, Xiaowan and his grandfather watch from a private suite as a hologram of the egg hovers before them. Xiaowan leans in, his eyes fixed on the glowing purple egg with a look of intense interest. The auctioneer calls for bids, but the entire hall falls into an awkward, resounding silence. Suddenly, a lone bid for 1 million echoes from the VIP boxes, shocking the onlookers below. The auctioneer breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that the first item has finally found a buyer. Lord Bai cautions his grandson about the purchase, reminding him that the beast is famously untamable. He trusts his gut, as his special vision reveals the egg's true amethyst-level potential. With a cunning smirk, he celebrates finding a hidden treasure far more valuable than its gold-level label. The auctioneer's gavel slams down, officially selling the undervalued egg to the guests in Box 3. An hour passes as the auction continues, the crowd buzzing with anticipation for the main event. Finally, the auctioneer announces the last and most anticipated item of the day, the Qing Yuan Lu. A glowing blue gem is unveiled to the massive crowd, with the bidding starting at a mere 1 million. The hall immediately erupts into a chaotic bidding war, with prices skyrocketing into the hundreds of millions. Lord Bai calmly holds his grandson back, advising him to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Xiaowen's gaze hardens with resolve, knowing this gem is the key to unlocking his second talent. He recalls the awakening stone from the spider, realizing this new item is his only sure path to more power. He recalls the research on originium, the key to gaining a second talent through heavenly enlightenment. The first method is simple but weak, offering only a small chance at a low-level talent each year. A riskier method involves embedding the stone, which is likely how the mutant spider awakened its second talent. But the ultimate method requires a special liquid, promising a chance to awaken a god-tier SSS-level talent. He knows his family has most of the rare ingredients, but the Qing Yuan Lu is the final, crucial piece of the puzzle. Back in the present, the bidding for that very gem has already soared to an insane 500 million. A burly, red-haired master smirks, confident that winning the gem will push him to the diamond level. His confidence shatters as a new bid of 700 million echoes from the VIP suites, leaving him stunned. The master, Tang Di, tries to leverage his reputation, begging the other bidders to back down. When that fails, he defiantly raises the bid to 800 million, while the crowd buzzes about the mysterious VIPs driving up the price. Lord Bai finally makes his move, slamming down a bid that silences the entire hall. The red-haired master pales, realizing he just tried to outbid a legendary diamond-level master. The auctioneer connects the dots, remembering this was the powerful guest the city lord personally welcomed. A stunned silence falls over the crowd as they process the sheer power move they just witnessed. Flustered but professional, the auctioneer calls out the staggering new bid of 900 million. Tang Di wisely backs down, respectfully conceding the item to his superior. With no other challengers, the auctioneer begins the final countdown for the sale. She smiles, knowing the auction's grand prize has found its rightful and very wealthy owner. An onlooker notes the strange absence of Lord Lan, unaware of the deal Xiaowan orchestrated. The gavel falls, officially declaring the guests in Box 3 the winners of the coveted Qing Yuan Lu. The city lord bursts into their suite, demanding to know how Lord Bai managed to outmaneuver their fierce rival. Lord Bai calmly credits his grandson for their success, surprising the armored visitor. The city lord scoffs, openly doubting that the slender young man could be a capable beast master. Xiaowan ignores the insult, grinning as he celebrates his plan to gain a second talent coming to fruition. Impressed by the outcome, the city lord eagerly strikes a deal with Lord Bai, sealing it with a handshake. Xiaowan turns back from the balcony, his expression serious as he asks what they just agreed to. His grandfather reveals the deal, a friendly match between Xiaowan and the city lord's granddaughter in 3 days. The news catches Xiaowan completely off guard, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden arrangement. The scene shifts to the grand and imposing mansion of the Red Wing city lord. A determined figure strides through a brightly lit doorway, ready to answer the call to battle. The city lord's granddaughter, Qi Yani, is introduced, a punk rock girl with a confident and mischievous grin. She bursts onto the scene, cheerfully announcing her return to her grandfather. Her cheerful mood sours as she grabs his beard, demanding to know why he interrupted her training. He calms her down by offering her a chance to obtain a diamond-level potential beast. The condition is simple. She just has to defeat the opponent he's arranged for her. Meanwhile, Lord Bai tells Xiaowan that winning this match will grant him access to Red Crow Valley to find a new flying beast. The two parties finally meet, ready to settle the terms of their friendly wager. The city lord glares, privately hoping his granddaughter crushes the competition. But Qi Yani is immediately smitten by Xiaowan, eagerly introducing herself with a flirty thumbs up. Xiaowan gives his name, much to the city lord's visible fury, as he watches his granddaughter cozy up to the enemy. The city lord officially starts the match, his granddaughter grinning with excitement while Xiaowan looks completely unprepared. Qi Yani ignites her A-level fire spirit talent, her stats revealing she's a powerful advanced black iron master. She summons her primary beast, a red-winged crow with advanced diamond-grade potential. Following her command, the fiery crow immediately takes flight to establish aerial dominance. From below, Yani taunts Xiaowan, telling him to summon his pet so she can't be accused of an unfair fight. With a determined shout, Xiaowan reaches out, calling forth his newly evolved giant-scaled fish. A massive wave of water materializes, signaling the arrival of his supposedly colossal beast. But instead of a monster, a tiny bouncing fish appears on the ground, leaving Xiaowan utterly confused. The little fish looks up with teary eyes, seemingly trying to explain its sudden and drastic size change. Shiyani finds the creature absolutely adorable, while Xiaoan is left completely mortified by the embarrassing reveal. He realizes the crystal he bought gave his pet a size-shifting ability, though he's stunned by the extreme result. The red-winged crow dives from the sky, letting out a piercing cry as it closes in. With a savage grin, Chiyani orders her beast to unleash a powerful wing-slash attack. The fiery bird carves arcs of razor-sharp energy through the air, aiming for its tiny target. Xiaoan reacts instantly, kicking his miniature pet into the air to dodge the incoming slashes. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes he underestimated the speed and ferocity of the attack. The force of the near miss sends him flipping backward, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Landing gracefully, he commands his bouncing fish to counterattack with a water gun barrage. The small water bullets splash harmlessly against the crow, having little to no effect. But the seemingly weak attack was a feint, as powerful water pillars erupt from the ground, trapping the bird. Chiyani frantically warns her pet as the water pillars converge, trapping the crow in a swirling vortex. The fiery bird manages to blast its way out of the watery prison, but the surprise attack has clearly shaken it. Xiaoan gives his pet a proud thumbs up, noting its evolution has dramatically improved its power and range. Their moment of triumph is cut short as a new, even faster threat suddenly rushes toward them. Chiyani reveals her second beast, a powerful golden eagle with diamond-grade potential. The eagle unleashes a blazing stream of fire, forcing Xiaoan and his fish to scramble for cover. He looks on in shock, realizing with frustration that he completely forgot she could have another pet. His fish instinctively grows larger to shield him, absorbing the fiery blast with its tough, scaly body. Xiaoan feigns inexperience with a charming smile, thanking her for the lesson while patting his resilient pet. Unimpressed by his act, Chiyani grins wildly and prepares her next, even more powerful combination attack. Wreathed in flames, Chiyani unleashes her full power, commanding both of her avian beasts to strike. His Apocalypse Eye reveals her A-level talent triples her pet's power, a significant threat he must now overcome. The two beasts dive in a pincer movement, one trailing fire and the other razor-sharp wind. Xiaoan calmly instructs his pet to wait, anticipating their perfectly synchronized attack for his counter. The city lord boasts that his granddaughter's eagle is unstoppable, but Lord Bai calmly warns against premature celebration. The red-winged crow slams into the ground with a powerful shockwave, aiming to crush its target. At the same time, the golden eagle unleashes a concentrated beam of fire from above. The two attacks converge, creating a massive, fiery explosion that engulfs the entire area. Lord Bai clenches his fist in worry, as the city lord smugly reassures him that his grandson will be fine. But Xiaoan emerges from the smoke completely unscathed, shielded by a barrier of water and ready to turn the tables. The onlookers are completely stunned, unable to believe a Black Iron Master could possess such defensive power. Xiaoan confidently manipulates the digital-like water shield, proving his control is absolute. He smirks, revealing he's discovered how to use his vast spiritual reserves to create a high-level protective barrier. Now fully accustomed to the fight, he declares it's time to end things and unleashes his pet's true form. His fish projects a massive ethereal whale silhouette, preparing to unleash a devastating new attack. The projection solidifies, revealing a colossal whale-like beast that now towers over the entire arena. The city lord stares in horror, demanding to know what kind of monster Lord Bai's grandson truly is. Even Lord Bai is left speechless, sweating as he admits he has no idea what his grandson just summoned. The giant beast opens its maw, gathering an immense amount of water for its final, decisive strike. It unleashes a cataclysmic jet of high-pressure water, a torrent powerful enough to flood the entire stadium. The golden eagle is completely swept away by the overwhelming force of the watery deluge. Her red-winged crow is also caught in the torrent, its flames extinguished by the sheer volume of water. Chiyani can only watch in disbelief as her prized eagle crashes to the ground out of the fight. Refusing to accept defeat, she furiously orders her remaining crow to launch a desperate, all-or-nothing final assault. The fiery bird plummets from the sky, a blazing missile aimed directly at an unfazed Xiaoan. Its beak crackles with concentrated fire, channeling all its remaining power into a single devastating strike. The crow collides with its target in a blinding explosion, engulfing the area in a storm of fire. The city lord grimaces, realizing his granddaughter's reckless gambit has escalated the friendly match into something far more dangerous. However, the colossal whale beast easily intercepts the attack, its watery form neutralizing the inferno completely. Xiaoan suddenly calls out, ordering his pet to spare the bird, a surprising act of restraint in the heat of battle. The whale's watery form easily smothers the crow's desperate fiery charge. Instead of crushing her, the water gently envelops Chi-Yani, lifting her helplessly into the air. She stares in wide-eyed shock, completely unable to process her sudden and absolute defeat. Lord Bai calmly reassures the city lord, confident his grandson knows exactly what he's doing. Trapped and flailing, Chi-Yani frantically admits defeat and begs to be put down. Xiaoan smirks, accepting her surrender and gracefully ending the one-sided battle. With the match won, they arrive at the entrance to Red Crow Valley, marked by a massive golden statue. The city lord stops them, stating that as per their agreement, only Xiaoan is permitted to enter. Lord Bai and the city lord exchange a knowing glance, with the grandfather putting his faith in Xiaoan's intuition. With a powerful shove, the city lord opens the heavy gates, revealing the path to the valley. With a dramatic press of a button, the city lord activates the entrance to the valley. A massive, fiery portal materializes, revealing the grand hexagonal energy field of the secret realm. The city lord gives Xiaoan a 1-hour time limit, instructing his granddaughter to make sure he behaves. Xiaoan smirks, confidently accepting the terms while Chi-Yani looks on with a smug expression. Without hesitation, he steps into the shimmering portal, ready to face whatever lies within. He arrives in a breathtaking secret realm, a fragment of an ancient star overflowing with fire energy. Chi-Yani proudly boasts that this valley is the very source of her family's immense power. As they walk through the desolate landscape, he asks her to act as his guide to the local wildlife. She eagerly points out the first creature, a familiar red-winged crow perched high above them. She warns him that the territorial birds are unlikely to welcome a stranger into their nest. He senses the bird's intense hostility, realizing his water-based energy makes him an unwelcome guest. His suspicion is confirmed as a massive flock of birds takes to the sky, their unified movement a clear threat. The lead bird hones in on his location, its senses detecting the foreign water energy he radiates. Chi-Yani steps in, projecting a powerful aura to command the aggressive flock to stand down. She reveals a glowing red token, the source of her authority over the valley's fiery inhabitants. The birds immediately react to the token's power, their aggressive charge coming to an abrupt halt. She explains his water energy is a major provocation in this fire-based realm, warning him to be careful. He takes in her warning, finally understanding the unique dangers of this elemental sanctuary. His apocalypse eye scans the flock, revealing a wide range of potential from silver all the way up to diamond grade. Realizing the best beast might not be the most obvious one, he begins carefully searching for a hidden gem. He cautiously peeks from behind a rock, his search for a worthy beast proving more difficult than expected. As he moves through the barren woods, he feels the watchful eyes of dozens of small, unimpressive creatures. An hour later, an impatient Chi-Yani reminds him that their time in the valley is quickly running out. Frustrated, he complains that the best beasts available are only diamond grade, finding nothing that truly interests him. He reluctantly decides to settle for a diamond-level beast to bring back for his family, much to Chi-Yani's annoyance. But his search is interrupted as he stumbles upon a nest, noticing one bird that stands out from its siblings. He leans in for a closer look, immediately captivated by the small creature's uniquely vibrant plumage. His apocalypse eye activates, revealing the bird is a mutant with an SS-level talent, but its potential is severely damaged. He's stunned by the discovery, wondering how such a powerful mutant with rare skills could have escaped his notice. The system explains the bird's pure fire mutation damaged its core, but with repair, it could reach epic level, a detail his eye had previously hidden. He gently holds the unique bird, extending an invitation to become his new partner. But the creature shakes its head, unimpressed, leaving Xiaoan to realize he needs a better incentive. He pulls out a massive fire element crystal, but the bird initially seems uninterested in the bribe. The bird's composure shatters as the crystal's immense energy washes over it. It puffs out its chest, trying to feign indifference and maintain its pride as a creature of the sun. With a knowing grin, Xiaoan sweetens the deal, offering the priceless crystal in exchange for its loyalty. The little bird begins to sweat, its tough facade cracking under the immense temptation. It tries to lecture him on honor, insisting its decision can't be swayed by material wealth. With a look of intense focus, the bird struggles internally, trying desperately to resist the lure of the crystal. Its willpower completely crumbles as it gazes at the crystal with hearts in its eyes, justifying its immediate change of heart. The bird snuggles up to the crystal, its loyalty officially bought, leaving Chi-Yani completely dumbfounded. He realizes he must act fast before the city lord discovers the mutant and tries to stop him. Without wasting a second, he begins the contract ritual right there in the middle of the valley. Chiyani shouts in disbelief, questioning his reckless decision to form a bond in such a volatile place. A violent explosion of conflicting elemental energy erupts from the ritual, blasting her backward. He grits his teeth in pain as his water energy clashes violently with the bird's pure fire essence. He cries out as the mutant bird begins to forcefully absorb his water energy to fuel its own power. Chiyani watches the chaotic scene, calling him a maniac for attempting such a dangerous contract. Deciding to intervene, she gathers her own fire energy, preparing to lend her power to the ritual. She unleashes a massive wave of fire, not to attack, but to help stabilize the volatile elemental clash. He pants in exhaustion, realizing the mutant beast nearly drained his spiritual energy completely. The little bird, however, lets out a satisfied puff of air, having absorbed a massive amount of power. With the ritual complete, he sits calmly as his new crystal-clutching partner perches triumphantly on his head. The newly contracted bird flies out of the secret realm, its precious crystal held tight. A system notification reveals his mythical space has granted the bird a new talent, the spiritual fire body. The bird is suddenly startled as Xiaowen's other pet, the waterfish, materializes before it. Under the watch of the Apocalypse Eye, the bird begins to glow, its body transforming with newfound power. Now wreathed in a fiery aura, its new talent allows it to absorb fire attacks and resist water damage. Eager to test its skills, the bird unleashes a massive fireball at its new unsuspecting fish companion. The little fish just looks up with wide, innocent eyes, completely unfazed by the fiery welcome. Exhausted, Xiaowen formally thanks Chiyani, acknowledging her help was essential for the dangerous ritual. A flustered Chiyani denies any personal motive, claiming she only intervened to prevent a political incident between their families. She awkwardly clarifies her family isn't afraid of his, just avoiding conflict, but Xiaowen sees right through her excuse with a knowing smile. She huffs in frustration, insisting she doesn't care, while he just laughs at her transparent attempt to hide her concern. Back in the main hall, the portal closes as Lord Bai and the City Lord watch the two return from the secret realm. Lord Bai immediately rushes to his grandson's side, worried by his obviously drained and unsteady appearance. Xiaowen brushes off the concern, admitting the contract was draining, which earns him a sharp lecture from his grandfather about his recklessness. He quickly changes the subject, pointing up to proudly present his newly acquired crystal-hoarding partner. The little bird perches on his head as he explains he found and bonded with it inside the valley. Both Lord Bai and the City Lord are left utterly speechless, staring in disbelief at the seemingly unremarkable creature. Lord Bai immediately understands, recognizing the bird's extraordinary potential, explains his grandson's reckless gamble. The City Lord is completely floored, finally identifying the creature as a rare mutant red-winged crow. With their business concluded, Lord Bai announces their departure as Xiaowen stands by with a satisfied look. The City Lord forces a strained goodbye, sweating nervously as his annoyed granddaughter watches them leave. Chiyani shouts a challenge after them, declaring that talent isn't everything and vowing to surpass him through battle. Lord Bai places a steadying hand on his grandson's shoulder as Xiaowen silently considers her fiery declaration. Xiaowen turns back with a confident smirk, telling her he won't wait and challenging her to catch up if she can. As they fly away on the massive crane, he issues a final, ambitious challenge for her to meet him at the top. The scene shifts to a map, showing their journey back to their home base of Balin City. Their colossal beast lands gracefully on the lawn of a grand estate, signaling their triumphant return home. Lord Bai advises his grandson to use a fire crystal to recover his depleted energy. As Xiaowen heads inside the grand estate, his grandfather is greeted by a man named Yuan Xiaocheng. The ape-like man expresses his immense relief that the family head has finally returned safely. Lord Bai calmly chides his old friend, telling him to take it easy in his old age. He then grumbles in frustration, seemingly annoyed by the younger generation's reckless behavior. Inside the mansion, two female attendants stand guard outside a closed door. One of the women remarks that the young master will surely need a long rest after his exhausting trip. She then questions Xiaowen's orders to keep Qiao Gubei isolated, since she's already proven her worth. Xiaowen interrupts their gossip, warning them not to speak ill of him as he stands before a large basin. With a look of intense focus, he begins mixing a strange, dark concoction for his recovery. He meticulously grinds the final ingredients for his special recovery bath. Exhausted, he notes that the auxiliary materials for the awakening liquid are finally ready. He recoils from the foul stench, wondering if his apocalypse eye led him astray with the recipe. Holding his breath, he pours the pungent green paste into the basin, causing it to bubble violently. To his surprise, the smell vanishes, and his eye confirms the creation of the awakening original essence. Confident in his multi-billion coin investment, he strips down, ready to immerse himself in the potent elixir. The viscous, glowing green liquid churns, brimming with concentrated spiritual energy. He sinks into the bath, a look of pure bliss on his face as the cool liquid envelops him. As he meditates, a powerful energy surges through his body, mapping out his entire spiritual network. Deep within his soul, a golden chain shatters, signifying the breaking of a fundamental genetic lock. Golden chains descend from the heavens, drawn to the immense power radiating from the bath. The awakening triggers a massive energy surge, causing a violent lightning storm to erupt over the city. Elsewhere, a disheveled man is jolted from his drunken stupor, sensing the powerful disturbance. He looks completely bewildered, questioning the strange sensation that just washed over him. The source of the energy is revealed as a vortex in the sky, unleashing golden chains upon the mansion below. Now outside, the man stares in awe, wondering if he's witnessing a rare, spontaneous awakening. He quickly dismisses the thought, convinced such a powerful energy signature couldn't possibly travel so far. Back inside, he tries to ignore the feeling, surrounded by empty bottles as he slumps on the couch. With a smirk, he takes another swig, deciding he's just drunk and imagining things. Meanwhile, the golden chains converge and interlock, finalizing the first stage of his transformation. The golden chains binding his potential finally shatter, completing his powerful transformation. The next morning, he rests peacefully in the tub, the potent elixir having done its work. He wakes up with a satisfying stretch, feeling completely refreshed and brimming with new energy. Rubbing his eyes, he notices a new golden glow, a sign of the incredible power he's just unlocked. His apocalypse eye reveals his new SSS rank talent, the Chain of Heaven, which can link spirits and share their power. His triumphant laughter rings through the halls, startling a nearby maid who looks up in shock. With a cunning look, he decides it's time to find a test subject for his newfound ability. He calls out for one of his attendants, Peony, his voice echoing from behind the closed door. Peony looks on with concern, wondering about her master's strange and sudden behavior. Her companion looks equally nervous, admitting she has no clue what their master is planning. He emerges from the tub with a mischievous grin, asking his attendant for some urgent assistance. The young woman is left completely speechless, her face turning bright red from the unexpected sight. Mortified, she turns and flees, declaring she is unable to help him with his request. The door slams shut, leaving a flustered Xiaoan to quickly cover himself in embarrassment. He sinks back into the tub, realizing his approach might have been a bit too direct. Now fully dressed, he places his hands on her shoulders, instructing her to relax for the real experiment. He unleashes his new SSS rank talent, summoning the golden chain of heaven from his palm. The ethereal chains shoot forward, wrapping around the confused attendant's body. She looks down in bewilderment as the golden links secure themselves around her. The chains converge and lock into place on her chest, completing the mysterious spiritual connection. The golden chains bind his attendant, linking her power directly to him in a dramatic display. With intense focus, he channels the new energy, testing the limits of his SSS rank talent. A system notification confirms his success, revealing he's temporarily copied her B-level water talent. To further test the connection, he commands her to activate one of her defensive abilities. She reluctantly complies, summoning a barrier of blue energy shields around her bound form. A similar shield materializes in front of Xiaoan, proving he can now use her skills as his own. He's intrigued to find the chains remain, suggesting the connection is more permanent than he thought. His attendant, however, completely misreads the situation, blushing furiously at her master's strange new hobby. Ignoring her flustered state, he calmly instructs her to drop the shield for the next phase of his experiment. The scene then cuts away to the snowy industrial streets of the city's western district. Still bound by the golden chains, his attendant reports her arrival in the western district over the phone. Xiaoan confirms her location, the other end of the ethereal chain still glowing beside him. He tells her to return, realizing with satisfaction that distance has no effect on their connection. His experiment is interrupted as she begins to voice her serious concerns about his recent behavior. The flustered attendant calls him out for acting strangely, completely misreading the entire situation. He's left speechless as she lists his bizarre actions, offering him and Angelica's help for his apparent stress. He tests his theory by asking if she sees anything on her, but she's completely oblivious to the chains. Annoyed but intrigued, he hangs up, confirming that the powerful chains are invisible to their target. The call ends, leaving Peony dazed and confused, as if waking from a strange dream. He jots down his findings, understanding the chain is an absolute power, unaffected by perception or distance. He summarizes his findings, concluding his new talent has 3 key characteristics. First, he confirms the chains are completely undetectable to the target, no matter what he does. Second, the connection is absolute, allowing him to forcibly link with and borrow anyone's talent. Third, he realizes the power flows one way, letting him take abilities without giving up his own. He circles the number 3, understanding he can maintain up to 3 of these powerful links at once. His ambition soars as he imagines linking with 3 different masters, all under the watch of his Apocalypse Eye. With a wicked grin, he realizes this means he can effectively wield 4 different talents at once. Satisfied with his new power, he enters his Imperial Beast space to check on his pets. But he's immediately stunned, realizing the internal dimension has undergone a massive, unexpected change. He looks up to see his Apocalypse Eye is now a permanent sun in the sky, vastly expanding his spiritual space. His spiritual space now features a floating island, complete with mountains and waterfalls. A second fiery terrain has also formed, dominated by a massive active volcano. He looks on with a serious expression, processing the implications of this massive upgrade. He realizes his own level-ups directly cause his internal world to evolve and expand. His new bird immediately asserts its dominance, unleashing a barrage of fireballs at its rival. The fiery creature soars through the smoke, continuing its relentless assault. Not to be outdone, his whalefish prepares to retaliate with its own powerful attack. It unleashes a concentrated jet of water, directly intercepting the bird's fiery onslaught. Xiaowan's patience snaps as he furiously commands his bickering pets to stop fighting. The whalefish freezes in terror, desperately trying to plead its innocence. He scolds his pets for fighting, reminding them they're supposed to be partners who fight side by side. The fiery bird complains, making it clear it can't stand the fish's constant water-spraying antics. He realizes the core issue is their elemental incompatibility. The fish's training naturally irritates the fire-based bird. A cunning smile spreads across his face as he comes up with the perfect solution to their rivalry. He tells his fish it's outgrown its small pond, preparing to move it to a much larger training ground. With a simple toss, he sends his pet flying toward its new, upgraded home within his spiritual space. He instantly teleports to a vast ocean, marveling at the convenience of traversing his own personal dimension. The colossal whalefish looks down at him with pure adoration, overjoyed by its new, expansive territory. He casually flicks a small object into the massive body of water, a playful glint in his eye. The tiny fish makes a huge splash, happily diving into its new home as its master watches on. The massive whalefish leaps joyfully from the water, celebrating its vast new home. He smiles, realizing his pet can finally relax without having to constantly suppress its true size. Now he turns his attention to the fiery bird, ready to address its own needs. He teleports them to the volcanic zone, presenting the bird with a legendary phoenix fire sycamore tree. He explains this new habitat will help replenish its energy, offering a fire crystal to kickstart the process. The bird immediately makes itself at home, relaxing on a nest of pure fire crystals. But relaxation time is over as Xiaowan's expression darkens, demanding to know if it's been training. The bird sweats nervously, its guilty expression revealing it's been slacking off. It quickly recovers, puffing out its chest and boasting it will become as brilliant as the sun. Unimpressed by the talk, Xiaowan points to a massive boulder and orders his pet to prove its power. The bird unleashes a massive pillar of fire, eager to show off its strength. It hovers triumphantly over the inferno, expecting praise for its powerful display. The resulting explosion is so bright that even Xiaowan is momentarily blinded by the intense light. But his expression sours as he taps the completely unharmed boulder, utterly unimpressed by the flashy attack. The bird puffs out its chest, proudly trying to take credit for its supposed power. With a menacing grin, Xiaowan offers to personally train the arrogant creature, who promptly refuses. Resigned to his pet's laziness, he pulls out a massive fire crystal, knowing exactly how to motivate it. The bird initially feigns disinterest, smugly asking what the shiny rock is for. Its composure shatters as it recognizes the immense power of a king-level crystal core. All pride forgotten, the bird's eyes turn to hearts as it lunges greedily for the irresistible treasure. He snatches the crystal away at the last second, leaving the greedy bird flapping in confusion. With a menacing grin, he dangles the prize, telling his pet it needs to earn its reward. The bird eyes him suspiciously as Xiaowen proposes a little bet to settle their disagreement. The creature lands on his shoulder, smugly accepting the challenge with a flick of its tail. He lays out the terms, confident the bird will fall for his rigged bet where he wins either way. Convinced it has the upper hand, the bird eagerly agrees to the deal, snuggling against its master. Xiaoan begins his lesson by summoning a ball of water energy, explaining the basics of skill casting. He demonstrates how compressing that energy can dramatically increase an attack's destructive power. The little bird just stares back with a blank expression, completely failing to grasp the concept. To prove his point, he unleashes a powerful, highly concentrated jet of water as a live demonstration. The concentrated water jet obliterates the massive boulder, demonstrating its devastating power. His fiery pet is left utterly speechless, its mind blown by the sheer force of the attack. Xiaowen smirks, knowing his point about focused power has been brutally and effectively made. He then reveals his clever trick, explaining how he used thermal shock to amplify the damage. Inspired, the bird channels its own energy, preparing to show its master it's a fast learner. It compresses its fire into a single glowing point, its eyes burning with newfound determination. The creature unleashes a thin, concentrated beam of pure fire, a far cry from its previous flashy attacks. This laser-like blast of fire slices cleanly through the air with terrifying speed and precision. The beam strikes the second boulder, instantly vaporizing it in a spectacular display of focused power. Now it's Xiaowan's turn to be shocked, as he realizes his pet just mastered the technique on its first try. The resulting explosion is catastrophic, dwarfing Xiaowan as he stands before the devastation. He realizes the bird's talent is so high that a single lesson was enough to upgrade its skills. He asks his pet if it now understands the true potential of focused training. With a confident smile, he promises that following his methods will guarantee its rapid growth. The little bird chirps happily, completely won over by its master's undeniable expertise. Xiaowan's menacing inner self celebrates, having successfully manipulated the bird into accepting his training and winning the bet. Leaving his spiritual space, he's drawn to the sound of cheerful laughter coming from the dining hall. A young girl named Ziyu spots him immediately, her face lighting up with excitement at his return. Her companion also looks up in surprise, calling out Xiaowan's name in disbelief. He greets the girl warmly, asking where the rest of their family is. Ziyu pouts with her cheeks full, upset that the others still haven't come back. Her companion explains that his own father has also been missing for days. Xiaowan connects the dots, suspecting that trouble has been brewing in Bailin City. The boy panics when Xiaowan mentions the magic spider cult, realizing the danger is real. Changing the subject, Xiaowan casually asks his friend why he's visiting so early. His friend explains that school starts today, hoping they can attend the academy together. The news completely blindsides Xiaowan, who had totally forgotten about his student life. Recovering quickly, he orders his butler to prepare the car for their trip to school. Arriving at a scenic overlook, he's greeted by a familiar face waiting by a car. The girl is revealed to be Xiao Gubei, who greets him with a confident smile, calling him master. He looks at her with a hint of a blush, a rare moment of softness for the calculating master. He casually asks Xiao Gubei how she's adjusting to her new life in Bailin City. She blushes, admitting that thanks to his help, she's doing quite well for herself. Their luxury car pulls up, signaling their arrival at the prestigious academy. The imposing Imperial Beastmasters Academy looms before them, a modern fortress of learning. As they walk the school halls, Xiao Gubei follows a few steps behind Xiaowan and his friend. His friend leans in, curiously asking about the unfamiliar girl trailing them. He wonders aloud if she's a transfer student from one of the affiliated cities. They enter a nearly empty lecture hall, the quiet atmosphere feeling strangely tense. A group of students immediately glares in their direction, their expressions filled with open hostility. In stark contrast, another group of students eagerly greets Xiaowan with cheerful admiration. The hostile student scoffs, dismissing Xiaowan as a privileged heir who knows nothing of real effort. He then turns to address the entire class, casually asserting his presence among his peers. The student decides this school environment is a waste of time and plans to suspend his studies. He believes the academy's safe training is no substitute for the brutal lessons of real-world combat. A new, imposing figure in a dark coat steps up to the front of the lecture hall. His stats reveal him as Lung Aotian, a powerful master with a rare SS-level darkness pact talent. One of his followers whispers that Xiaowan is a privileged fraud who needs to be put in his place. Lung Aotian's eyes glow with rage, his aura flaring as he scorns the idea of unearned status. Xiaowan calmly meets his fiery gaze, sensing the challenge from the academy's top dog. Xiaowan smirks, internally questioning if his rival truly has the guts to challenge him. The two masters face off, their opposing red and blue auras clashing in the tense silence. With a confident grin, Xiaowan dismisses his opponent's talent, knowing he's leagues ahead. Chogubei suddenly steps between them, putting a firm stop to the escalating confrontation. She warns both of them to back down, unafraid to get involved in their power struggle. Lung Aotian is left completely flustered by her bold intervention, his tough facade crumbling. He stammers an apology, much to the shock of his followers and the surprise of Xiao Gubei. The tension is broken by a new voice from the doorway, reminding Xiaowan of a previous promise. A fiery red-haired woman steps forward, issuing a direct and confident challenge to Xiaowan. Xiaowan's expression brightens, welcoming the fight as a perfect chance to prove his strength to the class. Xiaowan coolly accepts her challenge, casually calling her Little Phoenix. He asks if she's okay with using the school grounds, but she's already decided the fight is on. The woman reveals she's been training for 2 months specifically for this rematch. With the terms set, they head off to battle, leaving their classmates stunned. The other students erupt in excitement, rushing to witness the rare high-level duel. Even Lung Aotian decides to watch, seeing it as a chance to size up the competition. The scene shifts to the academy's massive sunlit battle arena, ready for the showdown. Xiaowan gestures for her to begin, clearly wanting to end the fight as quickly as possible. She declares her intent to defeat him publicly, proving her own strength to the entire school. Wreathed in a powerful red aura, she gathers her energy, preparing to unleash her full might. She unleashes a massive burst of fiery energy, summoning her primary beast to the field. A majestic purple grenadier appears, a rare fire-type beast with amethyst-level potential and phoenix blood. Xiaowan sighs in mock frustration, recognizing the creature as a powerful spiritual beast from the original world. He smirks, intrigued by the secrets her family must be hiding to possess such a rare creature. She proudly asks for his opinion on her powerful and unique pet beast. With a smug grin, she offers to tell him its name, assuming he's never seen one before. He calmly identifies the beast as a purple grenadier, acknowledging her family's impressive connections. But he confidently declares that her rare pet won't change the inevitable outcome of their fight. She's left completely stunned, wondering how he could possibly know the identity of her secret beast. He goads her to attack, warning that she'll lose her chance once he summons his own pet. Provoked by his taunt, she orders her purple grenadier to unleash a powerful lightning-infused fire attack. Xiaowan feigns surprise as the fiery beast tries to catch him off guard with a sneak attack. The majestic bird unleashes a torrent of flames, determined to overwhelm its opponent quickly. It dives from the sky, creating a massive wall of fire that rushes across the arena floor. But Xiaowan looks back with a bored expression, completely unfazed by the predictable tactic. The attack culminates in a massive explosion, engulfing the spot where he stood. The onlooking students, including Lung Aotian, stare in shock, believing the match ended in a single blow. His opponent stands confidently, certain her opening gambit was a decisive victory. But a hand casually emerges from the inferno, effortlessly parting the flames. Xiaowan stands completely unharmed, taunting her to stop wasting time and use her real power. His opponent stares in disbelief, her confidence completely shattered by his casual display of power. The crowd murmurs in awe, realizing he blocked the spirit beast's attack with his own bare hands. One of the female students swoons, completely captivated by his effortless cool. Enraged by his arrogance, she commands her beast to unleash its ultimate move. The purple grenadier lets out a world-shaking cry, unleashing a massive sonic shockwave. The powerful sonic boom ripples across the entire arena, a wave of pure force. Onlookers are blasted back by the sheer power of the attack, struggling to stay on their feet. Unfazed, Xiaowan erects a massive water barrier, calmly defending against the sonic assault. He strains against the immense pressure as the crowd watches in stunned silence. Believing he's trapped, she orders her beast to press the attack and finish him off. He notes with mild surprise that her sonic attack actually managed to pierce his water shield. The purple grenadier prepares to follow up, seeing its opponent standing alone in the ruined arena. Deciding he's had enough, Xiaowan finally summons his own beast to the field. His colossal whalefish materializes in the sky, its immense size casting a shadow over the battle. The majestic purple grenadier is completely dwarfed as it flies toward the impossibly large creature. The fiery bird's confidence shatters, its expression turning to one of pure, unadulterated shock. Without warning, the whalefish unleashes a devastating beam of energy, not at the bird, but at its master. The attack slams into the ground, forcing his opponent to scramble away from the massive explosion. Her purple grenadier lands before her, its head bowed in a clear sign of defeat. Xiaoan looks down on his rival, his massive pet looming behind him as a clear statement of his overwhelming power. Humbled and on the verge of tears, she finally admits her defeat. He casually reminds his defeated rival that their business isn't quite finished. She glares back, trembling with rage at his continued taunts. Resigned to her fate, she asks him to just get on with whatever he has planned. He leans in and whispers something in her ear, leaving her completely stunned. Blushing furiously, she clutches her chest, completely flustered by his mysterious words. With a satisfied smile, he dismisses the crowd, leaving his fuming opponent behind. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire city, indicated by dramatic visual effects. Xiaowen and his friends are caught off guard, looking around in confusion at the sudden disturbance. The crowd panics as the entire arena begins to shake violently, fearing an earthquake. Massive pillars from the arena's ceiling begin to rain down on the students below. But Xiaowan stands his ground, completely unbothered as the structure collapses around him. His two attendants, Peony and Angelica, react instantly, their eyes glowing as they prepare a defensive spell. They combine their power to project a massive energy shield, deflecting the deadly debris. The two women urgently advise him to retreat, recognizing this is no ordinary earthquake. He calmly asks for a situation report, but even his skilled attendants are clueless about the source of the attack. A dark premonition washes over him as he senses a malevolent energy descending upon the city. The chaos isn't limited to the academy, as smoke billows from all across Balin City. A fleet of mysterious, cross-shaped drones descends from the sky, unleashing a coordinated assault. A close-up reveals the insignia of the Magic Spider cult, confirming his worst fears about the citywide attack. A close-up on the drone's insignia confirms the Magic Spider cult is behind the attack. Inside a hidden command center, the cult's leaders monitor the citywide assault from their high-tech base. The cult's commander impatiently demands to know why the city's defensive shield is still down. A subordinate reports that their inside agent was delayed by the very earthquake they're now exploiting. The commander celebrates this stroke of luck, seeing the disaster as a perfect opening for their invasion. He gives a chilling order to prepare their next wave of attack: explosive fire spiders. The scene cuts back to the city, where the cult's attack continues to wreak havoc on the streets. Meanwhile, Xiaowen and his friends are being evacuated from the academy by car. He looks out the window with grim determination, silently commanding his apocalypse eye to find the source of the chaos. His eye activates, granting him a heavenly insight as it begins searching for the cause of the city's earthquake. His eye reveals a cosmic collision, showing two worlds clashing and causing the tremors. Xiaowan is stunned by the revelation that their entire world is on a collision course with another. He sits back in the car, contemplating the catastrophic implications of two secret worlds merging. The Apocalypse Eye grants him the enlightenment of heaven, a full breakdown of the cosmic event. He learns the current earthquakes are just the beginning, a prelude to a 3-month period of instability. After 3 months, a massive spatial rift will form, officially beginning the merger of the two realms. The system predicts that in 1 year, the two worlds will completely fuse into a single high-level secret world. A cunning smile spreads across his face as he realizes this disaster is actually a golden opportunity. Back in the present, the city continues to burn under the relentless assault of the Magic Spider cult. The cult's attack rages on, targeting key infrastructure while the city's defenses are down. He realizes the city's main defensive shield has been disabled, leaving them completely vulnerable. From his car, he sees the cult's drones swarming the now defenseless city, setting buildings ablaze. The cult's commander celebrates the chaos, eagerly ordering the next phase of his devastating attack. He commands a grotesque insectoid beast to prepare its payload for launch. Dozens of smaller explosive creatures are loaded into launch tubes, ready to be unleashed upon the city. The drones begin dropping the living bombs, which plummet toward the unsuspecting streets below. Back on the ground, Xiaowen's car speeds through the war-torn streets trying to escape the danger zone. His senses flare with multiple warnings, alerting him to an immediate and deadly threat. He urgently orders his two attendants to activate their defensive measures. A powerful blue energy shield immediately envelops their vehicle, protecting them as they race through the city. The living bombs detonate in a series of devastating green explosions, tearing up the city's highways. Inside the City Lord's combat hall, alarms blare as Balin City is placed on its highest wartime alert. An officer urgently reports that a massive earthquake has struck, its cause still completely unknown. He panics, adding that the shield's energy core is down and the defense army is being overwhelmed by fire spiders. The City Lord calmly takes command, ordering the immediate repair of the core and the mobilization of all Beastmasters. All available forces are dispatched for earthquake relief as the city's leaders watch the chaos unfold. Lord Bai grows suspicious, wondering if the timing of the earthquake and the cult's attack is more than a coincidence. His companion scoffs at the idea, dismissing the possibility that the cult could orchestrate such a natural disaster. A new report flashes across the screen, revealing that the city's vital awakening hall is now under direct assault. Lord Bai slams his fist in realization, understanding the cult's true goal is to destroy the city's foundation. Lord Bai urgently orders his men to reinforce the awakening hall, fearing its lone defender won't last. An explosion rocks the street, bringing their escape to a sudden, violent halt. His attendant reports that their vehicle is completely destroyed, leaving them stranded in the chaos. Unfazed, Xiaowen calmly accepts their new situation, realizing they'll have to proceed on foot. The chaos intensifies as another blast goes off nearby, highlighting the immediate danger. He turns his gaze toward the smoke-filled skyline, a look of dawning realization on his face. He instantly identifies the target, recognizing the awakening hall as the epicenter of the attack. His expression hardens as a cult drone streaks across the sky above them. A closer look at the drone confirms the magic spider cult's insignia is emblazoned on its side. Both he and his companion stare in grim recognition, disgusted by the cult's brazen assault. The cult's drones swarm the awakening hall, their primary target now clear. The hall's lone defender, a figure in a red-accented helmet, calmly notes that the time for a confrontation has arrived. Piloting a massive white mech, the defender prioritizes saving the wounded amidst the rubble. The mech's pilot looks up, bracing as another volley of explosive spiders rains down from above. Elsewhere, the city's defense forces prepare to engage the invading cultists. The living bombs detonate across the city, turning the streets into a fiery war zone. The lone mech stands firm, weathering the explosive shockwave of a direct hit. The pilot's armored glove is torn, revealing the immense strain of holding back the assault. From the smoke and debris, a horde of grotesque mechanical spiders emerges. The city's soldiers recoil in terror, recognizing the infamous ghost-faced spiders of the cult. A colossal mechanical spider smashes through the defenses, forcing the soldiers into a desperate retreat. Inside a fortified room, a commander demands to know the source of the chaos outside. His subordinate frantically tries to radio for backup but receives only static in return. Suddenly, the reinforced blast doors begin to buckle under a powerful repeated assault. The commander orders his men to take aim, preparing for whatever is about to breach their final defense. A massive armored fist smashes through the metal, a clear sign of the overwhelming force outside. The commander's expression hardens, realizing they are facing a far greater threat than anticipated. The doors explode inward as a swarm of mechanical spiders pours into the room. One of the soldiers looks up in shock, his weapon seeming inadequate against the incoming horde. The mechanical arachnids leap forward, descending upon the outnumbered defenders in a terrifying wave. The commander watches in disbelief as the mechanical spiders effortlessly tear through their riot shields. With a look of grim resolve, he channels his own power, preparing to summon his personal beast. He unleashes his powerful Shiji, a mythical creature of crystal and shadow, to join the desperate defense. Taking command, he orders his remaining soldiers to form a final shield wall around the room's central core. The soldiers immediately lock their shields, creating a tight, unified barrier against the incoming swarm. From above, their interlocking shields form a solid metal roof, a last line of defense against the mechanical horde. He commands his Jiji to focus its power, determined to protect the city's vital crystal at all costs. The beast slams its hoof, causing a massive wall of earth and crystal to erupt from the ground, reinforcing their position. Now encased within a makeshift fortress, he rallies his troops to hold the core against the overwhelming assault. He quietly instructs his men to simply stall for time, knowing a direct fight would be a losing battle. The hall's commander sighs in frustration, lamenting how this attack is ruining his peaceful retirement plans. Despite the overwhelming odds, the defenders' resolve to protect Balin City remains unbroken. The cult unleashes a new wave of smaller, more agile mechanical spiders to breach their defenses. One of the spiders sacrifices itself, slamming into the ground to create a powerful explosion. The self-destruct attack detonates against the crystal wall, testing the limits of their makeshift fortress. The commander tries to maintain morale, assuring his men that their defenses are strong enough to hold. But his confidence is shattered as a concentrated energy beam blasts clean through their crystal barrier. The powerful attack rips a gaping hole in their defenses, leaving them completely exposed. A spider then unleashes a stream of thick, web-like material directly at the breach. The sticky substance quickly seals the hole, trapping the defenders inside their crumbling fortress. A mechanical spider lunges forward, its bladed legs poised to strike down the defenders. One of the soldiers is instantly taken out, his shield pierced by the cult's relentless assault. The commander curses in frustration as his men are picked off one by one. Reinforcements for the cult arrive as more mechanical spiders drop from the ceiling. The Zieji's crystal wall shatters under the coordinated enemy attack. He watches grimly as his last line of defense crumbles into dust and smoke. With renewed fury, he orders his remaining troops to concentrate all their firepower on the invaders. The soldiers unleash a hail of bullets, but the shots simply ricochet off the spider's tough armor. The cult's machines move with blinding speed, overwhelming the defenders in a blur of motion. A colossal spider emerges from the smoke, its menacing form towering over the lone commander. The commander roars, signaling the start of his final, desperate counterattack. He plunges his staff into the floor, erupting a massive cage of crystal spikes from the ground. The colossal spider is impaled and trapped within the jagged, crystalline prison. Believing the fight is over, the commander breathes a sigh of relief, his Zieji standing guard. But his hope fades as the spider shatters the cage, and he desperately wonders where Lord Bai is. The mechanical beast gathers a menacing pink energy, preparing to unleash its full power. The commander is suddenly surrounded by two advanced, unfamiliar robots, cutting off his escape. A mysterious female pilot emerges from the smoke, her strange suit hinting at a high-ranking cultist. The defenders stare in disbelief, realizing the giant mechanical spider has a human pilot. The pilot stands atop her machine, announcing the spider cult's judgment upon their world. The pilot and her two subordinates take aim, their spider mechs charging a devastating attack. A massive explosion tears through the room, sending the defenders flying amidst the chaos. The commander is thrown back, his Jiji's golden shield cracking under the immense force of the blast. Emerging from the smoke, the pilot and her two clones descend upon the survivors with blades drawn. The trio of cultists moves with blinding speed, effortlessly cutting through the remaining defense forces. The soldiers' weapons prove useless, their bullets simply bouncing off the cult's advanced robotic soldiers. One of the cultists leaps high above the fray, expressing her fury at the stubborn resistance. In a desperate move, the commander summons another massive wall of crystal spikes from the floor. The cultist's blade clashes against the crystal barrier, the impact sending shockwaves through the room. She easily vaults over the wall, bringing her blade down in a decisive arcing strike. The commander takes cover behind his crystal wall, preparing to face the cult's advanced robots alone. He orders his surviving men to retreat with the wounded, choosing to buy them time with his own life. With a look of grim determination, he prepares for a final stand alongside his powerful Zieji beast. He unleashes his ultimate defensive move, causing massive crystal pillars to erupt from the ground. The cult's pilot effortlessly dodges the deadly shards, her agility proving superior to his raw power. The commander traps the cultists by bringing the entire crystal structure crashing down around them. The pilot and her clones look up calmly as the crystalline prison seals them inside. A massive dome of crystal completely encases the invaders, a seemingly perfect trap. Unfazed, the pilot mocks the commander from inside, belittling his last-ditch effort. She questions his loyalty, suggesting his sacrifice is pointless and his salary isn't worth it. The commander smirks, declaring that a mercenary like her could never understand his loyalty. Unimpressed, the pilot orders her two subordinates to capture him and bring him before her. The two clones spring into action, clashing with the commander and his Zieji in a flurry of attacks. The commander and his beast fight back-to-back, fending off the coordinated assault from both sides. Meanwhile, the pilot calmly takes aim with a high-tech crossbow, charging it with dark energy. From her vantage point, she locks onto the distracted commander, preparing to fire the decisive shot. With a cold, calculated press, she pulls the trigger, unleashing the charged bolt. A massive bolt of purple energy screams through the air, heading straight for its target. He turns just in time to see the incoming attack, desperately trying to block it with his beast's horn. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes the sheer power of the projectile, cursing his miscalculation. The Gigi roars in agony, its crystal armor flaring with golden light as it absorbs the devastating blast. The commander is sent flying, desperately using a crystal slab to shield himself from the piercing energy bolt. He recovers instantly, parrying a swift attack from one of the cultist clones with his glowing staff. The pilot smirks as the commander's own Gigi beast now stands obediently behind her, its loyalty stolen. One of the clones leaps onto the beast's back, asserting complete control over the captured creature. The second clone takes aim with her crossbow, firing another energy bolt while the commander is reeling from the betrayal. He looks down in despair as his staff begins to burn and crumble, his last line of defense failing. With a final surge of defiance, he unleashes a wave of fiery crystal shards from his broken weapon. The unexpected counterattack sends the cultist clone scrambling to dodge the deadly projectiles. His gaze locks onto the pilot, who holds up a glowing card, revealing the secret to her mind control ability. The cultist clone crosses her dual scythes, preparing to unleash a devastating final blow. But the commander points skyward, revealing he still has one last trick up his sleeve. With a confident smirk, he gives a final command, turning the tables on his overconfident opponent. The mind-controlled Gigi suddenly turns on its new masters, erupting in a storm of crystal and fury. The clone is caught completely off guard, forced to defend against the beast's surprise betrayal. She's sent flying back by the sheer force of the crystal barrage, slamming into the wall. The commander stands firm, his loyal Gigi back by his side, mocking the cult's predictable tactics. He defiantly declares that the spider cult will never get their hands on the awakening core while he draws breath. Unimpressed, the pilot dismisses his heroic speech and readies her own weapon for a direct assault. Her blade crackles with a sinister green energy, signaling she's done playing games. The commander blocks her sinister green energy with his crystal defenses, the two forces clashing violently. He realizes with dawning horror that her wood-based power is the perfect counter to his earth abilities. The pilot lunges at his Gigi, her blade poised for a decisive strike against the crystal beast. She deflects the beast's counterattack with a swift kick, creating a green energy shield. The commander is forced back by a barrage of crystal shards, caught in a deadly crossfire. Her weapon transforms into a massive energy blade, crackling with destructive power. The enormous blade slams into the ground, shattering the floor as the commander barely dodges the blow. A close-up reveals the weapon's glowing core, humming with immense, unstable energy. The commander's face twists in despair, understanding he's completely outmatched. She unleashes a final, catastrophic blast of energy, engulfing the defender in a pillar of red light. He stands defiantly, declaring his crystal space will endure as long as he draws breath. He calls her bluff, confident she fears the consequences of killing an awakening temple deacon. The pilot and her clones look down on him, unimpressed by his empty threats. A shadowy figure suddenly grabs him from behind, revealing they've been hunting him for some time. The pilot leans in, smugly reminding him that every defense has its breaking point. She reveals they brought special shadow-hunting spiders specifically to counter his crystal space. The pilot signals that her special forces have begun their assault on his defenses. A new sleek white mechanical spider lands, its purpose immediately clear. The shadow-hunting spider's glowing eyes fixate on the crystal dome, preparing to strike. It unleashes a devastating blow, causing the commander's ultimate defense to crack and shatter. The commander kneels in defeat, his crystal fortress completely shattered around him. With his last ounce of strength, he apologizes for his failure as the pilot prepares to deliver the final blow. But before she can strike, a massive figure lands between them, intercepting the attack. A furious ape-like beast crackles with lightning, its roar shaking the entire chamber. The beast smashes the ground with a thunderous punch, sending the cultist pilot reeling. The pilot stares in shock as the powerful new beast stands ready to defend the fallen commander. The ape beast intercepts a deadly strike from a mechanical spider, taking the blow head-on. The spider's attack leaves a deep gash in the ape's armor as the commander calls out to its master, Lord Wu. Lord Wu, battered but alive, sarcastically dismisses his subordinate's concern for his well-being. He grits his teeth, complaining that the real reinforcements are, as usual, taking their sweet time. Just as things look dire, a majestic bird descends, signaling the grand entrance of Lord Bai. Lord Bai himself appears, a stern-faced master riding atop his elegant crane-like beast. His beast immediately joins the fray, pinning a mechanical spider with a powerful, precise strike. With a sharp command, Lord Bai directs his beast to press the assault against the cult's machines. The graceful creature swoops down, easily intercepting another one of the mechanical spiders. The cavalry keeps coming as another powerful master arrives with his fiery horned Keelan beast. He mounts his steed, its hooves igniting as they prepare to charge into the heart of the battle. The fire Keelan gallops across the ruined hall, leaving a blazing trail in its wake. Together, they unleash a devastating spear thrust, engulfing a spider mech in a torrent of flames. The city's defenders finally assemble, but the cultist pilot seems unfazed, announcing the arrival of her own elite unit. Lord Bai declares the cult's operation a failure, his powerful aura flaring as he demands their surrender. The cultist pilot and her subordinates listen intently, realizing they are completely cornered. The pilot prepares to initiate a new plan, intending to sacrifice herself to cover their escape. But one of her subordinates steps in, volunteering to take on the dangerous rearguard action herself. A new cultist with white hair reveals she has no family, arguing she's the perfect candidate for the high-risk mission. Without waiting for an answer, she leaps onto a massive white spider mech, taking command of the situation. She looks back with a confident smile, asking for permission to proceed with her plan. The pilot reluctantly gives the order, allowing her subordinate to take on the defenders alone. The white-haired cultist draws a massive ornate revolver, her expression hardening with deadly intent. The weapon glows with a sinister pink energy, charging up for a devastating, final shot. The three cultists strike a final, defiant pose, united in their fanatical loyalty. One of the masked subordinates unleashes a volley of smoke bombs to cover their escape. The grenades detonate, instantly engulfing the city's defenders in a massive cloud of smoke. Lord Bai realizes their move is a classic diversion, meant to obscure their true intentions. He orders his forces to push through the smoke, determined not to let the cultists escape. Lord Bai commands his elegant white crane to pursue the enemy through the thick smokescreen. The majestic beast soars through the haze, easily catching up to the fleeing spider mech. But the pilot and her remaining subordinate use the chaos to make a final, desperate dash for the awakening core. Lord Wu and the Fire Keelan Master spot the two cultists and immediately move to intercept their gambit. The white spider mech turns on its pursuer, unleashing a barrage of sticky webs to buy its comrades more time. Lord Wu and his ape beast are instantly caught in the sticky trap, their advance halted. The Fire Keelan Master and his steed are also ensnared, their fiery charge completely neutralized. Both masters find themselves completely immobilized by the surprisingly effective webbing. Lord Bai realizes the spider mech is faster than anticipated as it launches another strange projectile. The trapped Lord Wu urges Lord Bai to ignore the distraction and pursue the real targets heading for the core. Meanwhile, the cult's leader and her subordinate successfully reach the city's vital awakening core. Lord Wu's ape beast channels its lightning, shattering the webs to intercept the incoming projectile. The Fire Keelan Master breaks free as well, launching a fiery counterattack on the main spider mech. He plunges his spear downward, unleashing a devastating fiery strike on the white machine. The cultist pilot is caught off guard, her expression twisting in shock as the powerful attack connects. The fiery spear strike culminates in a massive ground-shattering explosion. From the smoke, the white spider mech emerges, damaged but still operational, its pilot glaring defiantly. The Fire Keelan Master confidently declares the cultist's plan a failure, demanding her surrender. The white-haired pilot stares back with cold fury, her resolve completely unshaken by the powerful assault. Meanwhile, Lord Bai's elegant crane beast intercepts the other two cultists, blocking their path to the core. Lord Bai calmly confronts the cult's leader, noting their stubborn insistence on making enemies. His expression hardens as he grips his staff, preparing to personally deal with the invaders. Another of the city's masters joins the fray, unleashing a flurry of energy attacks with his whip. The two cultists expertly parry the barrage, proving their skill in close-quarters combat. Lord Bai commands his beast to unleash a powerful wind cannon, engulfing the cultists in a swirling vortex of energy. The two cultists brace themselves as the massive wind vortex threatens to tear them apart. But the pilot counters with a powerful slash of green energy, effortlessly splitting the wind attack in two. Lord Bai notes that his wood element white crane has no elemental advantage against the cultists. He realizes with a grim expression that he'll need more than raw power to win this fight. The pilot quickly formulates a new plan, ordering her subordinate to make a run for the core while she buys time. With their strategy set, the two cultists split up, launching a coordinated assault on the lone defender. Lord Bai is forced to engage the pilot directly, parrying her swift attacks as her partner slips by. Realizing the deception, he furiously commands his white crane to intercept the fleeing cultist. The majestic beast swoops down, successfully blocking the subordinate's path to the awakening core. Undeterred, the cultist uses her energized weapon as a grappling hook, scaling the wall to bypass the beast. Her grappling hook bites deep into the metal wall, securing her path forward. She swings past the white crane's grasping claws, her agility defying the massive beast. The cultist soars through the air, leaving the beast's failed attempt far behind. Using the crane's own head as a launch pad, she propels herself toward the final objective. Her hook finds a new anchor point, latching onto the very top of the awakening core. She lands perfectly on the platform, wreathed in a triumphant green aura. Lord Bai can only watch in fury from below as the cultist successfully reaches the city's heart. Placing her hands on the core, she begins to channel a strange energy into the vital machine. The cultist savors her victory, knowing the culmination of her plan is finally at hand. Her finger hovers over the control panel, just moments away from completing her destructive mission. The cultist declares her fanatical loyalty, ready to complete her mission for the spider cult. With a final, determined press, she attempts to activate the core's self-destruct sequence. But her plan is cut short as a bladed collar suddenly materializes and tightens around her neck. She looks down in fury, realizing Lord Bai has ensnared her from across the hall with a bladed whip. Lord Bai stands resolute, his weapon extended, calmly announcing that the invader's game is over. Now captured, the white-haired cultist defiantly tells the fire-killing master that this world is their home. She scoffs at the city's defenders, questioning their right to label her people as the invaders. Her face contorts with rage as she accuses them of playing the victim in this conflict. In a shocking move, she whips out her massive revolver, aiming it directly at her captor. She fires a point-blank energy blast, catching the fire-killing master completely off guard. The fire-killing master is caught in the blast, but the cultist pilot's subordinate launches a surprise attack of her own. A deadly bolt of purple energy screams across the hall, aimed directly at the one holding her leader captive. Lord Bai's eyes widen in horror, realizing the attack is too fast to dodge. In a final act of loyalty, his white crane beast throws itself in front of the blast to protect its master. The energy bolt slams into the beast's wing, erupting in a devastating explosion of purple light. The majestic creature's form crackles and shatters under the overwhelming force of the attack. Lord Bai cries out in anguish, watching his faithful companion perish before his very eyes. The white crane completely disintegrates, its life force dissolving into nothingness. He looks down in shock as his own staff begins to crumble, its power broken along with his beast. With the magical restraint gone, the cultist pilot and her subordinate seize the moment to make their escape. The pilot celebrates their successful mission, telling her subordinate it's time to leave. Her subordinate fires a grappling hook, making a swift escape from the ruined hall. The pilot grabs her partner as a timer hits 0, signaling the completion of their objective. Lord Bai is left standing alone in the smoke, watching helplessly as his enemies vanish. A news report details the catastrophic aftermath, a massive earthquake with tens of thousands dead or missing. The broadcast explains that terrorists destroyed the city's shield, unleashing a beast tide upon the defenders. It highlights Lord Bai's personal involvement in defending the Awakening Hall as Xiaowen watches from a hospital. The report concludes that one terrorist was captured, but Yaowen's grim expression shows he's worried for his grandfather. The deputy city lord, Bai Chengji, makes his way through a crowded hospital corridor to address the public. While the deputy lord gives a speech on a screen, Xiaowen comforts a wounded soldier, showing his quiet leadership. While the city's leaders praise their soldiers on screen, Xiaowen witnesses the grim reality of their sacrifice firsthand. The scene triggers a painful memory, his expression turning somber as he's lost in thought. He watches as one soldier desperately tries to keep his wounded comrade conscious while rushing him for medical help. The gurney rushes past, a stark reminder of the chaos unfolding just outside the hospital walls. The wounded soldier struggles to stay awake, his friend's voice the only thing keeping him anchored. Their hands are clasped in a desperate grip, a silent promise between brothers in arms. The sight transports him to his previous life, remembering a dying soldier uttering his name. In the flashback, a younger Xiaowen holds his captain's hand amidst the ruins of a battlefield. His face is etched with grief as he watches his captain fade, unable to do anything more. With his last breath, the captain admits he was wrong about Xiaowen, finally seeing the hero he truly was. The flashback shows a younger Xiaowen on the battlefield, his expression one of grim surprise. He lowers his binoculars, his face hardening with resolve amidst the chaos of war. He remembers standing alone in the ruins, wishing he could turn back time and change the past. Back in the present, his attendants approach him, sensing his distress as he clenches his fist. One of them gently touches his shoulder, her worried expression asking if he's all right. He snaps out of the memory, turning to reassure them with a sharp, determined gaze. They walk in silence down the sterile hospital corridor, heading towards the ICU. Reaching the door, he abruptly stops and demands to know the status of his grandfather. A voice from inside calls his name, and he turns to face them with a serious look. He enters a spacious room to find a woman delivering grim news about his grandfather, who stands injured nearby. Lord Bai, heavily bandaged but composed, greets his grandson from his hospital bed. He dismisses the other visitors, indicating he needs to speak with Xiaowan alone. Once the room is clear, his first concern is to ask if Xiaowan was hurt during the attack. Xiaowan sits by the bed, reassuring his grandfather that he managed to stay out of harm's way. His expression then shifts to one of deep concern, looking at his grandfather's battered state. Lord Bai casually waves off his own injuries, trying to downplay the severity of the situation. He admits his arm is a problem, but insists there's a far more serious topic they need to discuss. Xiaowan's eyes narrow, noting he's never seen the powerful diamond-class master so nervous. His grandfather cuts to the chase, asking what Xiaowan knows about the mysterious spider cult. Lord Bai reveals a chilling escalation. The cult's operatives have suddenly jumped from silver-level to diamond-level masters. Lord Bai explains that the attack was highly targeted, showing the cult is getting ahead of them. Xiaowan looks out at the city before asking if the earthquake was part of the cult's scheme. His grandfather reveals the situation is much worse, fearing their entire world is on the brink of destruction. Xiaowan calmly reassures him, explaining his vision showed their world isn't ending but merging with another. Lord Bai stares in disbelief, demanding to know if his grandson is absolutely sure of this revelation. Xiaowan confirms his foresight, and his grandfather breathes a sigh of relief at the news. Lord Bai then drops a bombshell, revealing he's from the prestigious Bai family of the Origin Star. The revelation leaves Xiaowan completely stunned, the name Origin Star echoing in his mind. His grandfather begins to recount his past, admitting his own arrogance when Xiaowan's other grandfather was a candidate for family head. He confesses that a grave mistake led to his expulsion from the powerful Bai family. He explains that his punishment was exile to this secret world, the Zuchao realm. But the family gave him a second chance, a single path to redemption. His mission was to slay the amethyst-level Spider Mother to earn his return to the Origin Star. He admits his arrogance led to failure, losing his golden fish and now his white crane in the attempt. With his power diminished, he sees no hope of ever defeating such a powerful creature. Xiaowan tries to comfort him, insisting that there must still be a way. But his grandfather gently dismisses his optimism, his expression grim. He then passes the torch, declaring Xiaowan the new hope for the Bai family's future. He urges his grandson to fulfill his destiny by going to the Origin Star. The path is clear. Rank in the top 10 of next year's secret selection to earn his place among the strongest. Xiaowan holds his grandfather's arm, his expression a mix of sorrow and determination. Lord Bai acknowledges his grandson's talent, promising the full backing of the Bai family's vast resources. He offers a key to the family treasury, revealing it holds enough power to elevate Xiaowan to diamond level. As he passes on the key, he warns Xiaowan not to repeat the arrogant mistakes of his youth. A split image reveals his final lesson, equating his own regrets with the dying words of Xiaowan's former captain about the importance of human bonds. The memory hits Xiaowan hard, his eyes widening as his grandfather's words echo his past trauma. With a steady hand, he accepts the key, taking on the weight of his family's legacy. Elsewhere, a young girl named Ziyu worries about her brother and grandfather, but his attendants reassure her. Xiaowan suddenly appears in the doorway, catching the young girl completely by surprise. He holds the key with newfound resolve, understanding that true strength lies in the bonds he forges. Ziyu launches herself through the air, a blur of motion as she rushes to greet her brother. He's completely blindsided as the tiny girl latches onto his head with surprising force. His attendants can only stare in disbelief as Ziyu clings to him triumphantly. He holds his little sister, a rare, gentle smile on his face as she expresses her relief. Ziyu looks up with wide, worried eyes, asking if he was hurt in the attack. He reassures her, internally vowing to cherish the family he has in this new life. A flashback reveals his past trauma, a desperate struggle against the fear of powerlessness and death. But through that darkness, he's had a profound realization about his true motivation. He understands now that his greatest strength isn't just power, but the bond he shares with his family. A symbolic handshake represents him finally accepting this connection, bridging his dark past with a hopeful future. Now dressed for a new mission, Xiaowan stands with a renewed sense of purpose. He entrusts his sister with a box for their parents, telling her they will be home soon. Ziyu accepts her important task with a bright, determined smile. He says his goodbyes, explaining he has to leave for a while on an important matter. His attendant, Cho Gubai, approaches, ready to receive her orders. He looks her in the eye, asking if she's prepared to join him on a dangerous journey. She answers without hesitation, pledging her loyalty no matter where he leads. As they walk off, he tries to get her to drop the formalities, but she insists on following his lead. The scene shifts to the desolate, ruined landscape of the city, a testament to the recent attack. Standing amidst the destruction, he admits to his companion that he's still searching for their next destination. He declares his new mission is to gather materials and level up, but first, he needs to do some research. Using his apocalypse eye, he immediately seeks a cure for his grandfather's shattered arm. The eye reveals the answer, a rare concoction known as the water of life. He then asks for a way to restore his grandfather's lost beast, the red-eyed golden fish. The system identifies another rare item, the spiritual water of Tianshui, as the only solution. With his two objectives clear, he begins searching for information on both mystical waters. The results of his search leave him completely stunned. His device finds plenty of data on the water of life, but draws a complete blank on the spiritual water. He realizes that while one ingredient is attainable, the other is a complete mystery with no information available. Changing tactics, he turns his all-seeing eye to the city's damaged awakening core, seeking a way to repair it. His eye reveals the core is from the Origin Star's awakening temple and cannot be repaired here. He recalls leaving behind a powerful beast egg, hoping it would help, but now sees the real solution is on the Origin Star. Frustrated, he wonders where to even begin searching for the mysterious spiritual water of Tianshui. Suddenly, his body freezes, and a shadowy hand grips his shoulder, leaving him completely paralyzed. He glances back, suspecting his own apocalypse eye is the source of this strange compulsion. The eye forces his hand to move, pointing to a specific location on his holographic map. His companion approaches, asking if he's found a lead, oblivious to his recent struggle. Snapping out of it, he points toward the city's east gate, declaring it's time for them to leave. She looks worried, realizing their path leads directly through the treacherous wasteland. He reassures her with a confident smile, suggesting they can join an adventure group for safety. He explains his plan to join a mercenary group heading into the wilderness for safety. They arrive at the east gate, only to find a massive traffic jam of citizens trying to flee the city. Xiaowen is completely stunned by the chaotic scene, realizing this won't be as easy as he thought. He admits to his companion that her concerns about the mass exodus were spot on. Suddenly, a heavily armored truck comes barreling through the crowd at high speed. He yells a warning, his instincts kicking in as the vehicle heads straight for them. Without a second thought, he pulls his attendant into his arms, shielding her from the oncoming truck. The vehicle screeches to a halt just inches away, leaving them locked in a protective embrace. The two are left blushing, caught completely off guard by the sudden and intimate moment. He quickly lets go, trying to play it cool as he asks if she's all right, both of them clearly flustered. His attendant questions the mass exodus, wondering why so many are fleeing the city so soon. He scoffs, explaining it's just the wealthy elite who've lost faith and are hiring mercenaries to escape. This panic has created a domino effect, causing the massive traffic jam at the city's main gate. Meanwhile, a stern officer commands her troops to maintain order and check all departing vehicles. Strict security protocols are in place, forcing everyone to disarm and submit to a thorough inspection. Xiaowen questions the city's open gate policy, suspecting it's a deliberate move to create a false sense of calm. Their identities are scanned and approved as they pass through the final security checkpoint. They proceed down a long, sterile corridor, an automated voice reminding them to don their masks. Both activate their high-tech protective masks, their expressions hardening for the journey ahead. The massive city gates slide shut behind them, leaving the two of them alone in the vast, empty wasteland. His attendant takes the lead, her expression grim as they step into the unforgiving wasteland. Xiaowen's gaze hardens, his eyes scanning the desolate landscape for any signs of danger. They walk past the wreckage of old battles, a grim reminder of the countless beasts that fell here. He activates his high-tech visor, searching the horizon for the adventure group's outpost. His visor locks onto a distant structure, confirming he has successfully found their target. With their destination in sight, he points the way forward, ready to move out. They arrive at a bustling makeshift camp, a hive of activity in the middle of nowhere. The rough-and-tumble atmosphere of the camp catches the inexperienced Xiaowan completely off guard. They navigate the chaotic settlement, making their way toward a large tent at its center. Reaching their destination, he confirms this is the adventure group's headquarters, ready to make contact. A tattered flag bearing the insignia of the Red Ape mercenary group flaps in the wind. Inside, two mercenaries, Lao Duan and Feng Lang, size up the new arrivals with predatory interest. One of the men approaches them with a condescending welcome, calling them children. He leans in with an intimidating gaze, questioning if they've wandered into the wrong place. His attendant whispers her concern to Xiaowan, noting the mercenaries' threatening demeanor as one looms behind them. Xiaowan internally notes that his companion's presence seems to be drawing unwanted attention from the rough crowd. The other mercenary gets uncomfortably close, causing his attendant to recoil in fear. A blue aura flares around Xiaowan's hand as his patience wears dangerously thin. The tattooed mercenary lunges forward with a leering grin, offering his protection in the dangerous wasteland. Xiaowan instantly moves to shield his companion, his cold expression showing he's ready for a confrontation. With lightning speed, Xiaowan grabs the mercenary's arm, stopping his advance cold. The tattooed man grabs his chin, trying to assert dominance, completely unaware of the danger he's in. His attendant can only stare, her expression a perfect mix of horror and awe at the sudden escalation. The mercenary mocks his anger, oblivious as Xiaowan's eyes begin to glow with a menacing blue energy. In a single fluid motion, he effortlessly flips the much larger man over his shoulder. The bully's face contorts in shock as he's unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Xiaowan pins him with a painful arm lock, forcing the man to cry out for his partner's help. Surrounded by a flaring blue aura, he turns his cold gaze to the second mercenary, issuing a silent challenge. The other mercenary, a blond man with a massive rifle, sizes him up, noting his intense killing intent. But before the standoff can escalate, a loud siren blares from a nearby speaker, interrupting the tense moment. The blonde mercenary walks away, ignoring the scuffle as the siren continues to wail. A woman named Sasha emerges, demanding to know the source of the commotion. Her spiky-haired superior, Qi Ming, correctly assumes the alarm signals an incoming beast attack. Another team member, Ji Qing, confirms their fears, reporting a thermal scan shows hundreds of beasts approaching. From a watchtower, a voice radios in, asking the blonde mercenary for a status update. Now in position with his sniper rifle, Feng Lang grimly reports that the situation is not looking good. Through his scope, he spots a massive dust cloud on the horizon, confirming the beast will arrive in minutes. The pinned mercenary tries to de-escalate, arguing they're all on the same side against the coming threat. Xiaowan's cold gaze remains fixed on him, weighing the man's words against his actions. He finally releases the bully with a forceful shove, issuing a final, non-negotiable warning to keep his distance. The tattooed mercenary scrambles to his feet, yelling for the deputy leader amidst the growing panic. A figure wreathed in a fiery aura appears atop a container, commanding the panicked crowd to remain calm. He declares that retreat is impossible, and their only hope for survival is to stand and fight together. The other mercenaries look up in surprise, recognizing their spiky-haired superior, Qi Ming. Xiaowan watches with a flicker of approval, glad to see someone taking charge of the chaotic situation. Qi Ming introduces himself as a silver-level beastmaster and calls for volunteers to help defend their position. Xiaowan scans the crowd, noting that most of the fighters are low-level and the truly skilled ones are holding back. Suddenly, a young man in a suit steps forward, confidently announcing that he is also a silver-level master. Xiaowan's expression twists in disbelief, wondering if this newcomer truly grasps the danger they're facing. The young master of the Ming family smirks, promising to hold the line if they provide him with enough firepower. The mercenary leader scoffs, openly questioning if the arrogant young master has what it takes to survive. Taking charge, he quickly organizes his forces, sending two of his best men to fortify the opposite flank. He raises a fist to the sky, delivering a powerful speech that ignites the fighting spirit of the assembled mercenaries. Meanwhile, Xiaowan quietly warns his attendant to stay close, having zero confidence in the rich kid's leadership. A low rumble echoes across the desolate landscape as the ground begins to tremble under the approaching horde. Qi Ming sprints into action, calling out the Red Ape mercenaries to prepare for the imminent assault. The camp springs to life as defenders rush to their posts, manning heavy turrets and readying their weapons. Amidst the chaos, a lone priest clutches a glowing amulet, beginning a solemn prayer for divine guidance. He stands calmly in the center of the camp, asking for blessings to protect everyone in the coming battle. His words seem to reach the other fighters, who find a renewed sense of courage and humility for the fight ahead. The tattooed mercenary approaches Xiaowan, sizing him up and asking if he's also a beastmaster. He compliments Xiaowan's earlier display of skill, suggesting he's far more competent than the arrogant young master. Xiaowan fires back a witty insult, unimpressed by the mercenary's attempt at camaraderie. The mercenary's friendly demeanor vanishes as he tries to intimidate Xiaowan by pointing out his companion's fear. His attendant, Gu Bai, is visibly shaken, her face shadowed with anxiety as she grips her weapon. Xiaowan places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his calm gaze checking on her well-being. She admits she's just nervous, and he calmly instructs her to stay close when the fighting starts. A sudden, deafening alarm cuts through the camp, signaling the imminent arrival of the beast horde. The tattooed mercenary mans a heavy turret, roaring for everyone to prepare for the incoming assault. On the horizon, a terrifying wave of monstrous, purple-tentacled creatures charges toward the outpost. A defender orders his men to hold their fire, letting the horde run straight into their trap. The first creature in the wave steps directly onto a hidden landmine, sealing its fate. A series of massive explosions rips through the front lines of the beast horde. The tattooed mercenary cheers from his post, impressed by the devastating power of their defensive minefield. But the explosions barely slow them down as more monsters charge through the smoke and fire. From his perch, the blonde sniper lines up a shot, noting how tough the surviving creatures are. He pulls the trigger, unleashing a powerful shot from his high-caliber rifle to pick them off. The energy-charged bullet tears through the air, striking one of the charging beasts with pinpoint accuracy. A massive shell casing is ejected from the powerful rifle, highlighting the force of the shot. The sniper's round pierces clean through the monster, proving their defenses can still pack a punch. The sniper radios a warning to his comrade on the ground, alerting him to beasts breaking through the line. Automated turrets pivot and unleash a relentless volley of energy blasts at the charging horde. One of the mercenaries spots a creature slipping past the automated defenses and calls out his teammate. The green-haired defender, Ji Qing, yells back in frustration, annoyed at her comrade's unhelpful observation. The tattooed mercenary scoffs at the small turrets, carrying his own ridiculously oversized weapon. He proudly hefts his massive gun, declaring that a bigger caliber is always the better choice. Leaping into the fray, he unleashes a devastating stream of fire from his personal cannon. The heavy rounds easily shred through one of the charging monsters, stopping it in its tracks. The creature is slammed against the defensive wall, its body riddled with damage from the overwhelming firepower. Xiaowan's expression hardens as he announces the arrival of a new, more dangerous wave, the bronze-level beasts. The arrogant young master smirks, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he prepares to finally join the battle. The tattooed mercenary unleashes another volley, ordering his team to drop gasoline barrels into the fray. Following his command, defenders roll massive, spiky barrels off the wall and into the horde below. The charging beasts are caught among the barrels, one even foolishly trying to use a can as a weapon. From his high vantage point, the blonde sniper takes aim and fires a single precise shot at the volatile trap. His bullet strikes a barrel dead center, creating a brilliant spark that ignites the fuel within. A massive inferno erupts, engulfing the front lines of the beast horde in a wall of roaring flames. The tattooed mercenary looks on with satisfaction, impressed by the effectiveness of their fiery strategy. He proudly boasts that the Red Ape mercenaries are considered one of the strongest groups in the entire wasteland. The raging fire creates an impassable barrier, temporarily halting the monstrous creature's advance. But their celebration is cut short as a new, more formidable beast emerges from the smoke. The creature lets out a defiant roar, asserting its dominance as the leader of the silver-level monsters. The tattooed mercenary shouts a warning, confirming that the boss of the horde has finally arrived. Xiaowan activates his Apocalypse Eye, his glowing gaze instantly analyzing the powerful new foe. His analysis reveals a high-grade silver beast, detailing its formidable stats and dangerous abilities. Before they can react, another type of monster appears, its body glowing with a sinister red energy. A whole pack of these new red-tendrilled beasts joins the charge, escalating the danger significantly. The blonde sniper calmly lines up a shot, his crosshairs settling on the lead monster amidst the chaos. He radios in a grim update, reporting that they're facing not one, but nearly a dozen silver-level threats. His comrade on the ground reacts with pure shock, struggling to comprehend the overwhelming odds they now face. The tattooed mercenary points to the arrogant young master, telling him it's his time to shine and hold the back line. The young master adjusts his glasses with a smug grin, confidently accepting the challenge as Xiaoan watches skeptically. With a dramatic flourish, he summons his beast, a massive holographic golden-horned frog appearing behind him. The frog materializes with a comical pose, its stats revealing it's a respectable intermediate silver-level creature. Qiming identifies the silver-level beasts as the priority targets, realizing they're empowering the entire horde. He fiercely commands his own beast, the red flame ape, to unleash a powerful fire fist impact. The ape's fist ignites with roaring flames, its face a mask of pure fury as it prepares to strike. It smashes its fiery fist into the lead monster, the powerful blow sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Qiming decides to escalate, ordering his red flame ape to use its ultimate move to finish the job. The monster retaliates with a swift, powerful slash, a blur of red energy aimed directly at the ape's head. The red flame ape grins with savage delight, its fiery fist ready for another round. It unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of flaming punches, overwhelming the monster with a fiery onslaught. The final blow connects, completely obliterating the silver-level beast in a spectacular explosion. Qiming receives a call, learning that military reinforcements are just minutes away from their position. He rallies the defenders, urging them to hold the line as he announces that help is on the way. One of the mercenaries celebrates the news, oblivious to a red blur that zips past his friend. He watches in horror as his comrade is suddenly struck down, the turrets behind them exploding. Another defender feels a chill as a menacing scythe-wielding shadow falls over him. The shadowy figure strikes with blinding speed, cutting down the unsuspecting mercenary from behind. Xiaoan's expression hardens, his hands glowing with power as he prepares to face this deadly new enemy. He unleashes a powerful blast of blue energy, intercepting one of the shadowy assassins mid-air. But he's immediately swarmed by the other monsters, realizing he's completely surrounded. Before they can strike, a white silk-like projectile rips through one of the creatures, saving him. Xiaoan gathers his own power, a swirling vortex of blue energy erupting around him. He unleashes the energy in a massive wave, blasting another one of the monsters away. He looks up in surprise as a massive spider leg slams down, asking his attendant if her beast has leveled up. Gubai proudly presents her newly evolved lava spider, explaining she used black market materials for the upgrade. Xiaoan can only stare in disbelief, completely floored by her incredible brilliant flash of freezing power. As the sniper complains about his now broken rifle, the others watch the aftermath of the blast. The tattooed mercenary hopes the powerful shot was enough, but the deputy leader senses otherwise. Emerging from the smoke completely unscathed, the monster glares back with renewed fury. Through his scope, the sniper sees the creature has not only survived but is now looking directly at him. The monster begins to gather a terrifying amount of purple energy, aiming its counterattack. The sniper's confidence shatters as he realizes the beast's next attack is aimed right at his perch. A devastating beam of purple energy shoots from the monster, racing towards the helpless sniper. The sniper freezes in terror as the monster appears directly in front of him, having closed the distance in an instant. The watchtower erupts in a massive explosion of purple energy, completely obliterated by the attack. The devastating blast echoes across the camp, signaling the loss of their sniper support. Xiaoan watches the destruction, grimly acknowledging the terrifying speed of a gold-level beast. The creature reappears on the ground, its bladed hand crackling with dark energy as it seeks a new victim. It looks up, seemingly absorbing the lingering life force of the fallen defenders. Xiaoan confirms the sniper's position is lost, realizing the monster's true threat is its impossible velocity. In a flash, the monster materializes directly behind him, its menacing form looming over him. He reacts instantly, throwing up a holographic shield just as the creature strikes, barely registering the blur of motion. The monster's claws slam into the barrier, the immense force causing it to crack and splinter under the strain. The monster's full, terrifying form looms over Xiaoan as his defensive barrier shatters completely. A glob of white webbing suddenly shoots through the air, aimed to intercept the deadly creature. But the web misses its target, instead latching onto Xiaoan and yanking him backward with surprising force. He's pulled to safety just as the monster's attack pulverizes the ground where he just stood. His attendant Gubai catches him midair, her quick thinking saving him from the devastating blow. The two are left flustered by the sudden close-quarters rescue, both blushing from the unexpected intimacy. Now safely on her lava spider, Gubai commands her beast to unleash a powerful counterattack. The spider slams its legs into the ground, channeling a massive surge of energy into the earth below. Jagged spikes erupt from the ground, but the sleek monster dodges the surprise assault with impossible agility. Xiaoan watches the beast evade another attack, a grim realization dawning on him about its true abilities. He realizes the monster is vulnerable to physical attacks, yet it easily dodges all their energy-based assaults. Xiaoan deduces the creature is blind to light, but can perfectly sense spiritual power, giving it a unique advantage. With a plan forming, he calls out to the mercenaries ready to share it as a system prompt, explains the A-level talent. Xiaoan grudgingly admits the grotesque transformation is surprisingly useful, a sentiment his disgusted attendant clearly shares. The newly formed frog-human hybrid confidently leaps into the fray, eager to demonstrate its power. It launches itself like a living cannonball, a slimy green projectile streaking toward the gold-level beast. The hybrid's physical attack slams directly into the sleek monster, catching it completely off guard. A massive impact sends the creature reeling, confirming its vulnerability to non-spiritual assaults. From his vantage point, Xiaoan's theory is proven correct. The monster is blind to anything without a spiritual signature. He turns to his attendant with a determined glint in his eye, realizing their strategy might actually work. Gubai looks terrified, her confidence wavering as she doubts her ability to execute the dangerous plan. Xiaoan grabs her hands, his unwavering belief in her abilities giving her the courage she needs. With his team's resolve solidified, he prepares to act, now 100% certain of their success. Xiaoan stands atop a container, calmly getting the attention of the deadly gold-level beast. He flares his spiritual energy, his eyes glowing as he openly challenges the monster to attack. Just as he predicted, the creature teleports directly behind him for a sneak attack. He's already anticipated its momentary hesitation, a fatal flaw in its otherwise perfect speed. He unleashes a massive pillar of blue spiritual energy, creating a brilliant beacon. The monster is instantly drawn to the overwhelming spiritual power, its senses completely focused on the flare. It becomes trapped within the blinding light, unable to perceive anything else around it. With the beast's vision completely obscured, Xiaoan signals for the real attack to begin. The red-winged crow swoops in, unleashing a torrent of flames at the distracted monster's blind spot. The fiery blast connects, erupting in a massive explosion that engulfs the entire area. With the monster distracted, Xiaoan commands his fiery beast to restrict its movement. The red-winged crow whips up a massive flame tornado, trapping the creature in a fiery vortex. The sleek monster is caught in the eye of the storm, its incredible speed rendered useless. At the same time, Gubai orders her lava spider to spring the second part of their trap. The spider's webs retract with immense force, pulling a wall of shipping containers around the inferno. With the enemy completely boxed in, Xiaoan roars for his beast to deliver the final attack. The red-winged crow's eyes glow as it gathers an overwhelming amount of solar energy. It unleashes a devastating beam of pure nuclear power, aimed directly at the helpless monster. The beam connects, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that tears the battlefield apart. The aftermath is a terrifying mushroom cloud rising over the wasteland, a testament to their victory. Far away on the city wall, a soldier looks up in utter disbelief at the colossal explosion. The ground at the blast's epicenter cracks and glows, a single blue cube remaining where the monster once stood. Xiaoan and Gubai stand on the edge of the crater, surveying the destruction from within a protective barrier. But from the smoldering depths, a clawed hand bursts through the rubble, refusing to be defeated. Gubai points in terror, realizing their ultimate attack somehow failed to finish the job. The battered monster drags itself from the crater, its form damaged but its will completely unbroken. With a grim expression, Xiaoan decides to unleash his final, most dangerous trump card. He summons a colossal ethereal shark that opens its massive jaws to devour the weakened beast. The shark snaps its mouth shut, consuming the monster in a brilliant flash of blue energy. Suddenly, a bloodshot eye appears, its pupil constricting as red tendrils spread, hinting at a dark consequence. The ethereal shark is revealed to be a massive, corrupted white shadow giant scalefish. Xiaoan's face contorts in pain as the same red corruption spreads across his own body. He collapses to his knees, realizing a strange power is corroding his very life force. Pushing his attendant to safety, he urges her to leave him behind and escape. Sometime later, the tattooed mercenary emerges from the rubble, assuming the battle is over. His deputy leader orders him to search the blast zone for any signs of life. Finding only the remains of the young master's frog, he declares the area completely wiped out. But then, they spot two figures emerging from the dust, recognizing the two newcomers. The mercenary leader grimly notes that while they survived, the arrogant rich kid clearly did not. Just as they call out, Xiaoan's strength finally gives out and he collapses unconscious. Drifting in a watery abyss, Xiaoan hears a distant voice calling his name. He opens his eyes within the strange blue void, his expression calm and collected. His consciousness plummets toward a massive, corrupted eye, ensnared by sinister red tendrils. He jolts awake with a gasp, the terrifying vision still fresh in his mind. His attendant and one of the mercenaries rush to his side, relieved to see him conscious. A doctor explains he's just suffering from spiritual exhaustion, but Xiaoan suspects something is wrong. The tattooed mercenary enters the tent, informing Xiaoan that the group's leader has summoned him. He's led out to a campfire where the mercenary leader is waiting to speak with him. The spiky-haired leader turns with a smirk, admitting he underestimated the newcomer's power. Xiaoan wastes no time calling him out, questioning his praise after being abandoned in the middle of the fight. The mercenary leader justifies his retreat, explaining his first duty was to his men's survival. He admits he would have stayed if he'd known Xiaoan's true power, then offers him a spot in their group. Xiaoan remains skeptical, knowing a man who abandons his allies once is likely to do it again. The leader explains they've lost men and need help escorting a client to Jiaolin town. Realizing their destination is on his route, Xiaoan listens as the leader sweetens the deal with a promise of payment. The mercenary leader holds up 3 fingers, offering a generous 30% of the mission's reward. Xiaoan instantly accepts the money but clarifies this is a temporary alliance, not a long-term commitment. The leader smirks, amused by Xiaoan's clear and immediate focus on the financial gain. The scene shifts to their destination, a heavily fortified outpost in the jungles of Jiaolin town. As they arrive, the tattooed mercenary complains about the rough journey, while Xiaoan suspects his attendant's bad luck is to blame. The mercenary leader announces they'll camp for the night, but Xiaoan questions the decision to stop. He explains the surrounding jungle is a death trap after dark, even for the most powerful masters. An impatient voice suddenly cuts through the air, complaining loudly about the delay. The group turns in confusion, trying to locate the source of the disruptive outburst. An irate woman emerges, berating the mercenaries and calling them trash for the rough journey. A female mercenary coldly warns the client that her shouting is a beacon for nearby beasts. The woman tries to intimidate them, boasting that her brother is the gold-level mayor of Jiaolin town. Her nervous companion attempts to calm her down, agreeing that they should be more cautious. She throws a tantrum, insisting she didn't pay for such hardship as Xiaoan watches with disdain. He scoffs at her foolishness, realizing she's antagonizing the very people paid to protect her. The mercenary leader points to a massive treehouse settlement, announcing it as their camp for the night. Gathered around a small fire, Xiaoan feels a growing sense of unease about their crude accommodations. His suspicion sharpens as he detects a strange, unnatural scent rising from their cooking pot. Elsewhere, a group of masked figures, including familiar mercenaries, peek from behind a curtain, checking on their plan. They look down at the unconscious forms of Xiaoan and the others, confirming their sedative was a success. The leader explains their betrayal, revealing they targeted Xiaoan to replace a fallen member and gain his trust first. A close-up reveals Xiaoan is now bound, his hands secured in heavy metal cuffs. The mercenaries discuss their new plan, to ransom the powerful young master for a fortune and retire. The tattooed mercenary does a quick headcount of the captives, but realizes someone is missing from the group. The captors exchange confused glances, suddenly on high alert as they realize their plan has a flaw. The missing captive reveals himself to be a priest, calmly reciting a prayer with a smug smile. The mercenaries are furious, demanding to know why their powerful sedative had no effect on him. The tattooed mercenary wastes no time, arming a massive weapon with clear hostile intent. He shoves the weapon in the priest's face, aggressively questioning his identity and dismissing his holy act. The priest holds up a hand to calm the situation, revealing a distinctive spider tattoo on his palm. The mercenaries recoil in shock, instantly recognizing the mark of the infamous spider demon sect. From the sidelines, a seemingly unconscious Xiaoan observes the confrontation, surprised by this new revelation. He smirks beneath his mask, realizing this unexpected twist could work to his advantage. A flashback reveals his apocalypse eye had already warned him of the drug, allowing him to feign being knocked out. Still pretending to be unconscious, he decides to bide his time, curious to see how the clash between kidnappers and cultists unfolds. The mercenary leader demands to know why the infamous spider demon sect is interested in their business. The priest introduces himself as Alpha, a recruiter for the sect on the hunt for new talent. He clarifies his only targets are Xiaoan and his attendant, impressed by their victory over a gold-level beast. Seeing an opportunity, the mercenary leader tries to sell his captives, offering to negotiate a price. Alpha scoffs at the offer, making it clear that the spider demon sect takes what it wants without paying. The mercenary leader bristles at the insult as two masked women suddenly appear, flanking the priest. Xiaowen realizes the two women are just holograms, a clever but transparent bluff. He spots the projector on the floor, confirming his suspicion about the illusion. Unseen by the groups, a sniper takes aim from a distant building, observing the tense standoff. The sniper prepares to fire, their powerful rifle gleaming as they get ready to intervene in the conflict. A high-velocity round rips through the air, striking the priest mid-sentence. The mercenary leader whirls around in shock as a familiar voice claims responsibility for the shot. From the jungle canopy, their sniper Feng Lang reveals he survived the beast attack, casually reminding his boss of a debt. But the shot was a near miss, and a new masked figure appears as the sniper complains about his broken rifle. The tattooed mercenary confirms the priest's backup was just a hologram, realizing their opponent is completely alone. With the odds now in their favor, the mercenaries close in, mocking the cultist for his failed deception. Cornered and outnumbered, Alpha makes one last desperate bluff, threatening them with the arrival of his superior. Unimpressed by his empty threats, the mercenaries decide to teach the cultist a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, a squadron of mysterious bird-masked figures on winged beasts descends upon the jungle. Their leader, the almighty priest, prepares to land, hoping his subordinate Alpha's intel is finally accurate. The winged beasts and their masked riders descend upon the camp, their shadows falling over the jungle. The sudden sound of their approach puts the mercenaries on high alert, their standoff instantly forgotten. Alpha grins maniacally, boasting that his powerful superior has finally arrived to turn the tables. A massive shockwave rips through the treehouse as the newcomers make a destructive entrance. Still feigning unconsciousness, Xiaowen peeks out, trying to assess the new, chaotic situation. The cultist kneels before his leader, the almighty priest, whose pinnacle gold-rank beast towers over them all. The imposing figure lands with an unnerving silence, his presence immediately dominating the room. The Golden Peak Master demands to know his target's location, and the cultist points to the captives. The almighty priest's gaze falls upon the group, a dark, menacing aura flaring around him. Even while pretending to be out cold, Xiaowen feels the crushing weight of the newcomer's powerful presence. The tattooed mercenary bravely stands his ground, demanding to know the powerful cultist's intentions. He's instantly paralyzed by an unseen force, his defiance turning to sheer panic. The almighty priest effortlessly immobilizes all the mercenaries with a single wave of his dark energy. Ignoring the frozen kidnappers, he approaches his true targets, reciting a chilling prayer over them. Though appearing unconscious, Xiaowen secretly watches the priest's approach, his mind racing. The priest reveals a vial of spider venom ascension elixir, a concoction designed for mind control. As the needle nears his neck, Xiaowen realizes the cultist's true goal is to enslave him. In a sudden burst of power, Xiaowen shatters the heavy metal cuffs binding his hands. Now free, he grabs the priest's wrist with a smirk, easily stopping the attempted injection. The powerful cult leader is sent reeling, caught completely off guard by his captive's hidden strength. The almighty priest scoffs, dismissing Xiaowen's defiance as nothing more than a trivial trick. Xiaowen tries to wake his still drugged attendant, knowing they have to make a run for it. He unleashes a powerful wave of energy, blasting a path for their escape through the treehouse wall. The priest effortlessly cuts through the blast, his dark wings carrying him in hot pursuit. He lands on the empty platform, watching his targets vanish into the moonlit jungle below. Flanked by his winged beasts, the cult leader gives the order to chase them down without mercy. Deep in the jungle, Xiaowen finds temporary cover, frustrated that the sedative is still affecting his companion. Realizing they're in hostile territory, he prepares to use his apocalypse eye to assess their surroundings. A massive blue grid spreads from his position, scanning the dense foliage for any hidden dangers. The scan immediately locks onto a new threat, revealing a camouflaged silver-level beast lurking in the trees above. He realizes their escape is blocked by a massive glowing banana tree, and his companion's condition is slowing them down. With winged pursuers closing in from above, he knows he's running out of time and options. Deciding on a risky move, he opens a dimensional portal to secure his unconscious attendant. He recalls how this same pocket dimension saved him from the nuclear-level blast back at the camp. With Gubai safely tucked away, he's now free to deal with the cultists and the mysterious jungle. His attention returns to the rustling banana tree, sensing it's more than just an obstacle. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the dark forest gives him the perfect cover for a counterattack. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the failed cultist Alpha begs his leader for help amidst the paralyzed mercenaries. The subordinate's face is a mask of pure terror as he desperately pleads for his life. The almighty priest remains silent, his imposing figure showing nothing but cold indifference to the plea. The almighty priest recites a chilling final prayer for his failed subordinate. With a single gesture, he extracts the cultist's very essence, a brutal punishment for his failure. The remaining mercenaries can only watch, horrified by the leader's ruthless disposal of his own man. Elsewhere, the sniper radios in, confirming his weapon is useless and he can't provide any backup. Trapped and powerless, the mercenary leader grits his teeth, believing this is the end of the line for him. Meanwhile, one of the cult's winged beasts reports back to its master, having located their primary target. It confirms Xiaoan is alone, noting that his female companion is nowhere to be found. The priest gives a simple command to capture the boy, unconcerned by the missing girl. The winged pursuers immediately dive, closing in on Xiaoan as he sprints through the dense jungle. But a wicked grin spreads across Xiaoan's face, revealing he's just led them right into his trap. He throws up a defensive shield as the winged pursuers dive in for the kill. But just as they close in, massive vines erupt from the jungle floor. The vines whip through the air, completely ignoring Xiaoan and ensnaring the surprised cultists. One of the riders looks down in shock, realizing they've flown straight into a natural trap. The powerful wooden beast completely immobilizes its new victims, its grip tightening. From the ground, Xiaoan watches as the massive banana tree monster deals with his pursuers for him. A confident grin spreads across his face, his calculated gamble paying off exactly as planned. His plan relied on a simple fact. The green banana tree is fiercely territorial. By standing at the very edge of its domain, he baited the oversized beasts into triggering its defenses. The tree's monstrous true form reveals the grim fate awaiting any who dare trespass. The ensnared cultists can only watch helplessly as the thick vines tighten their unyielding grip. A system prompt explains the tree's true form punishes trespassers with a terrifying and final gesture. The monstrous tree begins to drain the very life force from its helpless captives. The cultists' masks shatter, revealing their skeletal forms as their energy is violently consumed. After feeding, the tree reveals its prize, a cluster of glowing, life-rich banana fruits. From his hiding spot, Xiaoan realizes the fruit is a valuable alchemical ingredient he desperately needs. Seeing an opportunity, he forms a blade of pure energy and makes a daring move. With a single, swift slice, he snatches a bunch of the magical fruit from the distracted monster. He's immediately captivated by the fruit's intoxicatingly sweet and powerful scent. His brief moment of triumph ends as he realizes he's just crossed the line into the monster's territory. He notices the tree is still busy absorbing energy, seemingly oblivious to his theft. With a greedy grin, he clutches his prize, convinced he's about to get away scot-free. His escape is comically cut short as he trips over a tiny frog that's latched onto his foot. He furiously kicks the amphibian away, his focus entirely on the bizarre interruption. Landing in the grass, he finds another frog on his stolen fruit, wondering if he's cursed. His moment of annoyance is shattered as the massive, glowing face of the tree monster looms over him. Looking back with a nervous grin, he realizes his fatal miscalculation has put him in mortal danger. The scene shifts to the dark jungle canopy as birds flee, hinting at the escalating conflict below. Back at the camp, the almighty priest calmly asks one of his subordinates for a situation report. The subordinate looks out, grimly informing his master that they're going to need more backup. The almighty priest declares that his failed subordinate's spirit will now serve a new, greater purpose. He channels a dark purple energy, preparing to unleash a sinister new creation on the camp. The energy solidifies into a grotesque, multi-eyed spider creature in the palm of his hand. The mercenary leader can only watch in stunned horror, completely powerless to intervene. With a commanding gesture, the priest unleashes a swarm of these parasitic spiders. The creatures latch onto the necks of the helpless mercenaries, their faces twisting in fear. Now in complete control, the priest demands absolute obedience from his new unwilling servants. He reveals the spiders are living bombs, a deadly insurance policy against any future defiance. Meanwhile, Xiaoan's situation goes from bad to worse as the massive tree monster closes in on him. With a desperate grin, he looks back at the monster, realizing his clever plan has backfired spectacularly. The monster's roots launch him into the air like a catapult, bananas still firmly in hand. He soars across the moonlit sky, getting an unexpected high-speed exit from the danger zone. His flight ends with a spectacular crash landing deep within the jungle undergrowth. Brushing leaves from his hair, he smirks, feeling incredibly lucky to have escaped the monster's territory. Hidden in the foliage, he's suddenly intrigued by the idea of taming a powerful plant-type beast for himself. A sudden rustle in the bushes puts him on high alert, his sharp gaze scanning for the source. Peeking from behind a tree, he confirms the spider demon sect is still hot on his trail. The now-controlled mercenaries grumble as they search the dark forest, unable to locate their target. The almighty priest begins a dark ritual, calling on a higher power to reveal his prey's location. A massive wave of purple energy erupts from him, spreading through the jungle like a supernatural radar. A holographic warning flashes before Xiaowan, confirming the priest's tracking spell has found him. The priest's dark magic pinpoints his location, and the tattooed mercenary eagerly points him out. Peeking from cover, Xiaowan questions how the mercenaries so easily fell under the cult's control. His escape is cut short as one of the mercenaries emerges from the undergrowth, gun drawn. With another gun aimed at him, Xiaowan raises his hands in mock surrender, lamenting his terrible luck. Deciding he's out of options, he prepares to use a familiar trick, his hands glowing with blue energy. He unleashes a massive smokescreen, wondering how many times he's had to rely on this tactic today. The blast provides the perfect cover, allowing him to slip away unseen into the jungle. As the smoke clears, the mercenaries realize their target has vanished without a trace. The almighty priest furiously orders his new minions to stop dawdling and continue the pursuit. The mercenary leader defiantly reminds the priest of the bomb on his neck, questioning his authority over true beastmasters. The priest scoffs at the threat, looking down on the controlled mercenaries and dismissing their leader's right to negotiate. As his sniper radios in, the mercenary leader glares back, silently challenging the cultists' arrogance. From the jungle, Feng Leng confirms he's in position to provide backup for his captured comrades. Elsewhere, Xiaowan finally gets a moment to rest, catching his breath after the frantic escape. But a system warning reveals a grim consequence of his last attack. His spiritual power is now severely damaged. Leaning against a tree, he worries about his dwindling strength, unsure how much longer he can keep going. His brief respite is shattered as a sudden alert warns him of an approaching threat. The mercenary leader emerges from the foliage, calling out for Xiaowan to reveal himself. Hiding nearby, Xiaowan watches with suspicion, trying to understand why the mercenaries are now working for the cult. His apocalypse eye reveals the truth. The mercenaries are wearing explosive spider collars. Hiding in the foliage, he deduces that his former allies are being forced to hunt him down. He instructs his red-winged crow to intervene, but to disable the mercenaries, not eliminate them. The bird gives a knowing chirp, seemingly questioning its master's ability to stay out of trouble. Deciding talk is cheap, the fiery beast launches itself into the sky, leaving its master behind. It soars through the jungle canopy like a blazing comet, closing in on the unsuspecting mercenaries. A female mercenary spots the strange light, her sharp eyes catching the unnatural movement in the sky. The others look up, initially mistaking the fiery bird for a simple shooting star. The female mercenary's expression intensifies as she urgently points out the approaching object. As the fiery projectile gets closer, the group realizes it's no meteor, but something far more direct. The tattooed mercenary's eyes widen in panic as he finally recognizes the incoming threat. He instinctively shields his comrade as the fiery attack slams into their position with devastating force. The red-winged crow emerges from the smoke, having successfully struck its targets. The mercenary leader spots Xiaowan's hiding place and eagerly points him out to his beast. His own beast, the red flame ape, intercepts the crow mid-air, ready to deliver a powerful blow. The ape's flaming fists easily swat away the crow's projectiles, proving its superior strength. Undeterred, the crow unleashes a massive volley of solar flames, raining destruction from above. The female mercenary grits her teeth, grudgingly admitting the incredible power of Xiaowan's beast. She glances back, noticing the cult leader is content to watch the chaos unfold without intervening. The red flame ape pauses, a glint in its eye suggesting it's formulating a plan to counter the aerial assault. The tattooed mercenary retaliates, unleashing a volley of fire from his heavy shotgun. He grows frustrated as the agile crow easily evades every single one of his shots. The fiery bird dives with incredible speed, effortlessly weaving through the ineffective barrage. It closes the distance in an instant, slamming into the mercenary with a powerful, fiery tackle. The mercenary is sent reeling from the impact, the spider collar on his neck flaring with energy. Dazed, he spots Xiaowan comically scolding his bird for once again acting without orders. Enraged by the attack on its master, the red flame ape looms over Xiaowan, ready to strike. Xiaowan holds up a hand, frantically trying to reason with the furious beast and its master. With no time to talk, he throws up a powerful energy shield to block the incoming blow. The ape's massive fist connects with the barrier, the sheer force of the impact shaking the jungle. The mercenary leader coldly states that there's nothing left for them to talk about. He explains he must take Xiaowan away, but Xiaowan sees no reason to cooperate with his captor. The two masters lock eyes, both understanding that a fierce battle is now unavoidable. The red flame ape unleashes a powerful, concentrated beam of fire from its mouth. The fiery blast rips through the air, aimed directly at Xiaowan's defensive position. The mercenary leader rides the wave of fire as it slams into Xiaowan's glowing blue shield. Xiaowan looks on with frustration, realizing he's once again caught in a difficult situation. As the mercenary mocks his defensive tech, Xiaowan feels his spiritual power beginning to fail. With his energy dwindling, he decides on a risky gambit, to push the shield outward as an attack. The mercenary leader is caught completely off guard, impressed by the imaginative and unexpected counter. The mercenary leader scoffs at Xiaowan's tactics, reminding him this is a real-world fight, not a training exercise. He activates a strength enhancement ability, his body erupting in a fiery aura as he prepares for a brutal, no-holds-barred assault. Xiaowan's eyes widen in panic, realizing his depleted energy leaves him vulnerable to a direct physical attack. The mercenary closes the distance instantly, landing a powerful blow and boasting about his street-fighting experience. He overpowers Xiaowan with raw strength, slamming him to the ground in a flurry of fiery strikes. Pinned and helpless, Xiaowan can only stare in shock as his opponent prepares to finish the fight. He tries to reason with his captor, questioning if the cult will truly spare him after he's served his purpose. The mercenary leader furiously dismisses the warning, his desperation overriding his logic. But his resolve shatters as he suddenly clutches his head in agony, the spider collar flaring with energy. Seizing the momentary opening, Xiaowan retaliates with a vicious headbutt, turning the tables on his distracted foe. Pinning his opponent, Xiaowan reveals he understands the mercenary is being threatened. He confidently offers a solution to the explosive spider collar, proposing an unexpected alliance. The mercenary leader remains defiant, demanding to know why he should trust his former target. With a smirk, Xiaowan reveals his leverage. He knows their sniper is hiding in the nearby bushes. At his leader's command, the sniper Feng Lang takes aim from his concealed position. Instead of a bullet, the sniper fires a canister that erupts in a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke grenade lands, instantly blanketing the area and obscuring everyone's vision. Using the smoke as cover, the sniper appears behind Xiaowan, catching him in a firm grip. The mercenary leader rises with a triumphant smirk, declaring their confrontation is far from over. From the edge of the jungle, the almighty priest silently observes the unfolding chaos. The mercenary leader gets the cultists' attention, ready to make a deal. He presents the captured Xiaowan, announcing he's fulfilled his end of the bargain. With his crew looking on, he asks the priest to release them as promised. But the priest changes the terms, demanding they also bring him the missing girl. The mercenary leader fumes, furious that the cultist is going back on their agreement. The priest coldly reminds him of the explosive spider collars, certain of his control. The mercenary leader smirks, cryptically suggesting the collars won't be a problem for much longer. A sudden gunshot erupts from the foliage, aimed directly at the unsuspecting priest. The almighty priest effortlessly blocks the bullet with a massive scythe of dark energy. With the priest distracted, the mercenaries spring their trap, their collars now disabled as they launch a full-scale assault. The almighty priest is stunned by the sudden betrayal, his control completely shattered. A flashback reveals Xiaowan advising the mercenary leader while seemingly being held captive. He signals for them to keep quiet, subtly taking charge of the entire operation. The sniper whispers his concerns about the spider collars having an eavesdropping function. Xiaowan confidently dismisses the idea, revealing he'd already confirmed the collars were simple beasts. With his trust earned, the mercenary leader asks the young master to reveal his counterattack plan. Back in the present, the tattooed mercenary restrains the priest, following the first step of Xiaowan's strategy. Their primary objective is to destroy the staff, the source of the priest's control over them. The female mercenary lunges forward, her blade poised to shatter the cultist's weapon. But the priest unleashes a wave of dark energy, proving a gold-level master won't be defeated so easily. The tattooed mercenary struggles to restrain the priest, realizing their initial plan is already failing. Enraged by their defiance, the almighty priest unleashes his full, terrifying power. The female mercenary is violently thrown back by the overwhelming blast of dark energy. With his patience gone, the priest decides to stop holding back against his attackers. Xiaoan catches his falling ally, knowing they're running out of time to stop the priest. The cult leader raises his staff, preparing to detonate the explosive spiders on their necks. But Xiaoan's plan accounted for this, knowing the bombs have a delayed fuse. The female mercenary glares with renewed determination, ready for the next phase of the attack. A new ally leaps from the shadows, aiming to strike the priest at his most vulnerable moment. She drives her blade down with deadly precision, aiming to end the fight with a single decisive blow. But her attack is instantly thwarted, as the priest catches the blade just inches from her throat. He coldly informs them their efforts are futile, revealing he anticipated their every move. Suddenly, a new blue-haired woman appears, explaining the priest's shield has a fatal close-range weakness. With a confident grin, she swings a strange, bladed weapon with incredible speed. Her blade strikes true, catching the priest completely off guard from behind. She mockingly asks the cult leader who will be doing the cleansing now. Her powerful strike shatters the priest's staff, the source of his control, in a brilliant flash. From the sidelines, Xiaoan and the others watch in relief as their desperate plan succeeds. The mysterious newcomer glances back, the now deactivated spider collar still glowing on her neck. The mercenaries waste no time, finally ripping the deactivated explosive collars from their necks with immense relief. With the immediate threat gone, the mercenary leader furiously charges forward to finish the fight. He and the mysterious newcomer launch a coordinated assault on the disarmed priest, but his own crew restrains him, realizing a direct fight is still a losing battle. With their leader in tow, the mercenaries decide to cut their losses and make a run for it. Enraged by their escape, the almighty priest unleashes a terrifying wave of dark spiritual energy. He forms a hand sign, preparing to cast a powerful, wide-ranging spell. A grotesque prison of purple energy erupts from the ground, a sinister domain taking shape. The fleeing mercenaries are instantly trapped, caught within the gold-level master's terrifying new technique. The leader desperately calls for his sniper, hoping for a last-minute rescue from the towering wall of energy. But Feng Lang's communications are dead, leaving him isolated and unable to help his trapped boss. Cut off from his team, the sniper resorts to a makeshift antenna, determined to get a message out. He desperately tries to establish a connection, knowing his comrades' lives depend on his call for help. Elsewhere, his urgent report finally breaks through, interrupting a meeting with a fiery, red-haired woman. The woman, clearly a leader, snaps into her radio, annoyed by the sudden and disruptive call. Her subordinate relays the dire news. The team is trapped by the spider demon sect and is calling for aid. The leader's annoyance instantly turns to rage as she demands to know why the cult is targeting her people. A mysterious hooded figure at the table calmly suggests the conflict might be a misunderstanding. But the captain's fury ignites, her eyes glowing as she promises a grim fate for anyone who crosses her crew. The scene flashes to the source of the cult's power, a terrifying ritual before a multi-eyed, otherworldly being. Surrounded by his most powerful beasts, the almighty priest gives the chilling command to capture his prey. Surrounded by the priest's domain, Xiaoan grits his teeth, unimpressed by the cultist's flashy spirit beasts. He turns to his red-winged crow with a sly grin, deciding it's time to cash in on all the power he's invested in it. In a brilliant flash of fire, Xiaoan initiates his own possession ability, merging his essence with his fiery companion. Flames erupt around him as his body begins to transform, taking on the armored characteristics of his beast. His hand morphs into a powerful clawed gauntlet, crackling with the crow's immense solar energy. A menacing bird-like mask materializes over his face, completing the first stage of his powerful fusion. Now a fiery warrior, he boasts that his damaged talent is still more than enough to handle this fight. He scoffs at the memory of the frog hybrid, vowing to show everyone how a true possession talent is used. The almighty priest looks down from above, acknowledging the rare ability but remaining completely unfazed. Through his imposing helmet, the cult leader coldly dismisses the display, judging his opponent as far too inexperienced. With a click of his tongue, the newly transformed Xiaoan glares back, his fiery aura radiating pure confidence. The priest commands his massive beast to unleash a paralyzing beam, trapping Xiaoan in a field of countless menacing eyes. Xiaoan's confidence shatters as he feels his body lock up, completely immobilized by the strange attack. Dark energy binds him in place, the priest's horror beam proving to be a powerful restraining technique. But as he's held captive, his apocalypse eye activates, a brilliant blue orb materializing above him. The almighty priest looks up in confusion, completely baffled by the sudden appearance of the mysterious eye. The ethereal eye unleashes a powerful counterwave, its gaze overriding the priest's dark magic. The cult leader recoils in shock, unable to comprehend the power that just nullified his ultimate technique. Xiaowen effortlessly shatters his bonds, remarking on the unpleasant sensation of the fear-based attack. He realizes the priest's beasts are now recoiling, their terrifying gazes turned to fear under the watch of his apocalypse eye. The priest retaliates, launching himself forward in a blur of dark, shadowy energy. Not to be outdone, Xiaowan meets the charge head-on, his body wreathed in explosive flames. Their powerful attacks collide in a spectacular explosion of fire and shadow, shaking the very foundations of the domain. The two warriors stand off, the priest dismissing his opponent's arrogance as Xiaowan warns him the real fight is just beginning. Meanwhile, the trapped mercenaries can only watch the cataclysmic battle, dwarfed by the sheer power on display. The leader grimly accepts their fate, deciding to just watch the show since escape is impossible. But his attention is suddenly drawn to a strange sensation, a drop of purple goo landing on his shoulder. The entire group turns in confusion, sensing a new presence has joined them within the prison. A grotesque three-headed monster materializes from the domain's walls, looming over the terrified mercenaries. As countless smaller creatures swarm them, the leader orders his team to flee while his beast buys them time. The priest's beast unleashes a massive energy blade, but Xiaowan's fiery form easily blocks the assault. He dodges a follow-up strike and counters with a powerful explosive blast of his own. The shadowy beast recoils from the impact, its jaws crackling with dark purple energy. Now free from the restraining spell, Xiaowan smirks, ready to unleash his full power without interruption. He turbocharges his gauntlet, channeling an immense amount of fiery energy into his fist. With a confident glare, he prepares to deliver a devastating supercharged punch. He unleashes a massive pillar of fire, meeting the beast's descending blade of dark energy head-on. Gritting his teeth, Xiaowan decides to push his spiritual output to its absolute limit. The two opposing forces collide in a brilliant flash, a fiery beam clashing against a wave of dark power. The priest's beast pours more energy into its attack, determined to overwhelm its fiery opponent. Xiaowan's fiery blast completely overwhelms the dark energy, erupting in a massive explosion. But the immense power comes at a cost, as the crow's spiritual energy begins to overload his body. The almighty priest is stunned, unable to believe his attack was so thoroughly defeated. He realizes the bronze-ranked fighter he dismissed has far more secrets than he imagined. His shock turns to intrigue, admitting his opponent has finally captured his full attention. With his own mask cracking, Xiaowan glares back, sensing the priest is about to drop his act. The priest agrees, declaring Xiaowan has earned the right to witness his true, unrestrained power. He begins a dark chant, his aura swelling with countless eyes as he prepares to merge with a higher power. His form twists and contorts, fusing with his otherworldly master into a grotesque new being. The transformation completes, revealing a terrifying, skeletal, spider-like monster ready for battle. The priest's new form is a grotesque fusion of his most powerful beasts, a true monstrosity. The trapped mercenaries stare in disbelief as the priest's domain transforms into a horrifying, pulsating mass of dark energy. They realize the priest is now at the heart of this chaotic storm, a tiny figure wielding immense power. The swirling purple energy begins to coalesce, taking on a more solid and menacing shape. From the chaos, a new, terrifying entity with glowing eyes prepares to emerge. The priest's true form is revealed, a colossal demonic being that towers over the battlefield, ready for the next round. Xiaowan is instantly blasted back, his fiery form no match for the priest's newfound power. Pinned by the overwhelming pressure, Xiaowan can only look up in frustration at the monstrous cultist. The priest's new form looks down on him, dismissing his efforts as the work of an amateur. With a single, swift motion, the monster effortlessly snatches Xiaowan from the air, ending the fight in an instant. The priest's new form smashes Xiaowan against the domain wall with overwhelming force. A massive clawed hand descends, ready to crush the defeated warrior in a pool of dark energy. Pinned and submerged, Xiaowan glares up, his fiery will refusing to be extinguished. The towering monster gloats, emphasizing the insurmountable gap between their power levels. With a sinister grin, the cultist demands his target's surrender, intent on taking him alive. But Xiaowan scoffs, his defiant gaze promising this fight is far from over. A sudden explosion rocks the priest's head, catching the monstrous cultist completely by surprise. He turns with a snarl, annoyed that his grand display has been so rudely interrupted. From the shadows, a colossal draconic beast emerges, with Xiaowan standing proudly on its back. Now riding his powerful new ally, Xiaowen prepares to even the odds, ready for round 2. The almighty priest roars in disbelief, realizing his captive has somehow slipped from his grasp. The two colossal beasts now face each other, dwarfing the trapped mercenaries below in a truly epic standoff. Seeing an opportunity, the mercenary leader orders his subordinate to assist Xiaowen, forming an impromptu alliance. He bravely steps forward, preparing to distract the monstrous priest to buy his new ally some time. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries tend to Xiaowen, who questions why they're suddenly so eager to help him. The leader smirks, explaining his actions are purely a matter of pride, refusing to be indebted to anyone. He summons his own powerful beast, revealing a long-held grudge against the cultist he's now ready to settle. The priest's monstrous form retaliates, raising a colossal foot to crush the defiant mercenary. But the red flame ape intercepts the blow, meeting the overwhelming force with a fiery resolve of its own. With the priest distracted, Xiaowen's draconic beast swoops in for a perfectly timed flanking attack. The draconic beast unleashes a massive energy beam, blasting the priest's monstrous form from the side. Elsewhere, two women analyze the battle data, puzzled by the strange nature of Xiaowen's transformation. They deduce his fusion is incomplete. His spiritual energy flow is somehow blocked, preventing him from reaching his full potential. The solution is simple. If they can clear the obstruction, he'll be able to unlock his true power. The two women suddenly appear behind Xiaowen, announcing it's time to begin a surprise operation. Still itched, Xiaowen clenches his fist, ready to unleash the absorbed energy. A system prompt confirms his sacrifice is complete, activating the first stage of his new power, Solar Blaze. He's surprised to find his skills have been enhanced and renamed, granting him a whole new arsenal of attacks. The monstrous priest finally admits he's underestimated his opponent, his arrogance completely shattered. Enraged, the cultist charges a massive ball of destructive energy, preparing to end the fight with one last blast. But Xiaowen cuts him off, rocketing forward to silence the monster before it can attack. He flies straight for the colossal beast's chest, his small frame radiating immense power. Gathering a sphere of pure solar energy, he declares that the priest's reign of terror is over. He unleashes the attack, a concentrated beam of fiery radiation aimed directly at the monster's core. The beam connects with devastating force, erupting in a massive explosion against the priest's grotesque form. The resulting explosion is so massive it lights up the entire jungle canopy, visible for miles. From a nearby helicopter, the mercenary captain senses the diamond-level power, wondering why her team is caught in such a fight. As her chopper lands, the sniper Feng Lang rushes to greet her, clearly relieved to see backup arrive. She demands a report, and he explains their leader is trapped after a run-in with the spider demon sect. The captain grimly notes that such a massive disturbance has likely awakened the legendary Lord of the Rainforest. Back at the battlefield, the priest's domain has completely collapsed, leaving a smoking, barren crater. The freed mercenaries stare at the devastation, their leader Riley commenting on the day's repeated chaos. Through the smoke, they spot a lone figure standing in the epicenter, recognizing the bronze boy who caused it all. The mercenary leader calls out, concerned for Xiaowen's well-being after the incredible display of power. But the victory came at a price, as Xiaowen suffers from the severe physical backlash of his ultimate attack. Xiaowen glares at his mysterious helpers, annoyed they failed to mention the painful side effects of their power-up. The dark-haired woman offers a wry smile, casually dismissing his complaint by saying they were short on time. Before they can argue, massive tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring the entire group in a new, terrifying trap. The mercenary leader recognizes the legendary Lord of the Rainforest and orders his men to grab Xiaowen and escape. He struggles against the vines, jokingly accusing the bronze boy of being a magnet for disaster. Held by the tattooed mercenary, Xiaowen retorts that he's the reason they're even alive to be captured. The blue-haired mercenary coldly suggests leaving Xiaowen behind as a sacrifice if their situation worsens. But the debate is cut short as the writhing vines close in completely, sealing their only escape route. The tendrils merge and solidify, forming the base of a colossal ancient tree that pulses with green energy. The monstrous tree reveals its true form, a glowing core of power radiating from its upper branches, watching its new captives. The legendary jungle lord of the wild bananas reveals its terrifying skeletal form, radiating immense power. The group finds themselves trapped within the very body of the colossal beast, a prison of living wood. The mercenary leader anxiously asks his subordinate for a status update on their communications. She confirms their signal is almost non-existent, completely cutting them off from their sniper. To make matters worse, she reveals their oxygen is limited, giving them only 30 minutes to escape. Overwhelmed with frustration, the leader slams his fist against the unyielding wall of their prison. He blames himself for their predicament, consumed by guilt for leading his team into another dead end. Xiaoan calmly advises the agitated leader to conserve his energy, pointing out that panic will only deplete their air faster. The leader lashes out, dismissing Xiaoan's advice and reminding him of the heavy burden of leadership. Xiaoan challenges the leader's despair, asking if he's considered how his attitude affects the team that puts their faith in him. Xiaoan reminds the leader that in a crisis, the most important thing is to remain calm. Wiping his lip, he adds that a true leader must also trust the people who follow him. Meanwhile, the mercenary captain's helicopter arrives, dwarfed by the colossal jungle lord below. Her subordinate questions the wisdom of fighting the legendary beast, but she scoffs at his lack of faith. She explains that her missing team was last tracked here, making a confrontation with the monster inevitable. The sniper's urgent voice crackles over the radio, confirming her team is trapped inside the beast. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she decides on a simple plan: just smash it open. She summons her own spirit beast, a small but fierce-looking crimson demon ape, bringing her supercharged weapon down in a devastating arc toward the monster. The powerful strike slices clean through the jungle lord's trunk, tearing a massive hole in its body. Inside, the trapped mercenaries stare in awe as a massive crack of red energy shatters their wooden prison. The leader's shock turns to recognition as he realizes who's behind the familiar red lightning. The captain appears in the opening, casually greeting her subordinate and revealing she's his older sister. Overcome with emotion, the tough mercenary leader bursts into tears, overjoyed to see his sister has arrived. His sister, however, looks completely disgusted by his tearful and dramatic reunion. Instead of a warm hug, the mercenary leader is met with his sister's cold, unimpressed stare. She cuts the reunion short with a powerful punch, sending her emotional brother flying. Standing over him, she scolds her subordinate for his embarrassing and childish display. Xiaoan watches the family drama unfold, learning from another mercenary that this is just their leader's normal behavior. The captain quickly shifts back to business, ordering everyone up the rope ladder before the jungle lord regenerates. From the helicopter bay, the sniper Feng Lang prepares to winch his comrades to safety. He grips the lever, ready to start the extraction and get his team out of the danger zone. As the team scrambles aboard, they realize their captain is still outside, covering their escape. She yells at the pilot to take off immediately, knowing they're running out of time. Below them, the colossal jungle lord's wounds seal with green light, its immense power returning with terrifying speed. The jungle lord's skeletal face glares with renewed fury, its glowing green eyes fixed on its attackers. The captain grits her teeth, realizing the legendary beast's regeneration is far quicker than she anticipated. With a silent roar, the monster unleashes a wave of pure, concentrated life energy. A massive beam of green light erupts from the jungle lord, aimed directly at the escaping helicopter. But the beast's tendrils are faster, ensnaring the captain midair before she can react. From the safety of the chopper, her brother watches in horror, crying out as his sister is captured. Annoyed by his panic, she glares back, reminding him she's far from defeated. She uses the monster's own vines as leverage, pushing back with all her might to create an opening. With a triumphant grin, she successfully halts the crushing force of the tendrils, holding the beast at a stalemate. Channeling her own power, she prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack of crimson lightning. She unleashes a powerful burst of crimson energy, propelling herself back towards the helicopter. With a final surge of power, she lands safely back inside the chopper, her escape a success. Xiaoan and the blue-haired mercenary watch in awe, both clearly impressed by the captain's incredible display. With a confident smirk, she gives the monster a defiant parting gesture as they fly away. The helicopter pulls away, leaving the colossal jungle lord behind as they make their clean getaway. Now safe, the captain formally introduces herself as Qi Xiaoxia, a gold-level master, and asks for Xiaoan's name. He calmly replies that he is Bai Xiaoan, a simple bronze-level beast tamer. Xiaoan internally connects her surname and power, suspecting she's from the famous Chai family of Red Wing City. The captain has a similar realization, asking if he's from the Bai family, to which he confirms his grandfather's identity. Her tough demeanor shatters, her eyes widening in shock as she realizes she's just rescued the grandson of the legendary Lord Bai. Her shock quickly turns to suspicion as she pins Xiaoan to his seat, demanding answers. She explains that while his grandfather is a valued client, they've dealt with plenty of imposters trying to use his name. With a menacing grin, she reveals the grim fate of the last person who tried to deceive them. Getting uncomfortably close, she prepares to use her own unique method to verify his identity. To his utter confusion, she begins sniffing him intensely, as if trying to catch the scent of a lie. She pulls back with a satisfied smirk, confirming he is indeed the real young master of the Bai family. Her brother watches in horror as his sister's professional demeanor dissolves, and she casually sits on Xiaowen's lap. Changing the subject, she asks about the girl he was with, and Xiaowen realizes he'd completely forgotten about her in the chaos. He excuses himself and walks to the open helicopter door, spotting a strange anomaly on the ground below. He finds himself standing before a glowing portal, a pocket dimension held together by massive purple crystals. He finds himself completely bewildered, questioning how he ended up in this strange new dimension. He then spots the missing girl, Gubai, suspended and trapped within a web of crystalline energy. Emerging from his beast space with the girl in his arms, he shocks his mysterious allies with the impossible feat. He lays her down, revealing she's now covered in sharp purple crystals as he desperately asks for help. His allies are furious, explaining that storing another person in one's beast space is an unheard of and dangerous act. The dark-haired woman theorizes the crystals are a defense mechanism, a reaction to the powerful energy within his beast space. The pilot cuts in, stating they lack the proper equipment for an analysis and must return to base immediately. With a new objective, the helicopter flies towards the sunrise, leaving the chaotic jungle behind. The scene shifts to a grand otherworldly arena where a mysterious figure stands at the center of a cosmic void. This cloaked figure addresses a council of powerful individuals, announcing the start of a very important meeting. The High Priest Solaris begins the meeting by confirming the death of their subordinate, Arthur. She turns to her council, asking for their thoughts on who could be responsible for the incident. The other high priests speculate, wondering if a powerful city lord was involved since Arthur was nearly diamond level. Solaris considers the possibility, noting the Lord of Giantwood City is the only one strong enough after a recent defeat. Another priest suggests a rival faction. The Moonveil sect might be the culprits, as the incident occurred on their turf. With a grim expression, Solaris vows revenge and tasks the fifth high priest Asmodan with the investigation. Asmodan and her hulking beast accept the dangerous assignment without question. Solaris shifts the topic to a more pressing concern, revealing a sense of unease about the future. She performs a ritual explaining that a cosmic sign indicates their revered Queen Arachnid is entering a state of dormancy. The second high priest expresses confusion, questioning why their queen would suddenly enter slumber after decades of activity. She explains the queen's transformation is happening ahead of schedule, but she has some theories. Solaris speculates the cause could be anything from cosmic phenomena to a necessary evolution for their queen. With a serious expression, she declares this concerns the very survival of their sect, so they can't afford any mistakes. A masked priest proposes a plan to monitor the rival Moonveil sect and lead them into a trap disguised as a blessing. Solaris agrees it's a good idea but urges caution, reminding him their rivals are not to be underestimated. The masked priest confidently dismisses her concerns, certain their enemies are powerless without the queen's favor. The council concludes their meeting with a unified chant, pledging their eternal loyalty to their spider deity. After the meeting, the masked priest awkwardly tries to start a private conversation with a silent, white-haired colleague. The white-haired priest Dan telepathically shuts him down, prompting the masked man to complain about the cold shoulder. As Dan walks away with their beast, the masked priest grows frustrated, wondering why they'll talk to their monster but not to him. The masked priest continues his taunts, questioning the suspicious circumstances of their predecessor's demise. His white-haired colleague, Dan, remains completely silent, their icy gaze fixed forward. He suggests that sending Dan on this mission is less an honor and more of a death sentence from the high priest. The priest frames the assignment as a test of survival during chaotic times, not a sign of trust. He challenges Dan's blind obedience, appealing to their intelligence and suggesting they are more than just a tool. In a silent, chilling response, Dan turns away as a dagger materializes and clatters to the floor. The scene shifts to the mercenary base, where a helicopter lands with urgent orders to get the injured girl to the infirmary. Medics rush Gubai, still covered in sharp purple crystals, through the facility on a stretcher. A medical scan reveals her vitals are stable, but the team has no idea when she will regain consciousness. Xiaowen learns the cause. Her spiritual channels are hopelessly tangled, an unprecedented side effect of being stored in a beast space. The dark-haired woman reassures Xiaowen, revealing she knows someone who might be able to help the girl. Desperate for a solution, Xiaowan immediately demands to be taken to this mysterious person. She warns him to keep his cool, while a white-haired man in the background wonders why an old affliction is suddenly resurfacing. His thoughts are cut short as thorny red vines erupt from his arm, causing him to cry out in agony. His mind is flooded with excruciating pain and a sudden overwhelming bloodlust. The dark-haired woman tries to snap him out of his trance, demanding he respond to her. He struggles to regain his composure, agreeing with her through gritted teeth as the cursed vines pulse with energy. Seeing his condition worsen, she drags him down the hall, desperately calling for someone named Hussein. A man in a blue hoodie turns around, clearly annoyed that his quiet time has been interrupted. But the white-haired man's eyes lock onto the spider emblem on the hoodie, his expression twisting with pure rage at the sight of the cult's mark. Hussein calmly eats his ramen, unbothered by the woman's scolding about his work ethic. She explains they need his expertise with spirit beasts to help her afflicted friend. The white-haired man is overwhelmed by vengeful thoughts, his rage directed at the spider cult. Hussein observes the man's murderous aura, realizing the situation is far more serious than he was told. Consumed by his curse, the man's power flares wildly as a massive, corrupted eye materializes behind him. He loses control completely, launching himself forward in a destructive, thorny blast of energy. The enraged man crashes through the building's roof, landing outside in a cloud of debris. Completely unfazed by the chaos, Hussein continues to calmly slurp his noodles. After finishing his meal, he looks on with a knowing expression, finally acknowledging the man's dire condition. He diagnoses the issue, explaining the man's spirit beast has been corrupted and is devolving into a feral monster. The corrupted beast's thorny vines lash out, trying to break free from its master's beast space. Hussein notes the beast is only partially emerged, meaning its master still has some control, and decides to intervene. He channels a powerful green aura, reciting a prayer to his deity as he prepares to purify the corruption. He asks for the strength to sever the evil influence without harming the living being it has infected. Raising his twin blades, he begins a summoning ritual, calling forth a powerful ally. A small, adorable wood spirit materializes from a pillar of light, ready to assist its master. The white-haired man, now calmer, comically scolds the spirit sitting on his head for gaining weight. With his companion summoned, Hussein turns his attention to the raging monster, calmly promising to deal with it next. He commands his wood spirit to empower him, wrapping his arm in swirling green energy. The corrupted beast roars, its monstrous form struggling against an unseen binding force. The corrupted beast lunges forward, unleashing a torrent of dark, corrupted water. Hussein leaps into action, his sword glowing with green energy as he prepares a powerful downward strike. His silhouette is reflected in the monster's eye as he descends, a tiny figure against a massive foe. He meets the beast's charge head-on, his swirling green energy pushing back against its horn. Hussein muses that while grand techniques are for saving the world, dealing with a naughty kid requires a different touch. Instead of a mighty blow, he simply flicks the beast's horn with a single finger. The casual flick unleashes a powerful spiral of purifying energy, overwhelming the corrupted creature. The white-haired man sits dazed amidst the rubble, the rampaging beast completely subdued. As his ally questions his methods, Hussein calmly continues eating, dismissing the man's condition as a minor scratch. The woman then wonders why he's suddenly so concerned, poking the cheek of the now unconscious man. The woman argues with Hussein, who offers to make ramen if she helps him with the unconscious man and his friend. The scene shifts as a mysterious green liquid is poured into a large, ornate basin. The unconscious man is now submerged in a high-tech chamber filled with the restorative fluid. Submerged in the glowing green essence, his eyes slowly begin to flutter open. Two mysterious figures in strange attire watch over him, wondering if he has regained consciousness. Losing patience, one of them reaches in and gives his face a rough pinch to wake him up. He jolts awake with a start, ripping the attached tubes from his back as he sits up. Confused, he looks around as a system prompt identifies the liquid as a powerful healing agent called Nature Essence. He listens in confusion as his strange hosts discuss him in a language he can't understand. A large man suddenly looms over him, slurping noodles and casually asking if he's finally awake. The white-haired man recognizes his host as a member of the spider cult, but the man casually corrects him on the name. Ignoring the man's urgent questions, his host cheekily points out his current state of undress. A woman appears, offering him a cloth to cover himself with a concerned expression. He stammers his thanks, completely flustered by the woman's kind, yet teasing gesture. Now dressed, he regains his composure and demands to know who his mysterious hosts are. He turns to confront the noodle eater, only to find the man has vanished into thin air. Something small is suddenly thrown, hitting him squarely on the back of the head. He whirls around in frustration, seeing his strange host standing by a glowing doorway. The woman peeks out from a doorway as a new blue-haired man welcomes the young visitor in a foreign tongue. The white-haired man stares in utter disbelief, completely lost and confused by the bizarre turn of events. He finds himself in a massive, high-tech underground city, wondering where on earth he's been taken. His strange hosts suddenly grab him, trying to drag him deeper into the mysterious complex. The woman points towards a distant temple, explaining that a priest is expecting his arrival. His eyes land on the imposing structure, topped with a massive, intimidating spider statue. She then presents him with a strange gift, a mechanical spider with a glowing green crystal. Demonstrating on her own arm, she instructs him to wear the device like a wristband. He reluctantly puts on the spider, feeling an odd sensation as green runes light up on his hand. The male host playfully yanks him forward with a green energy tether, eager to get moving. His hosts then use the devices to swing through the city, navigating the structures with incredible agility. Realizing how it works, the white-haired man activates his own device, preparing to join the high-speed tour. The white-haired man is baffled when the device shows no reaction, much to his host's amusement. She explains he must first attune with the mechanical spider before he can use its power. He learns this attunement is a heart-to-heart connection, a bond of trust rather than a command. Unlike beastmasters who use contracts, her people connect telepathically, sharing thoughts and feelings. But her lengthy explanation is completely lost on him, as he still can't understand a word she's saying. Suddenly, his apocalypse eye activates, translating her words and revealing the concept of connecting through pure spiritual power. Intrigued by this new method, he closes his eyes and attempts to channel his energy into the device. His consciousness is transported to a spiritual plane, where he introduces himself as Bai Xiaoan to the device's entity. His glowing blue avatar assures the strange green consciousness that he comes in peace. Reaching out, he offers a gesture of friendship, hoping to form a genuine bond with the mechanical creature. A system prompt confirms his success, granting him the new skill Sympathetic Resonance. With a confident grin, he activates the device, unleashing a tether of blue energy, ready for action. He effortlessly swings through the massive underground city, quickly mastering the new technology. The group lands at the base of a colossal staircase, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the temple. Xiaoan stares up in awe, admitting the structure is far more spectacular than he imagined. His female host explains only the invited may enter the sacred temple, leaving him to proceed alone. He walks a solitary path across a glowing green causeway, heading towards the heart of the mysterious complex. Inside the temple, he remains suspicious, questioning why an enemy of the spider cult would be brought to their inner sanctum. A familiar face appears, impressed that Xiaoan grasped the concept of sympathetic resonance so quickly. The man reveals his true identity, Albre Van Hussein, a high priest of the Spider Queen clan. Hussein acknowledges Xiaoan's suspicion, preparing to explain why the so-called spider cult is helping him. He flexes his advanced prosthetic hand, a symbol of the complex history he's about to share. The priest begins his tale, revealing this planet is the ancestral home of his people, who lived in harmony with its creatures. But one day, extraterrestrial visitors arrived in massive ships and began colonizing their world. Initially, the two groups formed a partnership, trading the natives' spiritual knowledge for the visitors' advanced technology. The natives even trusted the newcomers enough to introduce them to their revered deity, the Spider Queen. But the visitors' greed took over, and they tried to enslave the goddess using the very techniques they were taught. The queen's immense power resisted their control, but the attempt left her severely wounded and weakened. The backlash from the failed taming destabilized the entire planet's spiritual energy, limiting everyone's potential. This betrayal sparked a centuries-long war between the natives and the colonizers, a conflict that rages on. Hussein reveals the colonizers' superior technology devastated the native tribes, forcing the Spider Queen clan to split into two factions. The first group, the Solar Dawn, sought violent revenge and eventually became the extremist spider cult Xiaoan knows. The second faction, the Moonveil, longed for peace and hoped to end the war through diplomacy. Pausing his history lesson, the priest invites Xiaoan to ask his pressing question one more time. Instead of a straight answer, Hussein gets emotional and asks Xiaowan if he believes in destiny, much to his confusion. A startled Xiaowan instinctively pushes the priest back with a burst of energy, demanding some personal space. Hussein calmly warns him against using his power, reminding him that his spiritual corruption is still dangerously unstable. As if on cue, cursed red vines erupt from Xiaowan's arm, a painful reminder of his unresolved affliction. Unfazed, the priest takes hold of Xiaowan's arm, ready to continue his explanation despite the dangerous flare-up. He explains that all high priest candidates must undertake a sacred pilgrimage to meet the current Spider Queen. Hussein recalls his pilgrimage, where he arrived at the Holy Land only to find the Spider Queen missing. Instead, he discovered a young man and his draconic beast lying injured near the sacred nest. The man was consumed with guilt, repeatedly apologizing to his wounded companion for his failure. Hussein was deeply moved by the outsider's genuine love for his spirit beast, a rare sight. So, he decided to rescue the pair and bring them back to his tribe for healing. Over time, the two men who should have been enemies formed an unlikely and powerful friendship. Eventually, the mysterious young man revealed his true identity to the priest. He was none other than Baijing Cheng, Xiaowan's own grandfather in his youth. Hussein explains this long-held connection is the reason he's willing to help his old friend's grandson. Xiaowan is completely thrown, questioning how Hussein can look so young if he was friends with his grandfather decades ago. Hussein casually explains that his people age very slowly, then offers to take a stunned Xiaowan to see his friend. On the way, he lectures Xiaowan on the dangers of storing people in a beast space, a place meant only for contracted creatures. He admits the girl was accept responsibility for Gubai's fate and agrees to enter the tomb. Hussein is moved to tears, impressed by the strong sense of duty shown by his old friend's grandson. Later, Xiaowan is led towards the 1,000-year-old tomb, located within a city that's even more ancient. His guide explains the entrance is heavily guarded not just to keep people out, but to keep the horrors inside from escaping. Hussein greets the stoic guards, thanking them for their service before ordering them to open the massive doors. As the ancient gates grind open, the priest turns to Xiaowan with one last piece of information. With a sly grin and a thumbs up, Hussein cheerfully admits that everything he just said about the tomb's dangers was a complete lie. Xiaowan glares back in disbelief, realizing the priest's entire story was a fabrication. Before he can react, the massive stone, the final confrontation of his past life waiting just beyond the door. But he snaps back to the present, questioning why he's getting so invested in a memory. He tries to refocus on his real mission, reaching for the door to move forward. Yet, as the door opens, he finds the very soldier from his memory sitting inside. The soldier is now an undead creature, its hollow eyes questioning Xiaowan's presence. Xiaowan stares back, completely bewildered by the surreal and impossible sight before him. A mysterious voice echoes in his mind, telling him he's still trapped by his past as he clutches his head in confusion. The undead soldier lunges forward, screaming that it is a reflection of Xiaowan himself. Xiaowan pushes back in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a dead man is attacking him. The creature insists they are one and the same, its mouth spewing corrupted red energy. Pinned to the floor, Xiaowan glares up at the manifestation of his past, which demands his demise. The undead soldier easily overpowers him, a pistol lying tantalizingly out of reach. With a surge of defiance, Xiaowan rejects the creature, declaring it's just a memory, not his true self. He desperately reaches for the nearby handgun, his fingers closing around the grip. His hope fades as he realizes the weapon is completely out of ammunition. Deciding to end it, he shoves the empty gun into the creature's mouth, severing his connection to the past. He roars with renewed purpose, remembering he is now in condition. Hussein reveals the artifact can also cure Xiaowan's own corruption, but it only has a single use. The priest presents him with an impossible choice: save his companion or save himself. Enraged by this new revelation, Xiaowan grabs the priest, demanding to know what other secrets he's been hiding. Hussein simply looks on with a weary expression, insisting he's told him everything he needs to know. He then presents the glowing artifact, leaving the final difficult decision entirely up to Xiaowan. Standing over Gubai's still form, Xiaowan makes his choice, and Hussein asks if he's truly certain. The priest gives one last instruction as the artifact transforms, explaining he must aim for her spiritual core. With his decision made, Xiaowan prepares to use the device on the unconscious girl. Hussein watches with a faint, knowing smile, seemingly proud of the young man's selfless choice. Focusing his energy, Xiaoan prepares to use the artifact, searching for the girl's spiritual core. He locates the precise spot on her abdomen, ready to administer the life-saving cure. But instead of a reaction to the healing, Gubai suddenly giggles, complaining that it tickles. Xiaoan freezes in shock as he realizes she's been awake the whole time, with Hussein snickering in the background. Whirling around with a furious expression, he roars the priest's name, feeling completely played. Hussein tearfully admits the whole ordeal was just a joke to test the character of his old friend's grandson. He then throws Gubai under the bus, revealing the prank was actually her idea. Gubai sheepishly confirms her part in the scheme, looking at Xiaoan with a determined gaze. Completely disarmed, a blushing Xiaoan stammers that he's not upset, just relieved she's all right. Hussein awkwardly interrupts the tender moment, reminding them there are still serious matters to attend to. Hussein explains the artifact is a versatile medical terminal, with a one-time healing charge that provides a lifetime of support. Xiaoan realizes this means he'll be dependent on the device to constantly suppress his spiritual corruption. He accepts his fate, deciding this is the only viable option to manage his dangerous condition. With a surge of determination, he activates the device, ready to face the consequences. Glowing blue runes spread across his skin as the artifact's treatment module begins to load. The energy surges through him, inscribing intricate patterns across his entire body. A system prompt confirms the treatment is working, showing his spiritual erosion rate steadily decreasing. Once the corruption reaches a manageable level, the device enters a standby mode, its task complete for now. With his own crisis averted, Xiaoan immediately turns his attention to the well-being of his spirit beast. He steps through a portal into his beast space, calling out for his whale on a serene tropical island. He stands on the shore of his inner world, confused by the eerie silence where his whale should be. He tries to use his Apocalypse Eye to scan the area, but a system prompt interrupts, detecting new data displays and functions. The system confirms the installation is complete, signaling a major upgrade to his abilities. He's baffled by the new interface, unsure if the native's tech or his own power is responsible for the change. A sudden noise from the ocean snaps him out of his thoughts, putting him on high alert. His whale erupts from the water, its colossal form dwarfing him as it crashes back into the sea. He's completely overwhelmed by the resulting tidal wave, thrown back by the sheer force of the splash. Soaked but unharmed, he stares on with its overly affectionate and bizarre behavior. After getting an unwelcome lick to the face, he decides something is very wrong and orders his Apocalypse Eye to run a diagnostic. The system asks for confirmation, and he impatiently demands a full report on his beast's condition. He's hit with a wall of data, revealing his whale's mental state is the result of a flawed evolution that can't be easily fixed. He quickly deduces that the new artifact must have supercharged his Apocalypse Eye talent. Intrigued by the upgrade, he turns the powerful new scanning ability on himself. A comprehensive data sheet appears, detailing everything from his past life to his current spiritual corruption. He notices a new display on his arm, a monitoring scale for his source erosion, and questions its purpose. The system explains the scale tracks his corruption in real time, warning that he'll go berserk if it ever maxes out. The system explains his corruption is a double-edged sword, boosting his physical power while permanently damaging his spiritual potential. He realizes the artifact acts as a switch, allowing him to tap into this dangerous power for a controlled, temporary boost. Thanks to his upgraded eye, he can now monitor the corruption in real time, turning a deadly flaw into a valuable tactical tool. Despite his recent victories, he's frustrated that his main objectives remain unfulfilled, and now his whale is acting like a complete fool. The scene shifts to a lab where a researcher analyzes the fallen priest's remains, discovering a strange crystal embedded in his across the screen. Her eyes widen in disbelief as the results reveal an incredibly rare energy signature, pure yang spiritual power. This unexpected discovery excites her, realizing she's found a clue to a legendary power she's been hunting for years. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she connects the dots, realizing Arthur was defeated by this legendary individual. Her scientific curiosity twists into a dangerous obsession, vowing to find the owner of this unique power at any cost. The scientist watches a figure suspended in a healing tank, promising they will awaken soon. With a wicked smile, she orders her monstrous assistant to accelerate the search for clues. Her obsession grows, admitting she's now completely fascinated by the mysterious killer. The scene shifts to a scorching desert, where a red-haired woman impatiently waits by her. The driver reassures Gubai, complimenting her on the impressive way she shut the men down. Once they're on the road, the driver asks their destination, and Hussein's attempt to answer for Xiaoan earns him a glare. Xiaoan explains he's seeking a breakthrough material in Giant Wood City for his other spirit beast. He then reveals his primary mission is to find a rare treasure there to help his grandfather. The driver warns him that Giant Wood City is a dangerous place for treasure hunters right now. She explains that while the city's gangs usually keep a tense peace, a recent event has thrown everything into chaos. Rumors are spreading about brutal attacks, with some blaming supernatural creatures for the grim discoveries. The local gangs, however, believe a rival is making a power play and have flooded the streets with their own mercenaries. Xiaoan notices Gubai is trembling and tries to calm her, dismissing the stories as mere rumors. But instead of fear, Gubai's eyes light up with morbid curiosity, eager to get to the city faster. Xiaoan is left completely baffled by her sudden and unexpected enthusiasm for danger. Their driver pulls up to their destination, announcing they've finally arrived in the infamous city. Stepping out of the vehicle, Xiaoan looks around, taking in the unique urban landscape. He gazes up in astonishment at a colossal tree that towers over the skyscrapers, truly living up to the city's name. Xiaoan is fired up and ready for his mission, while Hussein tries to temper his hot-blooded enthusiasm. Their driver cuts the argument short, unimpressed by their bickering and demanding her payment. She holds out her hand expectantly, and both men immediately look to the other to foot the bill. A sleek payment card is swiped, settling the fare with a silent, high-tech transaction. Xiaoan seethes with frustration, realizing Hussein has once again tricked him into covering the costs. The driver points them to an informant bar, before heading off on her own mission to investigate the rumored attacks. As Xiaoan plans their next move, Gubai shyly expresses her own morbid interest in joining the investigation. Mistaking her excitement for distress, Xiaoan awkwardly tries to signal for help, much to the driver's confusion. A sly grin spreads across the driver's face as she suddenly understands the situation perfectly. She concocts a flimsy excuse, cleverly maneuvering Xiaoan into suggesting Gubai accompany her on the zombie hunt. Gubai enthusiastically agrees to the plan, nodding her head with comical speed. With the girls gone, Hussein declares it's boys' time, much to Xiaoan's unimpressed disbelief. As they approach a bar, Hussein justifies his presence by claiming he can't let an underage Xiaoan enter alone. Inside, Hussein boasts about his familiarity with the place, prompting Xiaoan to sarcastically ask if he has an unpaid tab. Hussein confidently denies it, claiming he has a great relationship with the bartender who provides the best intel. He greets the bartender familiarly, asking for a recommendation while Xiaoan observes with suspicion. The bartender's friendly demeanor vanishes as she recognizes Hussein tearfully claims he's only there to introduce a very important guest. He presents Xiaoan as a wealthy client, while Xiaoan internally laments needing an informant in the first place. The bartender interrupts their conversation, announcing Xiaoan has a caller, though she seems less than thrilled about it. She explains to a confused Xiaoan that the caller is a persistent online acquaintance she met the day before. Showing them the phone, she reveals a history of aggressive and unwanted messages from the arrogant stranger. Just then, a man with silver hair and a blindfold enters the bar, calling out directly to the bartender. The newcomer strikes a dramatic pose in a bizarre outfit, demanding to know if she's considered his offer. He confidently strides through the bar, his attention fixed solely on the unimpressed woman behind the counter. Getting uncomfortably close, he makes a series of inappropriate propositions, much to her disgust. Xiaoan watches the scene unfold with a tired expression, wondering if all wealthy people are this strange. Deciding he's seen enough, Xiaoan's power flares as he prepares to step in and help her. But Hussein quickly stops him, placing a hand on his shoulder and warning him to be cautious in this city. The bartender calmly recites the man's entire sordid history, revealing she knows exactly who he is. She mocks his assumption that his wealth and status make him desirable to everyone. With a menacing glare, she declares that in Giant Wood City, money isn't what truly matters. Before he can react, she lunges forward, brandishing a massive syringe like a weapon. The syringe is filled with a glowing green liquid, a clear sign of its potent nature. He cries out in agony as she injects the substance, dark energy cracking across his skin. The man collapses onto the bar, his spiritual veins crippled by the powerful toxin. Hussein explains to a stunned Xiaoan that the bartender is notorious for her hatred of beastmasters. Just then, a purple-haired man approaches their table, greeting Hussein as an old acquaintance. The mysterious newcomer, his face obscured, expresses surprise at seeing the priest in the city again. The newcomer warns Hussein that his presence is unwelcome, especially after he angered the city's powerful lord. A system prompt identifies the man as Zhen Tian, a top intelligence expert who questions Hussein's motives. Hussein plays it cool, claiming he's just there for intel as the bar staff deals with the previous troublemaker. Zhen Tian sees through the act, shifting his attention to Xiaowan and revealing he knows his prestigious lineage. He recites Xiaowan's impressive accomplishments, proving he's far more informed than a simple bartender. With the introductions out of the way, Zhen Tian invites his important new guest to have a private chat. He correctly guesses Xiaowan is after something far more valuable than a simple breakthrough material, referencing a recent auction. Xiaowan is stunned, realizing the informant's reach extends far beyond the city walls. Leaning in, Zhen Tian gets down to business, asking what specific information Xiaowan is willing to pay for. Xiaowan describes the rare spirit-infused water crystal he needs, making it clear that cost is not an issue. The informant correctly deduces the water crystal isn't for Xiaowan, but for his injured grandfather, the Lord of Balin City. Xiaowan is completely stunned, demanding to know how the man could have learned such a highly classified secret. Zhen Tian calmly explains that no secret is truly safe, and he pieced together the truth from available intel. He boasts that connecting disparate pieces of information is the entire purpose of an information merchant. The informant then drops a bombshell, revealing other mysterious groups are also investigating Balin City. Xiaowan cuts him off, trying to steer the conversation back to his original mission of finding the material. Getting down to business, Zhen Tian reveals a mercenary group was hired to transport the heavenly water 3 months prior. He explains they entered the treacherous Windhowl Mountains and vanished without a trace, along with anyone who went looking for them. With a determined look, Xiaowan uses his eye to pull up data on the infamous mountain range. Zhen Tian warns him against the journey, describing the mountains as a deadly labyrinth where it's easy to get lost forever. Undeterred, Xiaowan thanks the informant but insists he must find the heavenly water for personal reasons. Zhen Tian offers him a high-tech device, a parting gift to aid his dangerous quest. But as they turn to leave, the informant stops them with one final, ominous warning. He confirms the chilling rumors about supernatural creatures and recent murders are all true. He advises Xiaowan to be extremely cautious, especially after dark, offering it as a friendly warning, not intel. Leaving the bar, Xiaowan can't help but worry about Gubai's safety in a city filled with such dangers. Meanwhile, the driver shares a story with Gubai about how she once met a fierce police academy student while running from trouble. She reveals that this old friend is now a police officer who sent her the invitation to investigate the city's strange events. Gubai finds it strange that the official police force would need to hire outside help like mercenaries. With a wicked grin, the driver explains that some situations require a little police-civilian cooperation to get the job done. The driver arrives at a cordoned-off crime scene, announcing her presence to an officer named Lao Chen. The officer greets her with a stern look, pointing out with precise detail that she's late for their meeting. She also disapproves of Gubai's presence, but the driver explains she brought the new face along as a replacement. The driver's attempt to joke about their similar eyebrows is met with a demand for seriousness from the unimpressed officer. The officer reveals this is the second victim of the day, whose body lies on a gurney nearby. She complains that forensics are stumped, while the driver dismisses the local police force as ineffective. As the officer prepares to have the body removed, Gubai kneels down, having spotted a crucial piece of evidence. With a pair of tweezers, she carefully extracts a small object from the victim's remains. She holds up her discovery in shock, identifying the object as a human incisor. When questioned by the officer, Gubai confirms her grim finding without a hint of doubt. She elaborates that the cracked tooth has spiritual energy traces, a sign of long-term exposure to special devices. The officer connects the dots, realizing the rumors of aggressive undead must be true. She comes to the chilling conclusion that they're dealing with a living corpse. The officer compares the creature to a Frankenstein's monster, reanimated with spiritual technology. Elsewhere, Xiaowan questions Hussein's sense of direction as a hooded figure stalks them in a dark alley. With a knowing smirk, Xiaowan tells a nervous Hussein to check what's creeping up behind him. A glowing skeletal warrior looms over them, brandishing a massive, jagged sword. They're ambushed from both sides as another undead creature, wrapped in bandages, appears behind Xiaowan. Hussein draws his weapon, explaining these are undead monsters created by the Dayan faction using outsider tech. The bandaged creature lunges forward, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy as it attacks Xiaowan. Xiaowan easily dodges the creature's lunge, demanding to know what Hussein is talking about. The priest explains the monsters are reanimated corpses using spirit stones to replace their biological signals. Hussein advises a tactical retreat, but Xiaowan bristles at the suggestion, offended that his strength is being questioned. He calmly points out that you can't kill what's already dead, as the monster casually reattaches its own head. Xiaowan grits his teeth, realizing their incredible regenerative abilities make them a serious threat. The priest warns that a full-blown fight would endanger the entire city, and tells him not to underestimate diamond rank power. Deciding to split up, Xiaowan resolves to find Gubai while Hussein makes his own escape. The undead creatures seem to mock the spider cult's methods, hinting at a deeper connection between the factions. With a grim expression, Hussein decides it's time to get serious, unleashing a crackling green aura. Meanwhile, Xiaowan sprints through a desolate alley, determined to reach his friends before it's too late. He rounds a corner only to find another undead creature, this one with a sleek, glowing form blocking his path. The monster's single eye locks onto him as its mouth opens, charging a strange blue energy. Xiaowan is stunned as his own system identifies a threat, but not in the way he expected. A system prompt reveals the creature has locked onto his spiritual signature and is initiating a capture mode. The creature's body morphs as it activates a sonic emitter, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. It unleashes a devastating sonic blast, sending waves of pure energy hurtling towards Xiaowan. He braces himself against the assault, realizing this sonic attack is far more powerful than any he's faced before. The relentless waves of energy force him to his knees, the pressure becoming unbearable. Gritting his teeth in agony, he struggles to fight off the overwhelming force that threatens to knock him unconscious. Unseen by the combatants, a mysterious figure in a white cloak observes the entire confrontation from a hidden location. Through the observer's eyes, a white-haired figure with a stitched mouth smiles faintly at the unfolding chaos. Elsewhere, the officer and driver question Gubai's impressive forensic skills as they drive through the city. Their conversation is cut short as the driver spots an object plummeting towards them from above. A body crashes onto their windshield with enough force to shatter the glass, shocking everyone inside. More cloaked figures land on the roofs of several police cars, bringing the convoy to a screeching halt. The car swerves violently as the figure on the hood digs in, forcing an abrupt stop. The driver and officer are stunned to see Hussein sprawled across their hood, clinging on for dear life. With a desperate look, the priest explains he can't let go of his captive, claiming it's their only lead. He's pinning down the very same bandaged undead monster that attacked Xiaowan in the alley. Hussein then asks the officer to borrow the police force's old router, intending to extract information from the creature. Hussein notes the undead creature's creators were clever, using an old but effective interface. He tells the officer he's hacking into the creature's memory to find the location of its master's hideout. The driver interrupts, demanding to know where Xiaowan is, while Gubai stares at the captured monster. The officer is stunned to discover the hideout's location is in the infamous and deserted Howl Mountains. With a grim expression, Hussein reveals the devastating news that Xiaowan has been captured by the enemy. Both the driver and Gubai are left completely speechless, their faces filled with shock and horror. The scene shifts to Xiaowan, now a prisoner, suspended from a wall by glowing blue restraints. Suddenly, a phone begins to vibrate in the pocket of his chest rig, a lifeline in the darkness. His eyes snap open with fierce determination, awakened by the unexpected call. Confused by his surroundings, he quickly deduces the call must be from Gubai, giving him a glimmer of hope. A system prompt confirms his restraints nullify spiritual power, leaving him to struggle against the unbreakable cuffs. A confident smirk crosses his face as he realizes a simple solution, a wicked grin, acknowledging the high price of his newfound frenzy power. His first thought is to answer the phone, hoping to calm a worried Gubai. But in his powered-up state, he accidentally crushes the phone screen with a single touch. Hearing the out-of-service tone, Gubai panics and screams his name, fearing the worst. Xiaowan stares at the broken device in horror, a system prompt warning him he has 5 seconds before his power consumes him. With only seconds to spare, he desperately commands the artifact to activate its suppression function. Now in control, he surveys the vast, empty chamber, guessing it was once a quarry or a mine. His eyes narrow as he realizes this must be an old spirit stone mine, a potential source of power. He discovers faint veins of spirit stones in the wall, planning to detonate them to blast his way out. Before he can act, the wall in front of him begins to crack and shake violently on its own. A massive explosion erupts from the wall, sending him flying backward across the room. He lands in a pile of rubble, confused by the blast since he hadn't even used his power yet. A mysterious pink-haired woman with sharp teeth peers down at him with a look of recognition. She strikes a pose, casually greeting the little brother from the Bai family as if they're old friends. Xiaowen stares back in disbelief, recognizing the woman as Qi Yanni and demanding to know why she's there. She playfully questions his surprise, while he awkwardly tries to reassure her. Cutting the reunion short, she points out they have uninvited company as a hulking figure appears. A trio of reanimated monstrous miners emerges from the shadows, ready for a fight. With a confident smirk, she decides to show off her new abilities, summoning her spirit beast. A fiery avian creature materializes, swooping through the cavern with impressive speed. The bird unleashes a torrent of flames, engulfing two of the undead creatures in a fiery blast. Her fiery companion perches on her shoulder as she prepares to demonstrate her full power to Xiaowen. She channels her power, erupting in a vibrant pink aura as she activates her fire spirit possession technique. Leaping into the fray, she dives towards the monsters, crackling with raw energy. Xiaowen urgently warns her that conventional attacks are useless against the creature's incredible regenerative abilities. She smirks, revealing she's well aware of their regenerative powers as she holds one of the creature's heads. She reveals her countermeasure, a special spell designed to negate their healing abilities. The headless monster swings its massive pickaxe down, attempting to crush her. She nimbly dodges the devastating blow, which shatters the ground where she just stood. With a ferocious grin, she declares it's her turn to attack and lunges back into the fight. She grabs the hulking creature, preparing to unleash a powerful counter move. In a stunning display of strength, she slams the monster headfirst into the cavern floor. She declares that sneak attacks deserve punishment, revealing a strange device now attached to the creature's head. The device activates, glowing with pink energy and displaying a seal that nullifies the monster's power. With two enemies down, she turns her attention to the final monster, a sharp projectile already flying towards it. The final undead creature swings its massive pickaxe down in a desperate final attack. Unimpressed, she scoffs at the monster's simplistic move, her pink aura flaring with power. She meets the attack head-on, her energy clashing with the creature in a brilliant flash. With a confident grin, she grabs the monster's leg and effortlessly flips it over her shoulder. Another one of her strange devices activates on its chest, preparing to shut down its power. She gracefully swings away, leaving all three undead creatures neutralized on the cavern floor. Turning to Xiaowan, she playfully warns him that the real show is about to begin. With a snap of her fingers, she summons her fiery spirit beast for the finishing move. The Crimson Wing Crow unleashes a volley of flaming projectiles, striking all three helpless targets. The last monster is completely overwhelmed by the fiery barrage, its form pierced by the intense attack. Xiaowen stares in disbelief, completely baffled by the unique technique she just unleashed. A system prompt explains her Fire's Departure skill, which destroys spiritual veins for a single massive burst of internal damage. He instantly grasps her strategy to bypass their regeneration, much to her shock after her 3 months of research. She reveals she was ambushed at a shady gas station and has been trapped in the mine for the past 3 months. When asked about survival, she proudly reveals a 6-month supply of energy bars, while Xiaowen wisely avoids asking about her hygiene. He asks for a way out, but she admits the place is a confusing maze she hasn't been able to solve. She explains her escape plan was simply to smash through walls, which is how she accidentally ran into him. Deciding to press on, she points them through the new hole, ignoring another door Xiaowen spots nearby. She warns him that the other door only leads to more undead, and he reluctantly follows her lead. As they walk, he explains he suffered a similar fate, getting captured by one of the strange undead creatures. A sudden violent tremor shakes the cavern, catching both Xiaowan and his companion completely off guard. They turn to find the hole they just came through has sealed itself, leaving them trapped once again. Frustrated by the shifting maze, Xiaowan activates his Apocalypse Eye to scan the entire structure for answers. The scan reveals they're in a former quarry, a complex network of tunnels that forms a massive labyrinth. He learns the facility was artificially modified into a modular maze, with sections that periodically shift their positions. Xiaowan deduces the recent tremor was the maze reconfiguring, realizing they can escape if they can decipher its pattern. But Qianni has a much simpler solution, preparing to just blast through the new wall as Xiaowan tries to stop her. Ignoring his caution, she summons a massive drill of crackling pink energy, ready to brute force their way out. With a defiant roar, she declares that no lousy maze is going to stand in her way. After she carves a new path, Xiaowan sighs in resignation, admitting that sometimes a reckless approach is the only one that works. A powerful blast of white energy shatters a reinforced door, blowing it clean off its hinges. Chiyenna celebrates their successful escape, while Xiaoan looks on with a more cautious expression. They venture down a sterile corridor, realizing they've stumbled into some kind of high-tech laboratory. Xiaoan stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in alarm at a discovery through a nearby window. His system identifies rows upon rows of hibernating undead creatures, a silent army waiting for orders. He grimly contemplates the purpose of such a force, wondering what sinister plan is in motion. Chiyenna spots an unusual door, and driven by curiosity, decides they should investigate what's behind it. Before she can act, the door slides open on its own, leaving her to deny any involvement to a suspicious Xiaoan. They step inside to find a mysterious horned figure suspended within a glowing, liquid-filled chamber. Xiaoan's face contorts in utter shock as he recognizes the person floating inside the tank. His system identifies the creature as a fusion of multiple beasts, a horrifying chimera with numerous A-rank talents. Xiaoan is horrified by its potential, realizing this monster can continuously acquire new powers. A mysterious figure with a stitched mouth appears on a catwalk above, their presence sending a chill down his spine. Both he and Chiyenna snap their heads up, sensing the sudden arrival of a new threat. The strange individual welcomes them with a sinister tone, referring to them as mere materials for an experiment. They explain that passing the maze was a test, and now they must determine which of the two possesses the pure yang body. While Chiyenna is creeped out by their telepathic speech, Xiaoan is far more concerned with the mention of this unique spiritual trait. The figure declares the winner will be absorbed by the creature, which is now being released to play with them. The containment tank shatters in a blinding explosion of light, unleashing the powerful beast. Freed from its prison, the monstrous creature lunges forward with terrifying speed, ready to attack. Xiaoan is taken aback by the creature's blinding speed. He barely manages to block the chimera's initial ferocious assault. Realizing he needs backup, he summons his powerful spirit whale into the fight. The whale slams into the monster with immense force, hoping to overwhelm it. But the chimera dodges with surprising agility, countering with a swift tail whip. Xiaoan narrows his eyes, noticing something strange and unnatural about the creature's movements. He realizes the beast is writhing in agony, its body spasming as if fighting itself. Deciding to exploit this, he orders his whale to unleash a specialized spiritual attack. His beast fires a concentrated blast of corrosive netherwater energy directly at the pained creature. The attack lands perfectly, engulfing the chimera in a massive explosive burst of power. Xiaoan and his whale watch the smoke clear, expecting to see their opponent defeated. But the chimera emerges unscathed, having morphed its body into an impenetrable shield. He realizes the creature's unrestricted transformation talent is even more versatile than he imagined. The monster lets out a guttural cry, its form shifting back as it prepares to retaliate. Its arm contorts and extends, transforming into a vicious, whip-like appendage. With its new weapon ready, the chimera lunges forward to strike. Done watching from the sidelines, Chiyenna decides it's her turn to join the fight. She leaps towards the monster, her fist crackling with pink energy for a powerful blow. Xiaoan desperately tries to warn her against a direct physical attack, knowing the creature's shape-shifting ability. Too late. Her punch is caught as the chimera's body liquefies, ensnaring her fist in a sticky trap. Chiyenna stares in disbelief at the strange, dark substance enveloping her arm. The creature's liquid form consumes her arm as she struggles to break free from its disgusting grip. Seeing her trapped, Xiaoan urgently commands his whale to use a spatial attack to sever the connection. The whale unleashes a crescent-shaped energy wave, slicing cleanly through the monster's appendage. Xiaoan pulls her to safety, scolding her for her reckless charge against an unknown enemy. He's stunned to see the severed part is still alive, writhing on her glove with an unnatural life force. They watch the twitching remains on the floor, realizing they must be more cautious against such a resilient foe. A sudden thought strikes Xiaoan as he pieces together the creature's strange behavior. He notices the chimera clutching its head in agony, confirming his suspicion that it's in terrible pain. Concluding that brute force is useless, he decides on a radical new plan, to communicate with the beast. He tells a confused Chiyenna to stay out of it, preparing to handle the monster alone. He then orders his spirit whale to stand down as well, making this a one-on-one fight. With his allies on the sidelines, he nimbly evades the chimera's lightning-fast strike. He activates his rampage mode, tapping into his spiritual corruption to boost his reaction speed. Instead of attacking, he uses a precise block, a defensive move that conserves spiritual power. The mysterious observer watches the defensive display from above, unimpressed by the change in tactics. They realize Xiaoan isn't the pure yang body they're looking for, noting his water-based spiritual source. Their gaze shifts to Qi Yanni, whose fire affinity also falls short, making them question their intel. Meanwhile, the chimera lets out a furious roar, preparing to unleash another powerful assault. Xiaoan holds his defensive stance, confirming his theory that the creature's attack patterns are surprisingly simple. He reveals his defensive stance isn't just for blocking, but for something much more strategic. With a confident smirk, he explains he's waiting for the exact moment the creature attacks, when it's most vulnerable. As the chimera lunges, he spots his opening and moves in, ready to execute his plan. He places his hand on the monster's head, initiating a spiritual connection to probe its mind. His consciousness is pulled into a chaotic, swirling red mindscape, the source of the creature's rage. Standing within the beast's psyche, Xiaoan's glowing blue spiritual form searches for the truth. He discovers the source of the pain, a different creature's consciousness, crucified and trapped within the chimera's core. Reaching out to the tormented spirit, he offers a peaceful solution, acknowledging its suffering. He proposes a pact, offering to share the creature's immense pain to help it find relief. The trapped spirit looks at him with desperate hope, agreeing to the pact without hesitation. Back in the physical world, Xiaoan deactivates his rampage mode, his hand still resting on the now docile creature. The stitched-mouth observer demands to know what he's done, confused by the chimera's sudden passivity. Within the mindscape, Xiaoan's spiritual form recites a profound mantra, preparing to forge a deep connection. He initiates the pact, creating a glowing spiritual circle that binds his fate to the tormented creatures. The spirit's ethereal chains begin to crack and shatter as the powerful pact takes effect. Finally freed from its crucifix, the spirit kneels as the last of its spiritual restraints dissolve. Xiaoan's spiritual form gently asks the creature if its pain has subsided. He introduces himself with a kind smile, extending a hand in a gesture of peace and alliance. In the real world, the chimera's body cracks with a surge of new energy as the pact is finalized. Xiaoan smirks triumphantly while both Qi Yanni and the observer stare in utter disbelief at his success. The chimera erupts in a flash of green light, its body undergoing a radical transformation. A system prompt reveals its true form, the moon monkey, a synthetic beast with a tragic history of experimentation. The data continues to stream, listing an impressive array of powerful blue-tier skills. Xiaoan is stunned to discover the creature possesses skills from all 7 elemental attributes, a rare and powerful combination. The stitched-mouth observer seethes with rage, furious that Xiaoan has stolen the ultimate weapon they created. Deciding to cut their losses, they resolve to destroy the failed experiment themselves. Xiaoan glares back with cold defiance, refusing to let them harm his new companion. The observer's hulking, headless subordinate charges forward, ready to crush the moon monkey. The moon monkey's eyes glow with power as it unleashes its own transformation, ready for the challenge. With incredible ease, it catches the massive creature's punch, effortlessly stopping the powerful blow. Xiaoan quickly tries to hold his wail back, sensing something is about to change. But the moon monkey stops him, declaring, "This is a personal fight it must win alone." It telepathically shares its tragic past, revealing its clan was peaceful until a mysterious woman intervened. A flashback shows the scientist who captured its entire clan for her twisted experiments. Fueled by newfound power, the moon monkey vows to avenge its fallen kin. It declares it will destroy any obstacle in its path, easily overpowering the headless subordinate. With a single powerful kick, it sends the massive creature flying across the room. The subordinate smashes into a wall, completely neutralized by the overwhelming force. Now the moon monkey turns its full attention to the stitched-mouth observer, crackling with vengeful energy. The observer smirks, unimpressed, and reveals their true identity as the 5th priest of the Spider Queen sect. Qi Yanni spots movement above, and Xiaoan's face darkens as he recognizes the new arrivals. More of the undead creatures from the warehouse descend, their glowing eyes fixed on the group. The heroes find themselves completely surrounded by a massive horde of the reanimated monsters. Fueled by vengeance, the moon monkey leaps into the fray, unleashing a wave of crackling green energy. As the monster tears through the horde, Xiaoan warns that its attacks won't be enough to stop their regeneration. He asks Qi Yanni to use her sealing technique, but she admits she lacks the power and supplies for so many enemies. With a look of grim resolve, Xiaoan decides he'll have to try a similar, overwhelming strategy himself. He activates his dangerous rampage mode, unleashing his spiritual corruption for a massive power boost. His eyes glowing with red energy, he commands his whale to combine its speed with a powerful incantation. Wreathed in crimson power, the spirit whale surges forward, transforming into a high-speed, unstoppable projectile. The corrupted whale plows through the undead horde, scattering them like bowling pins. Strange red seals appear on the monsters, overloading their spiritual cores with chaotic energy. With a single command, Xiaoan unleashes a devastating incantation to purge the entire room. Tendrils of crimson power erupt from the ground, ensnaring and neutralizing every last undead creature. The fifth priest stares in utter disbelief, their entire reanimated army wiped out in a single overwhelming move. Xiaoan smirks, explaining he simply overloaded their spiritual systems, turning their own power against them. With the grunts gone, the enraged moon monkey lunges at the priest, its arm morphed into a deadly scythe. But the headless subordinate intercepts the blow, sacrificing its own body to protect its master. The moon monkey is stunned as its attack is stopped, its hand now caught in the subordinate's chest. The subordinate grabs the monkey's arm, its eye glowing ominously as it... The vehicle screeches to a halt just inches away, its headlights illuminating a stunned Xiaoan. From inside, a tearful Gubai cries out his name, overcome with relief to see him alive. Xiaoan is completely taken aback by her sudden and intense emotional outburst. She rushes forward and throws her arms around him, confessing she thought he was gone for good. A flustered Xiaoan gently points out that her relieved hug is a little too enthusiastic for him to breathe. Gubai immediately pulls away in embarrassment as he awkwardly checks to see if she's all right. Meanwhile, Qianni and the red-haired driver trade glares, recognizing each other as members of rival families. Hussein cuts their bickering short, reminding everyone that their family feuds are irrelevant in the face of their current massive problem. Hussein grimly announces that the entire underground army of undead has now surfaced. The heroes are dwarfed by the sheer scale of the zombie legion marching towards them. Xiaoan consults his Apocalypse Eye, which confirms he lacks the power to defeat over 27,000 enemies at once. The system reveals a critical weakness, noting these undead lack regenerative abilities and are vulnerable to physical attacks. Suddenly, a heavily armed mercenary arrives, announcing his delivery with a massive energy cannon. He unleashes a powerful blast that effortlessly shatters a wave of the approaching undead. On the ground, a pink-haired woman with a bat complains over the phone about the slow service. The mercenary leader on the other end tries to charm her, promising extra services for a good review. A helicopter descends to extract the group, but the driver is furious they didn't bring a way to save her jeep. Watching from above, the fifth priest smirks, ordering their subordinate to begin a great cleansing of the new arrivals. The priest's subordinate transforms into a colossal entity, its massive hand reaching for the escaping helicopter. The mercenary pilot screams in terror, desperately trying to evade the incoming attack. With a single devastating swat, the giant creature smashes the helicopter out of the air. The pink-haired woman watches in horror as her comrade's helicopter is destroyed in a fiery explosion. The red-haired driver stares in disbelief, completely overwhelmed by the sudden escalation of the battle. The fifth priest smirks, preparing to unleash the full power of their subordinate Xing Tian. A system prompt identifies the colossal monster as Xing Tian, a nearly unkillable beast created from the dead. Xiaoan smirks, unimpressed, and sarcastically notes the spider cult's obsession with giant monsters. The mercenary leader argues with the pink-haired woman, blaming her for the loss of the vehicle. He then steps up to face the monster, telling her to leave the giant to him and his experience. But Hussein's hand clamps down on the mercenary's arm, stopping him cold. With a rare, serious expression, he warns the man not to be overconfident against this new threat. Xiaoan watches with surprise, taken aback by the priest's sudden change in demeanor. The priest explains that a diamond-level opponent like this Asmodan is far beyond what they've faced before. He reveals the priest's true identity, Silin Asmodan, one half of the infamous Asmodan siblings. Hussein explains she used a forbidden technique to reanimate her dead brother into the colossal monster, Xing Tian. Ignoring Xiaoan's disbelief, the priest unleashes his own power, activating a divine shield. A massive dome of green energy erupts, enveloping the group just as the giant's hand descends. Xing Tian's attack is completely blocked by the powerful barrier, stunning Xiaoan. The fifth priest glares down, recognizing Hussein and realizing her plans have just become far more complicated. Hussein unleashes his own power, manifesting a colossal green hand to strike the giant. The energy hand slams into Xing Tian, but the priestess nimbly leaps out of the way. Hussein clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing his target managed to evade the blow. Xiaowan stares in disbelief, completely baffled by the priest's incredible and unfamiliar technique. A system prompt explains Hussein's golden-level skill, a manifestation of his spirit beast that drains his own energy. Xiaowan is in awe of the advanced technique, wondering if he could ever hope to master such a high-level power. Unfazed, the priestess smirks and orders her monstrous brother to weaponize its spiritual power. Xingtian lets out a deafening roar as its body surges with crackling blue energy. The energy solidifies into a massive glowing sword that erupts from the creature's chest. The mercenaries can only stare in horror, completely unprepared for the monster's new weapon. Xingtian brings its colossal energy sword down with devastating force, threatening to wipe them all out. But Hussein counters, summoning a massive green hand of pure energy to meet the attack head-on. He struggles against the immense power, acknowledging the grim reality of fighting a beast made from a human soul. With a confident smirk, Hussein declares that as a grand priest, he is more than a match for this abomination. He unleashes his full power, manifesting a barrage of spiritual hands to overwhelm the monster's blade. The fifth priest stares in utter disbelief, completely stares. The sheer force of her assault sends Xiaowan reeling, knocking him off balance. He realizes his speed-based techniques are useless without a solid surface to push off from. Seeing his opening, the colossal Xingtian prepares to swallow the airborne hero whole. The monster unleashes a massive energy beam, a technique called the Sundowner Cloud Cannon. The priestess watches with a sinister smile, already planning to dissect his body for research. But Xiaowan has a breakthrough, realizing his spiritual speed torrent can use energy itself as a foothold. With a burst of inspiration, he uses the monster's energy beam as a solid platform to launch his counterattack. The priestess seethes with rage, unable to comprehend how to defeat an opponent who defies her expectations. Silhouetted against the moon, he reminds her that you can't kill the dead, hinting at a plan beyond simple destruction. He channels the power of the moon itself, preparing to unleash a devastating new technique. With a powerful downward strike, he unleashes a massive wave of pure lunar energy. His armored form glows with renewed power as he declares the fight is far from over. He gathers an immense amount of spiritual energy, preparing for his final decisive move. Instead of attacking directly, he plunges his sword into the ground, channeling the energy into the earth. A colossal pillar of light erupts from below, shattering the battlefield in a brilliant explosion. The massive beam impales the giant from beneath, as Xiaowan explains that her resurrected brother will only ever know pain. He acknowledges the pain he's causing, preparing to unleash a technique based on reflection. He swings his blade, unleashing a massive wave of energy that mirrors the very sky. The attack forms a colossal reflection of the monster, bringing down a final, decisive blow. The energy construct shatters Xingtian's form, as Xiaowan offers a final, solemn farewell to the tormented soul. The priestess stands alone amidst the fading energy, admitting with a grimace that he's pushed her further than anyone in years. But with a chilling smile, she declares that the battle is far from over. Xiaowan confidently tells her she's out of power to revive her brother, but she seems amused by his assumption. She scoffs at the idea of needing her brother, lunging forward with a hidden dagger to prove her own strength. With a look of pure mania, she thrusts the blade forward, determined to end him herself. He easily sidesteps her desperate lunge, leaving her completely exposed and back towards the ground, slamming Xiaowan into the earth with incredible force. The impact is devastating, burying Xiaowan deep beneath a crater of shattered rock. The sniper is caught as the shifting battlefield threatens to crush her between massive rock walls. With a look of terror, she plummets into a newly formed chasm as the ground gives way beneath her. The priest looks down at the crater, dismissing Xiaowan as defeated but still useful as a spare body. But from the rubble, a new, menacing red-armored figure emerges, its eyes glowing with intense power. The priest recoils in shock as Xiaowan erupts from the ground, now wielding a chaotic, corrupting red energy. Unfazed, the priest dismisses the power surge, lamenting the loss of his disposable clone body. In a flash of crimson light, Xiaowan's new form unleashes a furious assault, overwhelming the priest with raw power. As the red energy subsides, his armor shifts back to its familiar blue, hinting at a change in his state. The priest's clone body disintegrates into dust, leaving a confused Xiaowan to wonder what just happened. His victory is cut short by a surge of panic as he realizes Gubai is missing from the chaos. He frantically asks about Gubai, only for Hussein to report she was lost in the chaos of the earthquake. Xiaowan's face pales at the horrifying suggestion that she fell into one of the newly opened mine shafts. Deep underground, A dark, collapsed chamber is filled with the sound of shifting rubble. Elsewhere, the third priest, Diego Barro, observes the aftermath of the battle through his insectoid mask. He materializes in a Moon Shadow tribe as allied with Bai Xiaowan. The sect leader deduces that Jiawan is the cause of their recent losses and that their enemies are forming an alliance. The Sun sect leader considers the new intel on the Spider Queen's location a major complication. A high-ranking female member insists they must act now, sending forces to prevent an alliance between their enemies. 6 months later, a determined Xiaowan digs through a desolate canyon, comparing his search to an impossible task. He strikes the rock with his shovel, the repetitive sound echoing his frustrating and fruitless search. Running a hand through his hair in exhaustion, he laments finding no trace of Gubai after all this time. He notes that he hasn't been alone, as persistent shadows have been following his every move. Crystalline undead creatures crawl from the rocks, and he grimly acknowledges their sad, annoying presence. With renewed resolve, he decides to clear out the monsters before resuming his desperate search for Gubai. His shovel glows with fiery energy as he calls upon a new companion named Revan to join the fight. A magnificent sunbird materializes, complaining about the interruption as a system prompt details its powerful fire-based abilities. The sunbird unleashes a devastating meteor shower of pure fire upon the undead below. Its fiery projectiles effortlessly pierce through the crystalline monsters. Revan dismissively refers to Gubai as a tool, hoping for her swift return to get more spirit stones. Jiawan's expression hardens as he firmly corrects his companion, insisting she is not a tool. With the day ending, he decides to call off the search for now, his shovel resting on his shoulder. As he rests at his camp in the desolate mine, a sudden noise makes him turn around. He's surprised to see a familiar face, recognizing Hussein standing before a luxury car. The man, looking suspiciously like a younger Hussein, casually asks how he's been doing. Completely baffled by the man's appearance, Xiaowan demands to know his true identity. The man reveals he is Hussein's grandfather, explaining his own shock at his sudden rejuvenation. Xiaowan remains stunned, questioning how his grandfather suddenly became younger and even regained his lost hand. His grandfather credits the spiritual heavenly water and a green banana fruit that Xiaowan provided for his miraculous recovery. He explains that the water likely activated his family's latent power, reversing the aging process. He admits, however, that the change is only skin deep, as his spiritual power is still recovering. With a grim expression, he reveals the true purpose of his visit. The spider cult has taken control of their city, White Scale. He explains the spider cult has seized control, arresting powerful families and cutting the city off from the world. While truly grown up, he walks past, admitting their family's influence has waned, leaving them with few resources to help. With a final, stern glance, he warns Xiaowan to tread carefully in the dangerous days ahead. As he departs, he leaves the fate of both their family and White Scale City resting on Xiaowan's shoulders. Xiaowan makes a stealthy entrance into a dark, industrial part of the city, his presence crackling with energy. He moves through the grimy underbelly, reflecting on how much has changed in the year he's been gone. He finds the sewers unsettlingly different, a clear sign of the city's rapid decline under new management. His sharp senses detect another person, revealing a disheveled man lurking in the shadows. The man recoils with an exaggerated startle, a reaction that immediately puts Xiaowan on high alert. He finds the man's presence suspicious, recalling that White Scale City never had a homeless population. Climbing a ladder out of the depths, he concludes the city's new occupiers are to blame for this decay. He emerges from a manhole into a desolate alley, questioning if this is even the downtown he remembers. Staring at the neon-drenched skyline, he's shocked to see his home transformed into a dystopian metropolis. He notes the unnervingly empty streets, realizing the once vibrant city has become a ghost town. He spots a wanted poster plastered on a graffiti-covered wall, immediately catching his attention. His expression sours as he realizes with dawning horror that the face on the poster is his own. The poster officially brands him a terrorist, falsely accusing him of collaborating with the very cult he fought against. A sudden realization hits him. The suspicious man in the sewer must have recognized him from these posters. Overhearing two officers discuss the bounty on his head, he knows he needs to disappear, and fast. He slips through the desolate alleyways, aware that getting caught now, while he's on his own, is not an option. He stops before a seedy-looking bar, figuring it's the perfect place to blend in and gather some intel. The club's interior is a chaotic, vibrant world of its own, a stark contrast to the dead city outside. He scans the crowd, confident that the patrons here are far less likely to cooperate with the authorities. His attempt to ask for information is immediately derailed when a patron loudly accuses him of an inappropriate touch. As a woman in a bunny outfit yells his silence, warning that speaking her name could be a death sentence for them both. She quickly drags him away, telling the bartender he's a friend she's taking to a private area. He asks about the city's situation, and she reveals all the major families are now wanted fugitives. She explains her disguise is for gathering intel, and her use of "we" piques his curiosity. Elsewhere, a young man furiously snacks on potato chips while working at a computer. He types away at a keyboard with intense focus, clearly analyzing some kind of data. Finishing his task, he announces to Feng Huang that he's compiled all the necessary information. The door slides open and he's stunned to see Xiaoan, whom he recognizes as his brother. Overcome with emotion, the young man rushes forward for a tearful, dramatic reunion hug. Xiaoan recoils in horror, getting a terrible sense of déjà vu from the enthusiastic greeting. He shoves the man away, complaining about the chip crumbs and his questionable hygiene. Feng Huang watches the exchange in this realm. She sizes him up with glowing eyes, correctly identifying him as a local and proposing a chat. His spiritual energy flares as he questions her motives, wondering why she singled him out. The woman playfully mocks his tense stance, suggesting he's misunderstood her intentions. She challenges him to a fight, prompting Xiaoan to question her sanity for picking on a lower-level fighter. Agreeing that the power gap is unfair, she slams her foot down with a confident smirk. She activates a skill, temporarily demoting herself to his level to even the odds. Seeing an opportunity, Xiaoan agrees to the fight on the condition that she grants him 3 promises if he wins. Ignoring his terms, she lunges forward with a wild grin, telling him to stop wasting time. He's completely caught off guard, protesting that he hasn't even laid out his conditions yet. She tells him to beat her first, unleashing a high kick so fast he can barely react. His arm morphs into a hardened, spiky defense to block the powerful impact. With a grim look, he recognizes her technique, realizing this fight is far more serious than he thought. She presses her attack, unleashing a flurry of kicks that send him flying back across the construction site. With a confident smirk, she recognizes his defensive technique and admits she may have underestimated him. Deciding to get serious, she summons a massive, fiery lava spirit to crush him completely. Not to be outdone, Xiaoan calls upon his own spirit beast to even the odds. His spirit whale materializes in a flash of blue, surprising her as it charges forward. She's impressed by his skills, but mockingly notes that his companion is a little too slow. The whale slams into the lava golem, but the massive creature easily withstands the blow. With a powerful counter, the golem sends the spirit whale flying backward through the air. Xiaoan's whale quickly recovers, imbuing itself with a corrosive netherwater technique. The 2 elemental beasts clash in a massive explosion of steam and raw power. The spirit whale telepathically warns its master not to underestimate their powerful opponent. In response, the lava golem unleashes a relentless barrage of fiery, explosive projectiles. Xiaoan's whale is completely overwhelmed, caught in the center of the fiery onslaught. The mysterious woman smirks, intrigued by a rare sight she's witnessing in the battle. Xiaoan rushes to his companion's side, but the whale dismisses his concern, seemingly uninjured. She notes that masters from her realm rarely protect their beasts, realizing Xiaoan's bond is unusual. Her internal monologue reveals that few dare to accept her challenges, and even fewer are worthy opponents. Standing amidst the steam, she declares that fighters who can match her are a rarity, even in the upper realm. With a look of grim resolve, Xiaoan understands he must go all out against this battle-obsessed woman. She eagerly demands he unleash his full potential, ready for a truly satisfying fight. With the battle turning, Xiaoan commands his spirit whale to unleash a special technique. The whale becomes a blur of motion, overwhelming the lava golem with a high-speed spiritual speed torrent. The woman is completely stunned, demanding to know what kind of advanced move he just used. She recognizes the whale's arcing attack as a legendary technique known as Moonlight Return. His spirit beast gracefully soars through the air, embodying the powerful lunar technique. Unwilling to be outdone, she summons a blade of pure energy to intercept the attack. The whale's attack lands with explosive force, completely engulfing the battlefield. Xiaoan checks on his companion, who telepathically accuses their opponent of playing dirty. Emerging from the smoke, she declares victory but admits he's the first to ever force her to break. An armored figure emerges, wielding a massive shield to block the attack. The siblings are completely baffled by this new arrival, mistaking the armored warrior for a monkey. The mysterious figure turns to Xiaoan, revealing itself to be an ally as it checks on his well-being. Xiaoan warns his new armored ally about their gold-level opponent, while Feng Huang furiously tries to break free from his grasp. Bai Zihao smirks, acknowledging his cousin is more than just a low-level fighter before ordering his beast to attack. The electric eel surges forward, crackling with purple energy as it unleashes a high-speed assault. The armored warrior braces for impact, its shield glowing with cyan energy to block the powerful charge. It counters with its own technique, launching a piercing beam of pure energy at incredible velocity. Bai Zihao watches the display, grudgingly admitting that the mysterious armored fighter is impressively fast. The warrior zips around the eel's attacks with ease, proving far too agile for the beast to catch. In response, the eel lunges with its fangs bared, unleashing a venomous biting technique. The massive beast clamps its jaws shut, successfully trapping the armored hero in its powerful bite. But the warrior effortlessly overpowers the eel, prying its jaws open and slamming it into the ground. The electric eel lies dazed on the ground, its attack completely neutralized by the armored warrior. Yanpeng questions why the assault stopped, just as a warning about unstable energy flashes on screen. A soldier urgently informs Bai Zihao that the spiritual fluctuations are causing a portal to open. A swirling vortex of green energy suddenly materializes in the center of the battlefield. The vortex expands into a massive crackling portal, which Xiaoan recognizes as the world-merging event. He explains to his confused friends that the recent earthquake was just a warning sign for this very moment. Seeing his opportunity, Bai Zihao orders his soldiers to prepare to enter the newly formed gateway, but his sister stops him, sensing a dangerous presence lurking within the portal's depths. On cue, strange glowing green tentacles snake out from the swirling energy. The tendrils snatch Feng Huang and Yuan Pang, dragging them screaming towards the unknown. The strange tentacles also ensnare Bai Zining, who struggles in confusion against their powerful grip. Her brother cries out her name in terror as she's dragged away, pleading for him to save her. A swarm of tendrils erupts from the portal, filling the sky with a writhing, otherworldly threat. Xiaoan watches helplessly, calling out his friends' names as they're all pulled into the swirling vortex. They plummet into a dark, cavernous realm, landing with a splash in a pool of glowing green liquid. Xiaoan comes to his senses, feeling a strange pressure on his chest that makes it difficult to breathe. His eyes snap open as he recognizes the familiar sensation of what he's landed on. He looks up to find Feng Huang lying directly on top of him, confirming his sudden realization. Yanpeng groans from the bottom of the pile, complaining about the weight of his two companions. Now on their feet, the trio surveys the bizarre new world as Xiaoan points towards something in the distance. They look up to see a colossal, multi-legged creature looming in the darkness, debating what it could be.
Suddenly, an ornate shell-adorned staff with a glowing blue tip materializes before them.
A strange noise catches their attention, putting the entire group on high alert. A mysterious blue-skinned humanoid with glowing eyes emerges from the depths, wielding the strange weapon. Meanwhile, Bai Zihao's team finds a desolate base station, with a subordinate blaming native creatures for the lack of survivors. He grimly notes this world is more dangerous than expected, just as he learns their own supplies were lost in the portal. With a stern look, he asks about the supplies that should have been at this forward base. His subordinate delivers the bad news. The base has been completely picked clean, leaving them with nothing. As Bai Zihao considers the grim possibility of being stranded, another soldier steps forward with a solution. He reveals the bases to prepare for their next move. He declares with a sinister grin that they'll be buying supplies from the nearby colony. Elsewhere, Xiaoan's group faces the blue humanoid, but he senses fear instead of hostility. He commands his Apocalypse Eye to run a full diagnostic on the strange new creature. The being suddenly extends its arm, launching a flurry of tentacles directly at a surprised Xiaoan. As the tendrils make contact with his head, his eyes glow with a familiar, resonant energy. He finds himself in a shared mental space, realizing he's established a telepathic link. The creature introduces itself as Blue, noting that Xiaoan is clearly not from its world. Xiaoan responds in kind, explaining how he and his friends were accidentally trapped here. His companions can only watch in baffled silence as he appears to hold a full conversation with the creature. Feng Huang demands an explanation from Xiaoan, who seems to have instantly understood the creature's language. His Apocalypse Eye reveals the glowing formations are soul crystals, the crystallized essence of spiritual energy and souls. As Xiaoan reaches for a crystal, Blue frantically warns him not to touch Li, putting them on high alert. Blue realizes with horror that it's not an earthquake, but the arrival of the monstrous, soulless creatures. A swarm of monstrous red creatures descends, but Blue calmly tells the panicked group to stay put. Their mysterious guide raises a glowing staff, beginning a strange ritual to address the approaching horde. A swirling vortex of blue energy envelops the group, holding the creatures at bay as Blue continues its chant. Xiaowen watches with a bead of sweat, wondering if their guide is actually controlling these soulless beings. Blue directs its energy towards the monsters, seemingly pacifying them by appealing to their lost essence. Blue explains its role as a ferryman, revealing the creatures are harmless as long as they are guided through their territory. They traverse a desolate, ancient seabed as Blue recounts the tragic plague that corrupted their world and even their mistress. Nearing their destination, Blue warns them about a parasitic fungus, which Yuanpeng almost touches before Xiaowen stops him. Their guide suddenly freezes in its tracks, and Xiaowen's concerned question inadvertently reveals its name is Xiaolan. Xiaolan looks on in absolute terror, its reaction hinting that something dreadful has happened to the settlement ahead. Xiaolan realizes with dawning horror that its settlement is being overrun by invaders. Bai Zihao and his crew stand over the terrified natives, ordering his soldiers to capture them for a grim public display. His sister Bai Zinning eagerly sends her own spirit beast charging forward to join the assault. The creature unleashes a massive beam of pure, destructive energy towards the settlement. The attack lands with devastating force, erupting in a brilliant explosion that tears through the ancient structures. Bai Zihao chides his sister for her overkill, annoyed that her methods interfere with his own cruel plans for the captives. But a massive energy shield suddenly materializes, protecting Xiaolan and the remaining natives from the blast. Bai Zihao looks on in disbelief, questioning why his cousin would bother protecting such lower beings. With glowing eyes, Xiaowen fiercely declares that all life is equal and that these creatures are the rightful masters of their own home. Bai Zihao mockingly dismisses his ideals, sneering at the idea that these worthless creatures deserve any respect. Bai Zihao preaches a survival of the fittest ideology, but Xiaowen warns him that there's always a bigger fish. The arrogant cousin scoffs, unable to imagine anything more powerful than his own family. He boasts that his family is the apex predator, growing stronger by consuming those they deem weaker. Xiaowan cuts through the rhetoric, accusing him of using his philosophy as an excuse for conquest and killing. He summons his spirit whale, arguing that true strength comes from coexistence, not destruction. Fed up with the debate, Bai Zihao decides it's time to settle things with force. He commands his frenzied shark beast to attack, unleashing a vicious blood-red assault. The two massive spirit beasts collide in a spectacular clash of elemental power. The shark beast taunts its opponent, calling it as warped and useless as its master. Not missing a beat, Xiaowan's whale fires back a witty insult about the shark's questionable dental hygiene. The shark beast seethes with rage as the whale's insult adds fuel to the fire. Both cousins activate a high-speed technique, preparing to escalate the fight. Their spirit beasts lock jaws in a brutal power struggle, neither one giving an inch. Bai Zihao grows frustrated, realizing their shared family techniques have created a perfect stalemate. But Xiaowan recalls a unique move, confident he has a way to break the deadlock. He signals his whale, confirming the cavern is large enough to unleash their ultimate attack. Seeing an opening, Bai Zihao orders his own beast to seize the moment and crush them. The shark unleashes a massive dome of crackling purple energy, aiming to end the fight. The devastating beam surges forward, a torrent of pure destructive power. But the shark is left stunned and submerged, its powerful attack mysteriously neutralized. Xiaowen's spirit whale reveals its true, colossal form, ready to demonstrate who the real predator is. Bai Zihao and his sister stare in utter shock at the whale's immense size, completely caught off guard. The massive whale opens its jaws and effortlessly swallows the tiny, terrified shark beast whole. With a powerful snap, the whale closes its mouth, refuting any claims of cheating by stating this is its natural size. Bai Zihao's face contorts in disbelief, unable to process that his powerful spirit beast was just eaten. The shark beast struggles inside the whale's belly, its muffled protests echoing from within the massive creature. Xiaowen smirks, acknowledging the natural order of things but hinting he has a different lesson in mind. Proving his point, the whale spits the foul-tasting shark back out, refusing to stoop to his opponent's level. The ejected shark beast soars through the air and crashes directly into its stunned master, Bai Zihao. Xiaowen confronts his cousin, declaring that the cruel values of the upper realm are fundamentally flawed. Bai Zihao reels in disbelief, his pride shattered by the humiliating defeat at the hands of his weaker cousin. His loyal soldiers spring into action, deploying tactical devices to cover their master's retreat. bracing himself for the intense flash and deafening sound. The world goes white as the grenades detonate, allowing Bai Zihao to curse his luck and vanish in the chaos. Even as he escapes, Bai Zihao winces, annoyed by the ringing in his ears from his own tactical retreat. Once the light and sound fade, Xiaowen sees that his cousins have successfully used the distraction to escape. Feng Huang asks about their next move, but Xiaowan grimly points out they're all trapped in this strange new world. He declares their first priority is finding a way home, vowing to settle the score with his cousins later. Far from the scene, Bai Zihao clenches his fist in pure fury, stewing over his unexpected and infuriating loss. Bai Zihao fumes over his string of bad luck, from losing his base to being humiliated by his lower realm cousin. A masked soldier interrupts his rant with a new report, which Bai Zihao impatiently demands to hear. The soldier reveals the local crystals are a massive power source, capable of accelerating a spirit master's growth exponentially. A sinister smile spreads across Bai Zihao's face as he realizes this new power could be his key to revenge. Meanwhile, Yuanpeng and Feng Huang discuss Xiaowen's leadership potential as their new guide admits it doesn't know how to get them home. Xiaowen reflects on his own changing perspective, acknowledging he now sees Feng Huang as a capable leader, not just a rival. Feng Huang gets flustered by the compliment, trying to deny her growing respect for him as Yuan Pang knowingly starts to deliver the bad news about their journey home. Xiaowen explains they're in a deep ocean trench, and their only way out is through a lift now infested with soulless creatures. He adds that their guide, Xiaolan, can't help them as she must stay to protect her people. With a determined grin, he declares that the three of them will have to face the challenge alone. They soon arrive at an ancient structure, spotting what appear to be other lost mercenaries. As he cautiously enters, a strange noise from inside puts him on high alert. His eyes widen in shock as he sees who or what is waiting for them. A massive insectoid creature blocks their path, its weapon crackling with purple energy. A wild-looking woman with spiky red hair stands atop the beast, looking utterly unimpressed by the situation. She casually greets Xiaowan from her perch, calling him by a surprisingly familiar name. Two masked soldiers suddenly appear, aiming their weapons and demanding everyone freeze. Xiaowan's group is held at gunpoint, and he tries to de-escalate the tense standoff. The woman from the crane intervenes, ordering the two soldiers to stand down. She scolds them for their hostility, reminding them that they're all trapped in this world together. As the soldiers lower their weapons, Xiaowan remarks on her unexpected pragmatism for someone from the upper realm. Nearby, shaking the cavern and putting the entire group on high alert. Qi Yanyan shoves Xiaowan back, her spear crackling with energy as she steps forward to handle the new threat herself. The creature looms over them, a colossal beast with a glowing, star-shaped head that radiates an otherworldly aura. Xiaowan is completely baffled by the bizarre monster, immediately activating his Apocalypse Eye for a full analysis. His scan identifies the Star Heart, a unique beast born from an otherworldly fungus that specializes in spiritual attacks. Unfazed, Qi Yanyan leaps into the fray, her spear glowing with destructive purple energy as she charges the monster. She lands a powerful strike, admitting with a smirk that her new opponent is surprisingly resilient. Elsewhere, one of the masked soldiers is caught off guard as his companion questions his strange behavior. A hand crackling with golden energy suddenly crushes the soldier's helmet, revealing a hidden agenda. The soldier is revealed to be Diego Barrow in disguise, leaving Qi Yanyan stunned by the unexpected betrayal. Diego Barrow's eyes glow as he recognizes the rare beast, his golden energy flaring with greedy intent. He launches a golden stinger, declaring his intention to claim the powerful creature for himself. The stinger pierces the Star Heart's tough hide, a direct hit that glows with intense energy. The projectile control over spirit beasts. Xiaowan instantly recognizes the parasitic wasp technique, connecting Diego to the notorious spider cult. Enraged by the cult's presence, Qi Yanyan unleashes her own power, determined to eliminate the traitor. She swings her spear in a powerful arc, aiming to strike down the now-controlled Starheart beast. Diego casually blocks her attack from atop the monster, questioning why she seems to have a personal vendetta against him. She glares back with pure fury, suggesting he's feigning ignorance and that they have a history he should remember. Diego recognizes her fiery technique, connecting her to a mysterious figure from his past. Meanwhile, Xiaowan's spirit whale unleashes a torrent of blue energy, joining the fray. The whale's attack collides with the Starheart's power in a brilliant explosion. Diego's focus shifts, remembering he still has a score to settle with Xiaowan. United by a common enemy, Xiaowan and Qi Yanyan prepare to face the cultist together. He notes her intense hatred for the parasitic wasps, sensing a personal vendetta. Just found a valuable treasure. But a blinding beam of pink energy slams down, threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The blast hits Diego head-on, the sheer force of the attack pushing him back. Qi Yanyan emerges from the smoke completely unscathed, sensing that the attack was somehow deflected. Diego looks on with a weary expression, not at all surprised that she managed to survive his beast's assault. From the dissipating smoke, a new hooded figure with a massive shield appears, prompting Diego to wonder if it's Xiaowan. The mysterious warrior identifies himself as a simple mercenary, his true identity hidden behind the armor. Xiaowan pats the warrior's anti-spiritual shield, confidently noting its impressive durability. He deduces Diego's tactical plan to drain their power, activating his eye to reveal the cultist's hidden talents.
Xiaowan unleashes his Chain of Heaven's Dao, a powerful ability designed to copy his opponent's talents.
His system successfully copies Diego's spiritual armor, but fails to replicate a second, more mysterious skill. He learns from the diagnostic that some hidden talents are simply beyond his ability to copy. Deciding one new skill is enough, he's prompted to replace one of his existing talents to make room. He confirms his choice, beginning the process of swapping out the old fire talent. With a flash of light, the spiritual armor ability officially replaces his previous skill. Diego suddenly feels a bizarre sensation, realizing with a jolt that something has just invaded his body. Enraged by the violation, he commands his controlled beast to eliminate the outsider immediately. Xiaowan is taken aback, shocked that Diego could actually feel the effects of his secret copying technique. The controlled beast unleashes its power, its strange weapon glowing with a sickly green light. The ground erupts with animated vine-like tendrils that surge towards the group in a massive assault. The mysterious armored mercenary is instantly ensnared by the glowing green vines. Helplessly bound, the warrior struggles against the constricting, otherworldly plants. Xiaowan realizes Diego's clever tactic, using a physical attack to bypass their anti-spiritual defenses. His spirit whale counters with a massive wave, obliterating the vines and clearing the battlefield. Xiaowan grits his teeth in frustration, realizing he underestimated his opponent's cunning. Before he can react, a massive red blur hurtles towards him at incredible speed. But a new figure with fiery wings appears, effortlessly blocking the attack and taunting Xiaowan for needing a rescue. He offers a disarmingly cheerful thank you, which only serves to infuriate his unexpected savior. Yanpang cowers behind his own massive spirit beast, an armored ape pleading for it to protect him. Xiaowan quickly deduces the Starheart's weakness, realizing the fungus-based creature is vulnerable to fire. He calls out to a surprised Feng Huang, asking for her help to execute his fiery counterplan. He then turns to a terrified Yuan Pang and an intrigued Qi Yanyan, recruiting them for his strategy as well. Believing their defenses are gone, Diego confidently declares that their time is up. From atop the Starheart, he promises to make use of their bodies as his beast charges a massive golden attack. The controlled monster unleashes a devastating beam of pure golden energy, streaking towards the group. With perfect timing, Xiaowan gives the signal for his allies to spring their trap. Wenpeng commands his armored ape to intercept the blast, summoning a powerful lightning defense. The ape creates a crackling energy shield, bracing itself to absorb the full force of the incoming attack. Diego stares in disbelief, shocked that the ape managed to absorb his beast's powerful attack. Yanpeng's ape roars, crackling with the immense golden energy it just contained. The beast unleashes the stored power in a massive thunder charge, redirecting the attack right back at its source. Xiaowan signals to a smirking Feng Huang, letting her know it's time for the next phase of their plan. Two powerful firebirds are summoned, combining their abilities into a devastating North Stream fire attack. The fiery beasts merge their powers, creating a swirling vortex of flame that engulfs the Starheart. Qi Yanyan taps into a dark power, her body glowing as she speaks of reincarnation and becoming an evil spirit. Her transformation intensifies as she fully embraces the legendary and destructive Asura path. With a menacing glow in her eye, she unleashes the Shura demon fire, intending to obliterate her enemies. Her true spirit beast is revealed, a formidable diamond-level night patrol demon fire raven, ready to hunt. Xiaowan is stunned by the rare beast, noting its unique skills are based on different fighting stances. He realizes its power comes from shifting its combat style, much like a human martial artist. The formidable demon fire owl unleashes a torrent of crackling purple energy from above. Diego Barrow's eyes widen in disbelief, recognizing the creature as a supposedly extinct species. The demonic bird dives with razor-sharp talons, its body wreathed in destructive purple flames. It plummets towards the Starheart, a blur of dark feathers and raw, untamed power. The owl gathers its energy, its form glowing ominously as it prepares to unleash its full might. In response, the controlled Starheart fires a concentrated beam of golden energy to counter the assault. The two devastating attacks collide in a spectacular explosion of purple and gold light. Xiaoan and his allies can only watch in awe, witnessing the incredible power of such a rare creature. The demon fire owl unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy, overwhelming the battlefield. It lands with immense power, its sharp talons digging into the ground as purple flames lick at its feet. The beast stands with an almost divine presence, its glowing red eye fixed on its target. Diego Barrow's greed flares, realizing that such a rare and powerful beast would be an incredible prize to control. He scoffs at his opponent, arrogantly dismissing any attempt at conversation. Enraged, Qi Yanyan declares that a cultist like him is unworthy of even being acknowledged by her legendary beast. A look of understanding crosses Diego's face as he recognizes her as the successor to the legendary Demon Flame. She cuts his monologue short, contemptuously calling him a puppet as she lunges forward to finish the fight. Xiaoan watches in stunned silence, realizing the true gap in power between his world and the upper realm. He assesses Qi Yanyan's raw strength, concluding she might even be more powerful than his own grandfather. Xiaoan realizes the spider cult is a threat to the upper realm, stealing his resolve to grow stronger. He concludes that to surpass his limits, he must eventually go to the upper realm, but only after this crisis is over. Qi Yanyan slams her spear down, commanding if ingested directly. But his warning comes too late, as the beast snatches the crystal and swallows it, leaving its master stunned. The creature happily munches on the crystal, savoring its powerful new snack. Its eye flashes with an intense surge of energy as the crystal's power begins to take hold. Bai Zining watches with concern, anxiously wondering if her companion is all right. Bai Zihao panics as a soldier's scanner confirms the beast's energy levels are reaching a critical point. A massive aura of pink energy erupts from the beast as it begins a dramatic transformation. Its body morphs and evolves, growing larger horns and developing new glowing armor plates. The transformation completes, and Bai Zining excitedly points out her newly empowered and much larger companion. Her brother looks on with relief as his subordinate confirms the beast's strength has increased dramatically. A diagnostic reveals the beast is now at the peak of the gold level, its strong constitution allowing it to survive the energy overload. Bai Zihao grits his teeth, acknowledging that his sister's talent has once again proven superior to his own. Bai Zihao watches his sister's success, admitting to a pang of jealousy over her innate talent. He flashes back to his humiliating defeat, his resolve hardening with the vow to never lose to a lower realm fighter again. He examines a glowing crystal, acknowledging its power is volatile and can only be harnessed by the truly strong. With a determined glint in his eye, he decides the soul crystal's survival of the fittest nature perfectly suits his ambitions. His sister's voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts, snapping him out of his power-hungry reverie. She complains of boredom and wants to explore, much to her brother's annoyance as he reminds her this isn't a vacation. Ignoring his protest completely, she hops onto her beast and prepares to leave, causing him to erupt in frustration. Elsewhere, Xiaoan's team discovers their destination, a massive, ominous throne surrounded by petrified figures. He notices the figures are strangely uncorrupted, spotting a golden spear that seems to be warding off the plague. The group realizes with grim understanding that these statues are the remains of those who sacrificed their lives to seal the entity. Xiaoan stares intently at the golden spear, trying to understand its true nature. He activates his Apocalypse Eye, which identifies the weapon as a soul-absorbing artifact made of otherworldly metal. The scan reveals the spear seals a corruption, and he deduces the petrified figures sacrificed their souls to power it. As he reaches for the artifact, a mysterious voice suddenly warns him to stop. The entire group is on edge, searching the cavern for the source of the disembodied warning. Xiaoan confirms with a nervous glance that he wasn't just hearing things. The voice speaks again, this time from one of the petrified figures, which now holds the spear and addresses them as outsiders. The team is completely stunned, realizing the artifact itself is communicating with them. The spear glows ominously as Xiaoan connects its purpose to the corruption they've heard about. The reanimated figure looks at its own skeletal form in confusion, wondering what happened to its body and why it's holding the scepter. The ancient guardian laments that its centuries-long seal has finally weakened, believing its sacrifice was in vain. Xiaoan's eyes glow as he realizes everyone can hear the disembodied voice, not just him. His system reveals the seal acts as a telepathic field, broadcasting the guardian's thoughts to anyone nearby. The guardian asks Xiaoan for a favor, to destroy the scepter and free its trapped consciousness. Xiaoan quickly interjects, refusing to let the ancient being believe its efforts were a failure. He reminds the guardian that its descendants survived in the trench, proving their legacy endures. The guardian warns that while its people live on, the seal can no longer contain the corruption behind the door. Qi Yanyan cuts in, bluntly refusing to get involved as they're only here to find a way home. The guardian's voice expresses shock, realizing their search for a teleporter will lead them straight into the main hall. It desperately warns them that entering the hall will awaken Kesuna, the very incarnation of the corruption they sealed away. Unfazed by the warning, Xiaoan's eyes glow with power as he declares he'll crush anything that stands in his way. The skeletal guardian raises the crackling spear, its energy resonating with his fierce determination. Its power flares as the ancient spirit expresses its frustration with the stubborn outsider. The spear's aura shifts to a brilliant blue as the guardian changes its mind, deciding to join forces with the determined stranger. A vision reveals the guardian's original identity, a man named Ralph Howard Kraft, who has accepted his fate. The ancient warrior decides to sacrifice its physical form, transforming the spear into a new, powerful weapon. The artifact morphs into a formidable blade, a final mission for the guardian's spirit, much to Xiaoan's surprise. The newly forged sword is offered to a stunned Xiaoan, who is urged to take up the weapon. The blade hums with power as the guardian reminds him of his vow to push forward, no matter the cost. Xiaoan reaches for the hilt, accepting the ancient weapon and the creed that comes with it. With the glowing blade in hand, Xiaoan makes a solemn vow to finish the guardian's mission. He plunges the sword into the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. As the energy surges through ancient roots, he realizes he's just completed a binding ritual. A confident smirk crosses his face as he senses a familiar, otherworldly aura from the blade. The guardian's voice echoes, confirming the contract is the only way for them to proceed together. The ancient spirit notes a similar foreign energy in Xiaoan, just as the cavern begins to tremble violently. A massive pillar of purple light erupts nearby, signaling the dramatic arrival of a new power. Xiaoan looks up in disbelief, wondering if he's seeing a legendary dragon. A diagnostic identifies the creature as Long Long, Bai Xining's powerful and surprisingly adorable gold-level beast. Bai Xining appears with a smug grin, announcing her arrival and confirming Xiaoan's worst fears. From her high vantage point, Bai Xining spots Xiaoan's group on the platform below. Qi Yanyan glares back, unimpressed by the stupid girl from the Bai family. Bai Xining demands to know why Qi Yanyan is siding with a lower realm fool, but the warrior clarifies she's on no one's side. She parrots her brother's logic, declaring that since Xiaoan's grandfather was a criminal, Xiaoan must be one too. Bai apologizes for dragging her into his family drama, but she smirks, admitting she's never liked the main Bai family anyway. Unfazed, Qi Yanyan summons her own formidable spirit beast, a massive tiger engulfed in ethereal blue flames. The ancient spirit within Xiaoan's new sword warns him not to waste its soul-consuming power on such a trivial opponent. To Xiaoan's surprise, a new, powerful voice emerges from the tiger, reassuring him that they can handle this fight on their own. Qi Yanyan steps forward with a confident grin, telling Xiaoan to focus on his own mission while she deals with the newcomers. Qi Yanyan confidently tells Xiaoan to go on ahead, promising to deal with the silly girl and catch up later. Bai Xining eagerly commands her dragon beast Long Long to engage the new opponent. The dragon lunges forward, its claws crackling with pink energy as it unleashes a powerful strike, but its attack is effortlessly intercepted by the paw of the massive white tiger. Bai Xining stares in utter disbelief, shocked that her beast's powerful assault was stopped so easily. The tiger casually holds the dragon's leg, looking completely unimpressed by the display of power. With a ferocious roar, the tiger's body erupts in a brilliant blue aura as it prepares to counter. It unleashes a devastating blast of blue energy, completely overwhelming the startled dragon. Qi Yanyan glances back at Xiaoan, impatiently asking why he's still standing around. Xiaoan gives her a final warning to be careful, acknowledging that her opponent is not to be underestimated. With his team assembled, Xiaoan signals for them to move out and face the challenge ahead. The ancient spirit in the sword warns him that its power is finite, giving him only 2 attempts to break the seal. Xiaoan confidently dismisses the warning, believing he only needs 1 shot as he raises the blade high. With a determined smirk, He channels a massive amount of energy into the sword, vowing to succeed. He unleashes a colossal wave of crackling blue energy, sending it hurtling towards the sealed entrance. The powerful blast shatters the ancient seal, blowing the gnarled roots to pieces. Xiaoan casually rests the sword on his shoulder, smugly confirming his own confidence was well placed. The ancient spirit concedes in amazement as Xiaoan stands before the now open cavernous hall. But the spirit's tone shifts to alarm, sensing a new and immediate danger from the blade. It reveals the corruption is now leaking out, as dark tendrils snake from the doorway, leaving Xiaoan to wonder what lies beyond. Xiaoan stares in frustration as the gnarled roots instantly regenerate, blocking the path once more. He grips the glowing blade, steeling himself for one final attempt to permanently shatter the seal. The ancient spirit warns that its power is fading, and this will be its last and only chance. With a confident grin, Xiaoan interrupts the spirit's grim farewell, refusing to let it give up. He rallies the ancient warrior, asking if it truly wants to miss seeing the end of the corruption it fought for so long. Rejecting the spirit's sacrifice, he activates his Apocalypse Eye to find an alternative power source for the blade. His scan reveals the sword can be powered by a stronger energy than a soul, specifically something called evil karma. He commands his system to channel his own evil karma into the sword, causing a massive surge of red and blue energy. The ancient spirit cries out in shock, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar and immense power now flowing through the blade. Infused with this new energy, Xiaoan decides to obliterate the entire doorway instead of just breaking the seal. With a wild grin, Xiaoan declares his intent to utterly demolish the sealed doorway. The sword pulses with a sinister pink light, overflowing with the power of his evil karma. He swings the blade, unleashing a colossal arc of pure, destructive energy. The crimson wave tears through the regenerating roots, leaving nothing but fragments in its wake. The attack completely vaporizes the entrance, carving a permanent path forward. Elsewhere, the battle between the two spirit beasts escalates into a spectacular clash of elemental forces. Qi Yanyan's white tiger stares down its opponent, its eyes glowing with cold blue fury. Baizining's dragon glares back, crackling with pink energy and ready for a fight. The two colossal beasts circle each other, their immense power warping the air around them. Baizining angrily questions Qi Yanyan's allegiance, but the warrior calmly dismisses her accusations as baseless. Qi Yanyan explains that her years of training have taught her one simple truth about people. She believes spiritual power is an extension of personality, revealing a person's true character in battle. With a confident smirk, she declares she sided with Xiaoan because he hasn't harmed the innocent natives. Bai Zining is left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend Qi Yanyan's moral reasoning. Dismissing the complex logic, her beast unleashes a blinding new moon white forest attack. The white tiger mocks the Bai family's lack of independent thought as Qi Yanyan agrees it's time to fight. With a challenging grin, Qi Yanyan leaps forward, vowing to teach the girl a lesson her family never did. The two warriors clash in a spectacular display, their powerful techniques filling the cavern with explosive energy. Baizining stares in disbelief, shocked that her opponent would dare to come right at her. Qi Yanyan looms over her with a terrifying aura, leaving the younger girl frozen in fear. Qi Yanyan slams down with overwhelming force, her attack erupting in a brilliant flash of pink energy. She stands over the defeated Baizining, coolly pointing out that the tables have turned. With a thoughtful glance, she admits that overpowering her opponent feels more like bullying than a fair fight. The camera reveals a dazed and dizzy Baizining, confirming she's just a child who is completely out of her league. Elsewhere, Xiaoan's team stares into the vast, crumbling hall he just blasted open. Wenpeng questions Xiaoan's true power level as Xiaoan admits he might have overdone it just a little. But their moment is cut short as Feng Huang urgently points towards a figure deep within the darkness. The ancient spirit's voice reveals the tragic tale of Keisuna, a once wise queen who fell victim to the corruption. Enthroned in gnarled roots, the queen is revealed as a monstrous, armored being, the very incarnation of the plague. Xiaoan looks on with grim sympathy as the spirit mourns the tragic end of its former queen. The enthroned queen's eye snaps open, its emerald gaze promising a world of trouble. A small, fluffy creature with huge green eyes suddenly appears, trembling in fear. The creature reveals its true, colossal form, rising up behind a mysterious, red-haired woman. The woman looks back in shock, caught completely off guard by a sudden turn of events. She stares up at her own beast, questioning why it's still standing as it charges a massive energy blast. With her opponent defeated on the ground, she realizes her companion has gone completely out of control. She looks down at the dazed girl, acknowledging with a sigh that she was just fighting a child. The berserk beast spreads its glowing green wings, unleashing a torrent of wild, destructive energy. The blast erupts across the cavern, catching Yuan Peng and sending him flying through the air. Xiaoan leaps to the rescue, using his new sword to shield his friends from the chaotic fallout. Qi Yanyan's massive tiger stands guard as the berserk dragon flies towards the ancient throne. With the dazed Bai Zining on its shoulder, the tiger and its master watch the chaos unfold as Xiuan demands answers. He points out the dragon's glowing green eyes, realizing something is terribly wrong. The ancient spirit reveals the horrifying truth. Kasuna is now controlling the beast through the power of the absorbed soul crystals. The enthroned queen gestures, her body glowing with the same corrupting energy, confirming her control. The possessed dragon flies directly towards the ancient queen, its intentions unclear but definitely ominous. The spirit realizes the dragon's goal is to physically remove Kasuna from her throne, which would break the seal. Landing on the gnarled throne, the dragon prepares to free the very source of the corruption. Xiaoan urgently tells Qi Yanyan to wake up Bai Zining so she can recall her beast before it's too late. Understanding the stakes, Qi Yanyan grabs the dazed girl and tries to snap her out of her stupor. Still dazed from the fight, Bai Zining mutters an insult, completely oblivious to the real danger. Snapping out of her stupor, she grabs Qi Yanyan's face in a fit of rage, demanding to be released. Qi Yanyan impatiently tells the girl to focus on her out-of-control beast, finally getting her attention. The ancient spirit urgently warns her to recall the dragon before Kasuna's control becomes permanent. Realizing the danger, Bai Zining frantically tries to summon her companion back into its spiritual space. The recall spell begins to work, but the queen's corrupting influence fights back, trying to sever the connection. With a surge of power, Kasuna shatters the recall attempt, severing the bond between master and beast. The enthroned queen's body glows with a sickly green light as she begins to absorb the dragon's essence. The queen's form begins to morph, merging with the dragon's power to create a terrifying new hybrid. Xiaoan stares in shock, recognizing the creature's new tentacle as the very thing that dragged them into this world. Xiaoan grimly acknowledges they're now facing the true dominant creature of this world. Unfazed, Qi Yanyan's spear crackles with a surge of raw purple energy. She smirks, eager to test her new prototype weapon against the formidable queen. Xiaoan desperately tries to stop her, insisting that he should be the one to handle this fight. Ignoring his pleas, she leaps forward to confront the massive, tentacled monster head-on. In response, the corrupted queen begins to manifest a colossal sword from her own body. Kasuna raises the newly formed serrated blade, its otherworldly power radiating through the hall. Qi Yanyan looks on in surprise, not expecting the monstrous being to be a sword wielder. But her white tiger beast intercepts the attack, catching the massive blade with its bare paw. With the queen's attack stalled, Qi Yanyan moves in to strike from below in a coordinated assault. With a wild grin, Qi Yanyan dives in, her spear crackling with purple energy as she aims for a critical strike. But the corrupted queen's body glows with an eerie teal light, bracing for the powerful impact. Kasuna's free hand moves with blinding speed, its fingers morphing into sharp, energy-laced tendrils. The tendrils effortlessly intercept the spear, neutralizing the devastating attack in a burst of light. The white tiger stares in disbelief, shocked that the queen could so easily resist the legendary demon fire. With a surge of power, Kasuna shoves the massive tiger back, breaking the stalemate with brute force. The queen's blade slams down, striking the tiger with a devastating blow that sends shockwaves through the cavern. But the tiger realizes too late that the entire assault was just a clever feint to create an opening. Xiaoan rushes to help a staggered Qi Yanyan, who admits she underestimated their monstrous opponent. She waves him off with a determined glare, telling him to stand back as she prepares to get serious. The corrupted queen summons a spectral image of the tiger's head, analyzing its very essence. The ancient spirit warns Xiaoan that they're facing a godlike being capable of creating life. A diagnostic reveals Kasuna's true nature, an immortal incarnation of corruption who can only be defeated by destroying her soul. The spirit explains their dilemma. Only a soul can truly harm another soul. Xiaoan realizes their attacks are useless against her core, but Qi Yanyan confidently steps forward. He tries to warn her off, but she's undeterred, ready for another round despite her beast's injuries. With a predatory grin, she admits that Kasuna's power is exactly what makes her a worthy opponent. She raises her crackling spear, vowing to use this victory to prove her worth to her superiors. Xiaoan can only stare in disbelief, wondering if the reckless warrior has any sense of self-preservation. But his frustration quickly turns to inspiration as the mention of fear sparks a brand new idea strikes him. Perhaps the immortal queen is actually afraid of that particular weapon. A diagnostic reveals the spear is forged from a demon fire crystal, a material capable of harming spiritual entities. Xiaowan's eyes light up with understanding. The spear's unique power can directly attack Kasuna's soul. He realizes with dawning certainty that Qi Yanyan's weapon is their only hope for victory. Qi Yanyan cuts him off with a knowing look, confirming she heard his entire tactical breakdown. Xiaowan confidently proposes a strategy where he'll be responsible for pinning the queen down. She grins back, agreeing to the plan and declaring she'll be the one to land the final blow. Standing together, they share a moment of mutual respect, acknowledging their potential as allies. With a determined smirk, Xiaowan decides to unleash his full power, much to the spirit's confusion. Xiaowan activates his newly acquired spiritual armor, encasing himself in crackling blue energy. A system prompt details his new form, a powerful armor that enhances his abilities based on his origin type. He acknowledges this new power is a direct result of copying the parasitic wasp's talent. The ancient spirit is stunned by the transformation, even noticing the sword has morphed to match the new armor. Qi Yanyan's voice snaps him back to reality, warning him that the queen is on the move. The corrupted queen raises her own massive, gnarled blade, preparing to strike down the armored warrior. Kasuna's sword slams down with devastating force, aiming to crush her opponent in a single blow. But the queen is left momentarily confused when her powerful attack is unexpectedly stopped. Xiaowan stands completely unscathed, his new armor having effortlessly blocked the massive strike. He addresses the ancient spirit within his blade, preparing to show the foreigner what he can really do. The ancient spirit protests being used as a shield, but Xiaowan dismisses it as pure instinct. With the queen's attack blocked, Xiaowan signals for Qi Yanyan to make her move. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yanyan dives from a high pillar to strike from above. She channels a massive amount of purple energy into her spear, preparing for a devastating blow. But Kasuna reacts with incredible speed, her multiple tendrils unfurling to counter the assault. Qi Yanyan is caught completely off guard as the queen's appendages wrap around her, neutralizing her attack. She struggles helplessly, ensnared by the powerful, otherworldly tendrils. Xiaowan's helmeted face shows alarm as he realizes his ally is now in serious trouble. The ancient spirit urges him to act, confirming that Kasuna has her completely trapped. Without hesitation, Xiaowan rushes forward, his glowing blade ready to sever the tendrils and free his teammate. Xiaowan unleashes a massive whale-shaped energy blade from his sword to free his ally. The powerful attack slices through Kasuna's tendrils, successfully releasing a stunned Qi Yanyan. The ancient spirit is baffled by this new ability, and Xiaowan admits he's just as surprised by the sudden power-up. He realizes he's somehow unlocked Manifestation, a gold-level skill far beyond his current rank. A system diagnostic reveals his unique combination of talents created a loophole, allowing him to access this advanced power early. Qi Yanyan watches with suspicion, wondering if his new abilities are linked to the spider cult's techniques. Meanwhile, the corrupted queen effortlessly regenerates her damaged limbs, ready for another round. The spirit points out the attack's failure, but Xiaowan curtly acknowledges he's already aware of the situation. Kasuna seems to be studying her opponents, forcing Xiaowan to reconsider his strategy. Ignoring the spirit's warning against recklessness, he prepares to unleash his newfound manifestation power once more. He declares his intention to make good use of this unexpected power-up. With a confident smirk, he decides it's time to unleash his true spirit beast. A colossal spectral whale materializes behind the corrupted queen, letting out a silent roar. Kasuna turns her head, her glowing eye fixing on the unexpected spiritual manifestation. The ethereal beast opens its massive jaws, preparing to swallow the tentacled queen whole. It lunges forward, its powerful jaws clamping down on Kasuna, trapping her in a spiritual bite. While the queen is restrained, Xiaowan charges in, his sword now glowing with a sinister red energy. He lands a direct hit, his blade clashing against Kasuna's otherworldly armor with immense force. His helmet glows as he taunts the trapped queen with a seemingly random question. He answers his own riddle, comparing the tentacled queen to a giant squid as his whale bites down harder. With the queen restrained, he yells for Qi Yanyan to seize the opening he's created. She smirks, finally getting the chance to unleash the full power of her demon fire. With a confident gesture, she takes aim, her spear crackling with soul-searing energy. She dives from above, plunging her weapon down in a devastating, supercharged strike. But Kasuna instantly manifests a teal energy shield, narrowly deflecting the lethal blow. Chi Yanyan lands with a look of disbelief, realizing how close she came to failure. Xiaoan suddenly apologizes, his cryptic words leaving his ally completely confused. The ancient spirit within the sword senses his strange intent and begins to panic. He declares he's borrowing the spirit's face as he charges forward with reckless abandon. Using the ancient blade like a battering ram, he grinds it against the ground as the spirit inside fears it will shatter. His armored form shoves the ancient blade forward, using it as a makeshift battering ram. The furious spirit inside the sword protests this crude and disrespectful use of its sacred form. With the queen's attention fixed on Xiaoan, Chi Yanyan plunges from above for the final strike. The spear's tip makes contact, its unique energy shattering the queen's spiritual barrier. A devastating blast of purple energy erupts, completely overwhelming the corrupted queen. Chi Yanyan watches the dissipating energy, confident that the fight is finally over. Wreathed in purple flames, the colossal queen's body begins to crumble under the assault. The once immortal queen silently reflects on her own defeat and the end of her reign. Her physical form dissolves into motes of light, a surprisingly quiet end for a godlike being. The guardian spirit appears in its original form, thanking Xiaoan for fulfilling its mission before finally fading. Chi Yanyan smirks, confident that her victory has finally proven the power of her demon fire to her superiors. Xiaoan questions her motives, but she cryptically suggests he'll only understand if he reaches the origin star. Their conversation is cut short as Feng Huang urgently directs their attention to a new development. Xiaoan stares in disbelief as a swirling pink portal materializes in the chamber, offering them a way out. The massive, crackling gateway dominates the cavern, its sudden appearance leaving the entire group stunned. He questions the portal's timing, ready to seize the opportunity to return home. But Chi Yanyan refuses, insisting they can't leave until she finds the true culprit behind the chaos. Elsewhere, Bai Zihao is caught off guard as massive, dark tendrils erupt from the ground around him. Over him. She explains their portal trip went awry, blaming the time difference between worlds for their new, desolate location. As he gets to his feet, she identifies their surroundings as a vast desert near Black Sand City. A third companion spots a city on the horizon, suggesting it as their immediate destination. The ancient spirit within the sword begins to complain, unimpressed by this new, equally barren landscape. The warrior snaps back, annoyed by the spirit's whining about the lack of water in a desert. Losing his patience, he throws the sword and tells the complaining spirit to find its own water. The red-haired woman takes charge, deciding they'll head for the closer Black Sand City. They travel through the alien landscape, surrounded by towering, otherworldly structures. Elsewhere, Bai Zihao stands atop a spire, grimly confirming they've been returned to the Spider Nest secret realm. Bai Zihao is suddenly interrupted by a desperate cry for help from his sister, Xining. He looks up to see her waving frantically from a high ledge, calling down to him. His expression shifts to pure annoyance, completely unimpressed by her theatrics. Later, safely aboard a ship, Bai Xining sports a smug and mischievous grin. A subordinate announces a video call from the Patriarch as Xining eagerly celebrates their trip home. On the call, Bai Zihao reports to his superior, confirming he's found something of great value. He adds that they're already en route to the origin star, prompting a question about Chi Yanyan's whereabouts. After he hesitantly admits she's not with them, the Patriarch orders the information be kept secret to focus on their enemies. The holographic figure confidently declares that with their combined fleet, they can eliminate their foes with ease. With the call concluded, Bai Zihao coolly instructs his subordinate to proceed with his prearranged plans. A subordinate suddenly interrupts Bai Zihao, questioning the unfamiliar title used by his superior. She explains their family's strict naming conventions, noting the absence of the term patriarch. Her suspicion peaks as she realizes the person on the call couldn't be their true leader. Bai Zihao's demeanor shifts, accusing the subordinate of being an imposter herself. In a flash, he grabs her uniform, attempting to expose her true identity. But she easily sheds the disguise, sending him stumbling backward in surprise. Her true, much more provocative attire is revealed, confirming she was never one of his soldiers. The mysterious woman smirks, admitting he's clever for seeing through her ruse. As security storms the bridge with weapons drawn, she stands her ground without a hint of fear. She coolly compliments their quick response time, clearly enjoying the chaos she's created. With a sly grin, she reveals a small blade, hinting that this confrontation is far from over. She mockingly asks if they truly believe she can be captured so easily. The soldiers immediately open fire, filling the bridge with a hail of bullets. But every single shot miraculously misses, curving around her as if guided by an unseen force. Her attackers stare in disbelief, completely baffled by her impossible luck. Bai Zihao ducks for cover as stray bullets fly past, ordering his men to cease their chaotic firing. Her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a menacing aura as she dons a demonic mask. In a flash, she closes the distance and lands a devastating strike on a stunned Bai Zihao. He demands to know who she is, and she simply smirks, identifying herself as his new enemy. She then questions his motives, wondering why he's allied with someone from the lower realm. Bai Zihao's soldiers are startled as a new group of imposing figures suddenly appears on the bridge. The masked leader of the newcomers calmly questions the woman's choice of insults. He unleashes a powerful aura, calling the upper realm invaders arrogant for their attitude. The man points out the hypocrisy of them invading his world and then acting superior. A white-haired figure with a cynical look suggests that in the face of death, they are all equal. The masked warrior gives them a final warning before demanding the location of the escape hatch. Having secured their escape, Bai Zihao's massive ship speeds away through the alien sky. Elsewhere, Xiaowan's group spots the wreckage, realizing they aren't the only ones in this wasteland. As his companion complains about the heat, Xiaowan is reminded that they are still wanted fugitives with no easy way out. The red-haired woman takes charge, deciding their best course of action is to head for the nearby Black Sand City. A familiar face appears atop a ruin, remarking on the strange coincidence of their meeting. The red-haired warrior turns, admitting she'd been wondering if they were still trapped in this desolate world. With a confident smirk, she dismisses the topic, deciding to move on. Before departing, she turns back to offer the stranded group a piece of crucial advice. A massive battleship descends from the sky as she warns of an impending second attack on the spider nest. The young warrior stares in shock, realizing the sheer scale of the military craft looming above them. She reveals the only way to halt the invasion is to eliminate this world's master, proving the city-state's dominance. Waving a casual goodbye from the ship's ramp, she hopes they'll make it to the origin star before she leaves to file her report. The spiky-haired warrior desperately pleads for a ride, realizing they're about to be abandoned. But the battleship blasts off with incredible velocity, leaving them stranded in the wasteland. Xiaowan processes the grim reality of their new mission, to take down the master of the spider nest. The team trudges through the wasteland, feeling the relentless pressure of the non-stop conflict. They finally reach Black Sand City, a bustling oasis where they hope to find a moment of peace. Seeking refuge from the heat, they find a local shop to grab a refreshing drink. While resting, a news report reveals a shocking time discrepancy between the worlds they've traveled. Feng Huang calculates that for every day they spent in the other realm, 3 days passed here. The realization hits that the portal distorts time itself, adding a new layer of urgency to their quest. Their brief respite is shattered as a massive explosion rips through the street just outside their shop. Xiaowan's instincts kick in, his eyes darting as he assesses the sudden and violent attack. Standing in the ruins, they learn from a broadcast that a high-profile caravan has just been ambushed nearby. The street is a scene of utter chaos, with armored vehicles wrecked and a strange purple smoke billowing through the air. Through the haze, Xiaowan's team stares in shock at the figures responsible for the sudden ambush. A woman in a gas mask and a sleek black coat holds an unconscious girl, making it clear this is a kidnapping. The group is quickly enveloped by the thick smoke, realizing with dawning horror that it's poisonous. Fighting the fumes, Xiaowan's eyes narrow as he spots a distinctive symbol on one of the attackers. He instantly recognizes the insignia, confirming his worst fears. The demonic spider cult is involved. He understands now that whenever Chao Gubai was in danger, this other persona would emerge to save her. Still reeling, Xiaowan questions why this protective altar would ever side with the demonic spider cult. She simply smiles, vaguely stating that their goals just happen to overlap at the moment. Just then, the masked Lord Lin Gui receives an urgent emergency report through his comms. An operative on the other end prepares to deliver some truly unbelievable news from outside the train. The report reveals an impossible sandstorm is raging outside, a phenomenon not seen in 20 years. Lin Gui and the city lord are stunned by the news, but the operative on comms warns there's an even bigger problem. The operative confirms something massive is moving through the sand, heading straight for them. A colossal horned worm erupts from the desert floor, its sheer size dwarfing the train. The train lurches violently, as the two city lords identify the creature as a legendary black sand worm. The monstrous worm's fanged maw descends upon the train car, ready to tear it apart. Xiao Gubai's alter ego stands calmly at the doorway, welcoming the beast as if she summoned it herself. She leaps from the train without hesitation, prompting Xiaoan to try and stop her. He furiously demands to know what her true objective is in all this chaos. Perched on the worm, she seems surprised they're still alive and cryptically hints they should already know who is behind the attack. A new masked figure appears, intrigued by Xiaoan's relentless pursuit. He teases Xiao Gubai's alter ego about her apparent interest in keeping Xiaoan around. Xiaoan stares in horror, identifying the newcomer's true nature as a parasitic entity. The masked man suddenly appears inside the train car, trapping Xiaoan with a web-like substance. He condescendingly tells Xiaoan he'll be back for him later, viewing him as a valuable asset to be claimed in the future. With their mission complete, the man announces it's time to deliver their package to their boss. A third accomplice with purple hair gives Xiao Gubai a stern look for casually sitting on their important cargo. With the villains gone, the wrecked train is left half buried in the sand, its communication systems dead. Trapped inside, Xiaoan and the two city lords can only wait for the raging sandstorm to pass. The city lord glares at a silent Xiaoan, furious that he allowed the kidnapper to escape right under their noses. The city lord looms over Xiaoan, but he ignores her anger, sensing something is fundamentally wrong with the situation. She furiously declares that rescuing Jiqi is their only priority, dismissing any other concerns. Xiaoan analyzes the flawed plan, realizing the cultists didn't need to hijack a train to achieve their goal. The masked lord calms his counterpart, suggesting the entire ambush was a deliberate trap to lure them into the desert. He then excuses himself to have a smoke, leaving the fuming city lord to cool down. But instead of leaving, he sits beside Xiaoan, explaining that the city lord's anger is just a mask for her worry. He misinterprets Xiaoan's thoughtful silence as depression, assuming Xiao Gubai is someone special to him. Lighting a cigar, the masked lord decides it's the perfect time to launch into a story from his past. A flashback reveals a younger Lin Gui, the city lord, and Xiaoan's grandfather, a trio of misfits who once trained together. He reveals they all shared a secret. The city lord was in love with Xiaoan's grandfather. Lin Gui reveals that just as their trio was on the verge of success, Xiaoan's grandfather suddenly abandoned their mission. The next time they saw him, he had become the powerful lord of White Scale City and treated them like complete strangers. Dongli, the future city lord, was then recognized by a powerful family and eventually rose to lead Blue Lance City herself. Lin Gui concludes his tale by explaining he simply inherited his own title as the king of Black Sand City. He offers Xiaoan some cynical advice, suggesting that worrying about old friends is ultimately a waste of time. The revelation clicks for Xiaoan, who now understands the city lord's animosity was rooted in her history with his grandfather. He reflects on how his own judgment was clouded by Xiao Gubai, just as the city lord's was by her past. Deciding to wait out the storm, Xiaoan hopes the truth behind the cult's plan will become clear once the chaos subsides. His quiet contemplation is shattered by a sudden thud from above, making him wonder what's happening now. The source of the noise is revealed to be someone casually preparing a bowl of instant noodles. An eccentric, white-haired man on the train's roof bizarrely savors the smell of the desert gravel. His moment of zen is cut short as his sandal slips on the slick metal surface. He loses his footing completely, sliding helplessly off the side of the moving train. The man makes an ungraceful entrance, crashing through a window in a shower of broken glass. Xiaoan and the masked lord are startled by the sudden loud thud of their unexpected guest. They stare at the intruder, completely baffled by his sudden and dramatic appearance. The newcomer, Hussein, seems more concerned about his spilled noodles than his crash landing. The city lord's sharp eyes catch a strange detail. The man has unnatural, flat pupils. Instantly connecting this trait to her enemies, she holds a glowing blade to his throat, accusing him of being with the spider cult. Her face contorts with rage as she furiously demands to know his role in her granddaughter's kidnapping. The white-haired man casually holds up his hands, completely unfazed, as he denies any connection to the spider cult. Xiaoan suddenly his companion. The small creature on Hussein's head astutely observes that Xiaoan has ulterior motives beyond a simple rescue mission. Xiaoan questions the accusation, but Hussein can clearly see the conflict written all over his face. Meanwhile, the city lord and Lin Gui are locked in a chaotic battle, their massive beast clashing with the robotic army. A new masked figure joins the fray, holding what appears to be a deactivated robotic head. He activates the device, revealing it to be a bionic weapon with a single glowing red eye. The robotic head suddenly detonates, unleashing a powerful explosion in the middle of the city. From a nearby rooftop, a mysterious woman critiques the timing of the blast as Xiaowan spots her from below. The woman is identified as Second Priest Lilith, who casually suggests a more efficient approach for next time. Hussein recognizes the newcomer, prompting a frustrated Xiaowan to question if she's another one of his old contacts. Lilith addresses the white-haired man, questioning how he's still alive after 20 years. Xiaowan is stunned to learn she's Hussein's student, who claims to have personally ensured his demise. She reveals her survival is thanks to advanced technology, much like the robotic army surrounding them. Cutting the reunion short, she summons a massive diamond-level demon ready to end the conversation. Xiaowan grins confidently, preparing to counter with his own powerful spirit beast. But Hussein suddenly stops him, a look of alarm on his face. With grim determination, Hussein insists that this is his fight to handle alone. He calls upon his small, mochi-like companion, urging it to reveal its true power. The tiny creature erupts into a colossal, godlike wood spirit, its power level matching the demon's. Xiaowan can only stare in disbelief, shocked by the true terrifying form of the creature he knew as Matcha Mochi. Hussein tells Xiaowan to stay out of it, claiming this is a personal matter between the older generation. But Xiaowan cuts him off, tired of the cliché where the hero tells the kid to run for safety. He acknowledges the elder's past struggles but makes it clear this situation is now his fight too. With a burst of energy, he demands they stop treating him like a child, insisting he can make his own choices. He declares that saving Jiqi and stopping the cult was his mission from the beginning, so no one needs to feel guilty. With a fierce look, he asserts that this is his decision and he's more than capable of handling himself. The masked lord remarks to his companion that Xiaowan's stubborn attitude is identical to his grandfather's. As Lilith's demon charges, she coolly asks Xiaowan what he plans to do now. Xiaowan smirks, confidently deducing that their enemy's presence confirms Lan Jiki must be close. The massive wood spirit intercepts the demon's charge, effortlessly stopping the beast in its tracks with a single hand. Xiaowan proposes a strategy where the others create a diversion, allowing him to use his pet's speed to locate Jiki. The city lord reluctantly agrees, acknowledging it's their only viable option in the chaotic battle. Lilith mocks their open plotting and launches a powerful kick, aiming to take Xiaowan out of the fight. He smirks, revealing he intentionally provoked her, and she fell perfectly into his trap. Before her attack can land, Hussein intercepts the blow with his massive sword, blocking her advance. He warns his former student against this path, but she coldly declares that the man who taught her is long gone. Pushing her back with his blade, Hussein creates a momentary lull in the fight to make a strange request. He interrupts the battle to ask them not to eliminate the Spider Queen, regardless of their mission. Xiaowan considers the difficult demand, but confidently assures him he will make the right choice when the time comes. With the plan set, he summons his spectral whale and commands it to move out, leaving the others to handle the fight. Xiaowan confirms his spirit beast is ready for a high-speed search through the underground city. He zips away on his spectral whale, leaving his allies to deal with the chaotic battle below. Weaving through the robotic assassins, he offers a quick apology for not sticking around to fight. Soaring above the sprawling metropolis, he's stunned by its sheer size and the familiar energy it radiates. He realizes a visual search is hopeless, but his Eye of Apocalypse has a treasure-hunting feature that might just work. A sudden memory gives him an idea. He recalls giving Lan Jiki a special item he can now track. With a new plan in mind, he races through the city, confident he can scan the entire area at top speed. With a determined look, he activates his unique ability to begin the citywide search for his gift. A grid of energy envelops the city as his powerful eye scans for the specific treasure he's tracking. His eye glows as he gets a lock on his target, excitedly telling his whale to slow down. With the target located, Xiaowan points his spectral whale in the right direction, ready to move in. Meanwhile, the city lord and Lin Gui realize they're hopelessly outnumbered by the relentless robotic army. Hussein's colossal wood spirit smashes through the enemy lines, holding its own in the chaotic battle. He parries a powerful blow from Lilith, their blades clashing with immense force. The impact sends him skidding backward, but he manages to hold his ground against her enhanced strength. Hussein grimly acknowledges that his former student's power has grown far beyond his expectations. Lilith strikes a confident pose, admitting her old master has improved but still seems unimpressed. He correctly deduces that the strange device on her head is the source of her newfound spiritual power. Lilith is momentarily taken aback, realizing her old teacher is sharper than she gave him credit for. Hussein sighs, disappointed that she still hasn't understood the fundamental lessons he once taught her. Hussein lectures his former student, claiming she's using her spirit beast as a simple tool, failing to unlock its full potential. He explains that true power comes from merging the spiritual energy of the master and beast, creating a bond greater than the sum of its parts. He scoffs at her reliance on technology, stating it's a crutch for those who only have a master-servant relationship with their spirit beast. The ancient way, he preaches, is about mutual respect and understanding, not domination and oppression. With his lesson delivered, he thanks his small companion and prepares to demonstrate his philosophy in action. The massive demon lunges forward, ready to crush him under its immense power. It smashes its fist into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the city. The beast stares at the crater, bewildered to find its target has completely vanished. Lilith scans the area, equally confused by her old master's sudden disappearance. In a flash, Hussein reappears from above, plunging down in a devastating dive attack aimed straight for his former student. Hussein's strike lands with devastating precision, tearing through Lilith's suit and leaving her stunned by the impact. The feedback loop is broken, causing her massive robotic demon to short-circuit and convulse uncontrollably. With its master defeated, the colossal beast collapses, leaving the other combatants to wonder what just happened. The masked lord checks on his ally, who credits their survival to the timely intervention of Xiaowan's grandfather's eccentric friend. Hussein stands over his former student, calmly questioning her sudden inability to continue their fight. He points to a scar on his face, a grim reminder of the day he was forced to end her life in a past conflict. Promising not to repeat his past actions, he has his companion pull her through a portal, taking her off the battlefield. Lin Gui watches them go, reflecting on the seemingly endless war between their factions and the spider cult. The city lord asks if he feels sympathy for their enemies, but he clarifies that he's merely lost in thought. He ponders if their foes are truly so different, possessing the same range of emotions and motivations as they do. The city lord refocuses on the mission, while Lin Gui wonders about Xiaowen's whereabouts. Hussein suddenly spots a new threat from above and urgently alerts his companions. The purple-haired cultist dives down with a wicked grin, ready to assassinate her targets. Lin Gui is caught completely off guard by the sudden high-speed ambush. Meanwhile, Xiaowen arrives at a glowing red obelisk, his spirit beast sensing a powerful, unsettling energy. He cautiously approaches the structure, a sense of dread growing as he gets closer. The obelisk reveals its horrifying secret. Lan Jiqi is trapped inside, held captive by the strange technology. A mysterious cloaked figure appears, calmly telling Xiaowen not to interfere. The man introduces himself as a high priest of the spider cult, explaining they only need to borrow the girl's pet. Xiaowen scoffs at the priest's gentle phrasing, angrily reminding him of the cult's violent history. The priest dismisses the idea of terrorism, reframing the cult's violent actions as a form of resistance. He condescendingly labels Xiaowan as just another outsider who is incapable of understanding their cause. Xiaowan furiously retorts that their methods are inexcusable and demands they release Lan Jiqi immediately. He issues a chilling reminder of what happened to the last two high priests who crossed him, finally getting the priest's attention. Realizing who he's facing, the priest unleashes a torrent of purple energy, preparing for a serious fight. Xiaowan stares in disbelief, completely stunned by the impossible creature materializing before him. The energy coalesces into a monstrous form, its fanged maw letting out a silent, powerful roar. The creature's slender, armored body takes shape, revealing a powerful and menacing figure. The legendary Evil Queen is revealed in her full glory, a system prompt confirming she's an artificially evolved beast of immense power. Xiaowen is stunned by the revelation that an alchemical beast can evolve and even form a contract with a master. The priest explains the contract is a dangerous one, as it slowly corrupts the beast's very essence. Xiaowan sizes up his new opponent, realizing the Evil Queen and her master will be a formidable duo. The Evil Queen effortlessly sidesteps a powerful energy beam fired by Xiaowan's spectral wail. With a confident smirk, Xiaowan realizes her vision is limited to spiritual energy, giving him a critical advantage. He and his wail launch a physical assault, which the Queen armor that allows him to merge with his spirit beast. With a surge of energy, he manifests a colossal spectral shark, ready to unleash his combined power. The spectral shark lunges, but the Evil Queen phases through the attack, revealing it as a clever diversion. She instantly reappears behind Xiaowan, poised to deliver a fatal blow from his blind spot. But inside his accelerated mind, Xiaowan calmly predicts her every move, seeing her high-speed ambush coming. With a confident smirk, he reveals this old trick is useless now and calls upon another of his spirit beasts. A new, agile spirit in sleek armor intercepts the queen's strike, blocking her attack perfectly. The new spirit unleashes a torrent of green tendrils, seizing the perfect moment to counterattack while the queen is exposed. He reveals his plan, to use his moon ape's unique shape-shifting ability as a net to trap his speedy opponent. The plan works flawlessly as the tendrils ensnare the evil queen, leaving her completely immobilized and vulnerable. With the target trapped, he prepares the final blow, a spear of pure soul energy that can bypass any physical defense. He channels the souls of his beasts, manifesting their power into a single ultimate attack designed to strike the soul directly. He channels the combined soul energy of his spirit beasts, converting it into a pure destructive force within his sword. The blade erupts with an overwhelming surge of power, ready to be unleashed in a single decisive strike. He understands this attack is designed to strike the soul directly, severing the very bond between a master and their beast. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a massive wave of soul energy that tears through the city street. In his accelerated mind, he gives the order for his moon ape to release its hold at the precise moment. The tendrils retract, leaving the evil queen completely exposed to the incoming unstoppable attack. The energy wave slices cleanly through the evil queen, severing her spiritual essence from her physical form. The high priest watches in shock as his beast is neutralized, while the sword's spirit remarks on its own unexpected usefulness. The spirit notes that while the queen wasn't a true god, their god-killing technique worked perfectly. With a confident smirk, the sword spirit reveals he's also looking forward to meeting this world's god, eager for a real challenge. The high priest cracks his armored knuckles, signaling the fight is far from over. He acknowledges Xiaowen's strength, but warns him to stay away from the Spider Queen. The priest reveals his monstrous true form, a third eye glowing with sinister power. Declaring his sacred duty, he unleashes a torrent of red ribbon-like tendrils from his body. A system prompt confirms the impossible. The priest has fused with his spirit beast, becoming a new entity named Mephisto. Xiaowen stares in disbelief, shocked that a master could physically merge with their beast. The newly formed Mephisto unleashes a devastating attack, his tendrils lashing out with incredible speed. Elsewhere in the city, an unseen party complains that this sudden escalation was not part of their agreement. The masked lord supports a weakened city lord, checking on her condition after a surprise attack. The purple-haired cultist confronts them from above, angrily accusing them of breaking their deal. The purple-haired woman smirks, claiming she's just a part-timer who knows nothing about any deals. The city lord turns on her ally in disbelief, accusing the masked lord of working with the spider cult. He offers a vague apology, admitting he has his reasons for the betrayal as she demands to know why. Fueled by rage, she lands a powerful blow, sending his helmet flying across the street. With his helmet on the ground, she furiously demands an explanation for his sudden treachery. She accuses him of repeating past behavior, recalling his frustrating silence when he inherited his title. Her anger shifts to shock as she notices a strange, unnatural detail about his eyes. Now unmasked, his scarred face and unusual pupils lead her to believe he's a member of the spider cult. Hussein recognizes the unique trait, realizing Lin Gui might be of mixed heritage, a concept that confuses the city lord. Lin Gui confirms he's the illegitimate son of an aboriginal, revealing his true identity only became clear as his features changed over time. Lin Gui maintains a stoic silence, accepting her fury without offering an excuse. The city lord furiously questions if his heritage is truly enough to make him betray his city and join the cult. A new masked figure appears on a rooftop, condescendingly telling Lin Gui not to be so scared. The newcomer reveals their motive is not terrorism, but a desperate attempt to reclaim their ancestral land. He then dismisses the city lord and Hussein as nothing more than annoying insects buzzing in his way. The man praises Lin Gui's performance as a small insectoid creature bows before the former city lord. He admits their discovery of the hidden city was unexpected, forcing him to alter their original strategy. To protect their secret, the newcomer declares that no witnesses can be allowed to leave this place alive. Lin Gui desperately tries to intervene, shouting at the man to stop this sudden escalation. He reminds his new superior that their cooperation was based on very specific conditions, which are now being ignored. Lin Gui furiously confronts his new partner, accusing him of building a secret city and nearly killing the city lord. The city lord listens intently, her expression a mixture of betrayal and exhaustion. He angrily reminds the man that this blatant escalation was never part of their deal. The purple-haired woman and her boss exchange a look of pure contempt, clearly seeing Lin Gui as a fool. The masked leader dismisses his concerns, trying to manipulate him by bringing up their shared goal of ending the war. With the conversation over, the bee-like man launches himself at Hussein in a blur of golden energy. He materializes a glowing blade, clashing with Hussein's companion in a flash of light. Meanwhile, Lin Gui kneels before the city lord, finally confessing his role in her granddaughter's kidnapping. He explains his betrayal was a desperate attempt to end the war, claiming they've all been deceived by a greater power. The city lord glares back, unconvinced by his reassurances about Jiki's safety. The purple-haired woman dismissively tells Lin Gui to step aside, asserting her authority. The city lord demands to know why the woman, who isn't one of them, has chosen to side with the cultists. With a sinister smile, the woman explains it's simply a matter of aligned interests, nothing personal. Hussein leaps into the fray, summoning a massive spiritual hand to crush their new foe. The attack misses, creating a massive crater as the bee-like man easily evades the blow. The masked man scoffs at Hussein's power, unimpressed by the simple energy manifestation. He dons his own mask, confidently implying he's about to show them what real power looks like. Golden energy erupts from his back, forming sharp wing-like appendages as he powers up. He floats menacingly above the street, ready to face Hussein's next move. Lin Gui suddenly moves to protect the city lord, declaring he won't let them harm her. The bee-like man dives down, unleashing a powerful golden stinger attack meant to be a finishing blow. Hussein's wood spirit intercepts the strike with a wall of massive green hands, catching the attack perfectly. The golden energy is completely neutralized, leaving the bee-man stunned by the unexpected defense. With a confident smirk, Hussein hints that this is just a warm-up and the real fight is about to begin. He orders his spirit to counter, sending the bee-man flying backward with a powerful shove. The wood spirit follows up with a colossal strike that slams into the ground, shaking the entire city block. Caught in the shockwave, the purple-haired woman looks on in annoyance, wondering what just happened. She turns with a grimace, realizing the sheer power being unleashed in the battle nearby. A massive green vine whips down from above, forcing her to dodge as she curses the chaotic turn of events. Meanwhile, Lin Gui reaches for the city lord, his expression urgent as he calls out her name amidst the chaos. Hussein envelops himself and the city lord in spiritual energy, making a swift escape from the chaotic battle. The purple-haired woman watches them leave, but her partner reveals he has a backup plan and isn't concerned. The bee-like man creates a clone of himself, and they turn their attention to the kneeling Lin Gui. They decide to keep the traitor alive, revealing he was manipulated into funding their entire secret city. Elsewhere, Hussein helps the weakened city lord through the empty metropolis, noting they've found a temporary refuge. He begins to explain the city's true purpose, revealing a massive conflict with their home planet over this world's resources. The city lord reveals their homeworld plans to exterminate all life on the planet with a fleet of starships. She explains the city-states negotiated a 50-year deadline to defeat the Spider Queen, and that time is now running out. The shocking revelation makes her realize Xiaowan's true mission was never just a rescue, but to stop the Spider Queen. As Lin Gui wonders about Xiaowan's fate, the city lord expresses a newfound confidence that he will be fine. Back with Xiaowan, the battle rages as explosions rock the surrounding skyscrapers. Elsewhere, Hussein looks on in shock, completely baffled by the sudden turn of events. Xiaowan smirks from behind a makeshift shield of rubble, much to his sword spirit's annoyance. From above, the monstrous Mephisto expresses his surprise that anyone could have blocked his attack. He then promises that Xiaowan's impressive feat will be his last, as his demise is now certain. Mephisto unleashes another devastating barrage of red tendrils, aiming to overwhelm his opponent. Xiaowan braces for the impact, once again preparing to use his sword as a shield against the onslaught. But inside his accelerated mind, he realizes that with time effectively stopped, he has a new option. He expertly navigates the storm of tendrils, nimbly dodging the attack he once thought was unavoidable. With a confident grin, he decides to combine his own agility with his whale's speed to gain the upper hand. Riding his spectral with them, he's still there, unleashing his tendrils. As the attack lands, Hussein reveals a critical secret. The Queen's past injury is the reason the world's power level is currently suppressed. Hussein explains that the Spider Queen's death would have unimaginable consequences for the entire world. Xiaowan realizes this means their world could fuse with another dimension, just like a past incident he remembers. The grim truth dawns on him. Killing the Spider Queen might be the same as destroying the world itself. Xiaoan is comically frustrated by the cryptic approach, while Hussein admits he needed to confirm the outsider's intentions. With the stakes clear, the two form a temporary alliance, agreeing to take down the priest together. Hussein dives into the fight, taunting his old foe about their last encounter years ago. The two rivals clash, each claiming the other was the one who suffered a humiliating defeat in their past battle. With their history unresolved, they both agree it's time for a rematch to finally settle the score. Mephisto accepts the challenge, unleashing his ribbon-like tendrils in a show of force. The priest launches himself into the air, preparing to rain down an attack from above. Hussein looks on with a nostalgic smile, recognizing the priest's familiar attack pattern. He summons a barrage of spiritual hands to meet the priest's descending tendrils head-on. Mephisto's single eye glows with determination, ready to crush his old rival once and for all. But Hussein smirks, declaring that this time he's not fighting alone and has an ally. On cue, Xiaoan dives down on his spectral beast, launching a surprise attack from above. With a confident grin, he gives his spirit beast the signal to unleash their special combination move. Xiaoan uses his whale as a springboard, launching himself into the air for a coordinated assault. Together they unleash a pincer attack, creating two massive blades of blue energy that arc through the air. The priest is caught completely off guard, trapped between the two converging energy waves. The powerful strike slices through Mephisto's tendrils, neutralizing his primary weapons as Xiaoan lands gracefully. Xiaoan follows up with a powerful downward slash. Over time, these spirits evolved into the distinct wood spirit and flame demon. She sadly compares their own divergent paths to their spirits, admitting there's no turning back. Solaris ignites with fiery power, her blade blazing as she prepares for battle. Hussein responds in kind, channeling his own verdant energy with a look of pained resolve. The two former comrades charge at each other, their expressions a mix of anger and sorrow. Their opposing energies meet in a cataclysmic explosion that rocks the entire city. Undeterred, they both prepare to manifest the true forms of their power. Colossal, armored avatars materialize behind them, one of fire and one of earth, ready for a godlike clash. Solaris's fiery avatar unleashes its power, its multiple arms blazing with destructive intent. The colossal flame spirit clashes with Hussein's massive wood spirit in a titanic struggle for dominance. Meanwhile, their masters engage in a fierce duel of their own, their blades sparking as they meet. The two giant avatars grapple, locked in a brutal contest of raw strength and unwavering will. Solaris taunts Hussein about his failed students, but he angrily warns her to stop the provocations. She accuses his quest for peace of only bringing pain to their people, questioning his naive ideals. Hussein looks away with pained resolve, vowing that one day their worlds will finally coexist. Seeing his opportunity, Xiaoan realizes their duel is the perfect diversion for his rescue mission. He turns his attention to the glowing red obelisk, his target now clearly in sight. With a look of fierce determination, he commands his spectral whale to shatter the prison. The spectral whale dives down, its armored body glowing with immense spiritual energy. It slams into the obelisk with the force of a battering ram, but the structure holds firm against the impact. The shockwave jolts Lanjiki awake inside her prison, the red energy around her flickering violently. Xiaoan realizes brute force isn't working, Riley noting the obelisk is even harder than his spirit beast's head. Lanjiki's eyes flutter open, her expression dazed as she slowly regains consciousness. Now fully awake, she looks around in a state of confusion, trying to understand her strange surroundings. Her gaze finally lands on the familiar figure of Xiaoan standing just outside her crystalline prison. A look of pure shock crosses her face as she recognizes her rescuer, wondering how he could possibly be here. Xiaoan confers with his sword spirit, admitting they'll need a smarter approach to break through the obelisk's defenses. He gives her a confident, reassuring grin, silently promising that he will get her out of there no matter what. Inside the prison, Lanjiki's eyes widen in a daze, the strange device in her mouth muffling any sound. Realizing brute force failed, Xiaoan orders his spectral whale to increase its size for a new approach. He points with fierce determination, commanding his beast to bite the entire structure to pieces. The whale transforms into a monstrous shark, its jaws opening wide to devour the glowing red obelisk. But Solaris instantly moves to intercept, blocking Xiaoan's path and protecting the prison. With a condescending smirk, she correctly deduces his plan was to keep her occupied. She scoffs at his naivety, unleashing her multi-armed fire avatar to crush his diversion. Hussein desperately tries to reason with her, insisting she's completely unaware of the true stakes. He counters with his own wood spirit, declaring her destructive plan was never going to succeed. The two colossal avatars collide once more, their opposing elemental powers erupting in a cataclysmic blast. Hussein's wood spirit strains to contain the immense fiery energy unleashed by Solaris's avatar. The colossal spirit grits its teeth, its glowing eye showing the immense pressure it's under. Pushed to his limit, Hussein admits he can't maintain the defense for much longer. The fiery blast finally breaks through, sending the wood spirit and its massive blade reeling from the impact. Solaris stands triumphant amidst the flames, warning her former comrade not to interfere with her plans. She reminds him of the high stakes, claiming he knows full well that opposing her will cost him everything. Xiaoan questions why she's so focused on Hussein, who offers a cryptic, world-weary explanation about relationships. Piecing it together, Xiaoan asks if she's his ex, and Hussein confirms she unilaterally ended things. Hussein gives a weary look, chiding Xiaoan for getting distracted by gossip in the middle of a battle. He quickly regains his composure, coolly dismissing the concern as the natural ease of a mature adult. Hussein admits that even together, they are no match for Solaris's overwhelming power. Elsewhere, a new determined figure gives a single destructive command. A massive explosion rocks a distant part of the city, catching Solaris's attention. Xiaoan questions if this is Hussein's backup, but his ally seems just as confused by the interruption. Solaris looks up with annoyance, sensing the arrival of more unwelcome participants. A colossal formation of ice crystals suddenly erupts from the ground, separating the combatants. Xiaoan is stunned by the sudden elemental attack, feeling the temperature plummet around him. A mysterious armored figure lands gracefully atop the newly formed ice structure. Solaris watches the newcomer's dramatic entrance with a look of utter boredom. The man reveals himself, clad in dark armor and a white coat, radiating an aura of immense cold. The newcomer complains about the difficulty of finding this hidden underground city. He then praises his massive abyssal frost dragon for successfully locating their target. Xiaoan is floored, recognizing the man as his grandfather and realizing his spirit beast has evolved. The grandfather smirks, clearly enjoying his dramatic and unexpected entrance. He casually greets Hussein, asking how many years it's been since their last meeting. Hussein retorts with playful annoyance, chiding his old friend for the casual question. The two old comrades clasp hands in a powerful, long-awaited reunion. Hussein tearfully scolds him for secretly starting a family, while the grandfather remarks that his friend hasn't changed a bit. The colossal ice dragon towers over Xiaoan and his spectral whale, a clear show of dominance. Xiaoan's spirit beast seems to recognize the immense power gap between itself and the legendary dragon. The colossal dragon looks down at the whale, seemingly mistaking it for its mother. Feeling insecure, the spectral whale asks Xiaoan if he thinks it's weak, much to his confusion. The whale recalls its past, lamenting that despite being a dragon descendant, it's still just a fish. Xiaoan listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face as his companion vents its frustrations. It continues, explaining its stagnant silver-level power is holding both of them back from their true potential. Hearing his beast's self-doubt, Xiaoan clenches his fist with sudden resolve. He suddenly grabs his companion, angrily telling it to stop its self-deprecating monologue. Holding its face, he demands that his spirit beast listen to what he has to say. He reassures the embarrassed whale, telling it not to worry about its form or evolution. With a fierce look, Xiaoan tells his companion to think carefully, preparing to deliver a powerful pep talk. He reminds his companion that despite an accident stunting its evolution, it has never once given up. He recalls their past battles, highlighting how they've defeated powerful foes together against all odds. With a proud smirk, he insists that what his spirit beast has accomplished is already incredible. Leaning in close, he tells the whale to ignore the opinions of those who don't understand their bond. He scoffs at outsiders who only see the glamour of dragon riders, blind to their difficult journey. Xiaoan praises his beast for turning its weaknesses into strengths, fighting countless battles for justice. With a wide, encouraging grin, he asks how it could ever feel ashamed of its accomplishments. He flashes a sharp-toothed smile, declaring it's his honor to be its master. The spectral whale looks up, its eyes gleaming with renewed confidence and loyalty. Meanwhile, his grandfather points forward, ordering his colossal frost dragon to join the fight. The abyssal frost dragon lunges forward, its crystalline body radiating immense cold. It unleashes a devastating wave of ice, shattering the ground in a massive explosion of frost. But Solaris effortlessly blocks the attack, her fiery energy melting through the ice shards. She smirks with amusement, acknowledging the impressive power of her new opponent. With a wicked grin, She declares his attack is insufficient and unleashes her own overwhelming red energy. Xiaoan's grandfather senses the sudden massive surge in her spiritual power, wondering what she's planning. Hussein grimly identifies her reckless move, calling her completely insane for attempting it. He reveals she's using a forbidden technique known as out-of-limit synchronization. This dangerous process forces the souls of the master and beast to merge, an agonizing experience for both. The result, however, is a massive power boost, enhancing the abilities of both user and spirit in a final, desperate manifestation. Solaris's eyes blaze with power, a third eye opening as she embraces the forbidden technique. Her hands transform, sprouting razor-sharp claws as her body merges with her spirit beast. She unleashes a cataclysmic wave of fiery energy, completely overwhelming the battlefield. The ground beneath them cracks open, spewing molten rock in a surprise elemental assault. Unfazed, Xiaoan's grandfather prepares a counter, gathering immense frost energy in his hand. His frost dragon slams its claw into the ground, erecting a massive barrier of pure ice. The crystalline shield expands, perfectly containing the volcanic eruption and neutralizing the threat. With the fiery assault contained, the grandfather calmly assesses the situation. Hussein shivers from the sudden drop in temperature, earning a playful apology from his old friend. The grandfather turns to his dragon, acknowledging their opponent's trump card and preparing to unleash their full power. He clenches his fist, gathering a swirling nebula of cosmic energy for his next move. He commands his abyssal frost dragon to transform its spiritual power into a different location, where a blue-haired man shivers, complaining about a sudden, unnatural cold. He walks down a hallway, grumbling about his confusing orders and the micromanaging nature of his superiors. Hoping for answers, he opens a door, ready to finally make some progress on his mission. He stands silhouetted in the doorway, asking to speak with a mysterious figure seated in the dark room. The figure is revealed to be a powerful man with a cybernetic eye, who intensely demands to know the visitor's true identity.